Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome, North American faithful, to the CCT playoffs. We're here in North America, Series 3, and we have some spicy quarterfinals to take you through all the action. Vincent, Cole, Exner, McHenry as well. I don't know why I did the whole...
Oh, thank you. It's the way it has to be, you know?
It's a classic.
But, yeah, of course. I'm really excited to get into these two games. I got to see the schedule and this morning, and I was like... so pumped to get these two games because honestly all four of these teams have significant chips on their shoulders. They have something to prove moving into that RMR season that's very quickly approaching. It's only about a month or so away. So all of these games, the very limited games that we have in North America, all really matter for these teams. And high-level North American matchups are even thinner and rarer to come by. So excited to get into our first matchup of the day between Nouns and Party Astronauts. I do want to break down your thoughts, both of you guys, on these two teams. But of course, we got to look at the bracket, look at the two teams, and the rest of the teams that got here. And honestly, for the most part, everything pretty much went according to plan, Vincent. I don't really see anything that really jumps out to me as a shocking win or loss by any means. So in that sense, I'll say, who is your expected champion from this setting of the bracket?
I mean, I think the quote unquote safe bet is Legacy. You know, they won last time out. Like that's gotta, or sorry, yeah, not last time. It was Series 1, I think, that they were in. But yeah, like I think they gotta be the ones that you would put forth as like #1 priority, as alongside like maybe Nouns.
Cole, what about you? How are you feeling about this bracket?
I'm feeling good about it. I like who I'm seeing left remaining. Like you said, not a lot of big surprises. Maybe the Timbermen win a little surprising given the situation that they've been facing here. But overall, the best teams have risen to the quarterfinals. And you're seeing NRG, you're seeing a Nouns roster, you're seeing a competitive Boss and a new look PA. Like this right side of the bracket, as you highlighted, is the top of the top, looking to fight for a position to claim that first place prize, looking for a position to, you know, set the tone here, especially if you're NRG and you talk about like what they have to look forward to in the remainder of the calendar. Same is true for PA. It's all the more important that they succeed in this matchup to, you know, give them more to look forward to and build up some of that steam and momentum for the remainder of the year.
let's start that conversation about Party Astronauts, because I think this team is so interesting. You know, they're orgless. You know, they don't have a backing, but they've really kept together this core for as long as possible. But finally making some hard changes throughout everything. And honestly, I say that they have made some fantastic changes in the theoretical aspect of it. You know, you've added in Peeping, who I think was an extremely underrated player off of that Timberman roster. Such a reliable pair of hands as far as the anchor positions go. And then you add in this explosive Opper and OG Wizard, who really made, in my opinion, made Lag a relevant team within North America altogether. So now you add that against an established core of Ben Leet, Fang, and Infinite, who all three in their own right have really carved a name for themselves in North America, and you've gotten a very exciting team on paper. However, the results don't necessarily jump off the page in these initial goings. Vincent, how are we feeling about this roster with the theoretical and with the actual results that are coming out for this team right now?
I'll be honest, I'm not super worried about the actual results not yet being there. It's super early. It's not been long enough for me to start drawing conclusions. Yeah, we can definitely talk about, okay, what we've seen and then where that leaves us thus far, but I think that we haven't really scratched the surface of the peak of what these guys can do. For me, I was telling Cole actually when we did the round of 16 game against Undefined, like, I was out on PA. I was so concerned, and I was like, where are these guys gonna like get anybody that will make this an exciting prospect of a team moving forward? I didn't know. I mean, they pulled out the perfect pieces in my book. You said Peeping underrated. For me, I think this guy is fantastic. He's been good, and like you said, really flew under the radar on that Timberman roster, where I think now he'll get another chance to kind of show what he's made of. You add that to the existing core. I actually love where Party Astronauts are going, and I'm not worried yet.
Is it a tall task, though, Cole, against this Nouns roster? Because to me, I fear that this Nouns team is very quickly gaining a lot of steam, and I think that when they beat up on lesser teams, I feel like they get super confident, and that is the Nouns that I am most afraid of. A team that can potentially demolish anybody in their path, and this is something that we saw even in the RMR close qualifier, where they had NRG in that 2-0 column, and they kind of just wiped the floor with them.
I mean, you talk about like PA, they're a roster that's growing very quickly. They're making good moves. They're looking better and better with every series they play. But on the other end of things, Nouns have been in the position. They've already got Junior so comfortably slotted in, playing at a high every single game. Rush looks absolutely incredible. So you talk about the challenges. Nouns are a team that are in a position that PA would like to be, I feel like, at this point, in terms of the comfort and the cohesion of what this roster has been able to put together. It feels like, for me, the biggest influence is that, not only does Rush come through as an excellent supportive element to this squad, but he can also frag and back it up with some really good kills and a couple of calm clutches in a series. That has given Nouns the right solution when you talk about losing a player like Classia and bringing in a player like Rush here. It's not the firepower that this roster needed, but a cool head like Rush that could keep this team steady, and that's what he's done here. He's been just keeping this floor really high for Nouns.
Well, let's pull up the head-to-head here between both Rush and Peeping. We've picked the more supportive elements. Well, that's not the head-to-head we were looking for, but honestly, still a sound one to compare between these two teams. I think these are the two highest-rated players of both teams right now. Junior being an absolute rock in terms of the opping consistency. It's something that we were kind of questioning on the various teams that he's been on, but now he's really found his place in the Nouns jersey, finding a lot more impact. Again, some great clutches from him as well. And on the other side of the equation, you've got Fang, who's also just performed very well. He's been given a lot more freedom in comparison to his other rosters in teams like Extra Salt or in Complexity. It feels as though this team is really putting all of their eggs in his basket as far as the rifling goes, and hoping that he can kind of pull out all the stops. And I think for the most part right now, Vincent, he kind of is.
I mean, he is, and I think that's part of the reason why they made changes is that they were putting those resources into Fang. I feel like 60, who was previously a part of this PA roster, like was wanting some of those roles, but you can understand and see in the server with the results why that has been the game plan that Bentley has been moving forward with. Is that Fang? He just looks like a player super resurgent in where he was, previously, where we saw him. Unfortunately, kind of like I feel like not at his worst career-wise, but just at his stock at an all-time low, and he's built it back up, and it's been really good to see. I will say, you're talking as if maybe the jury is out, like we've kind of seen what Junior can do, and some of those question marks are gone. I don't actually know that they're fully gone for me. I think this guy has been really good. He does beat up, though, on a lot of lesser NA teams. I feel like he's really amazing in those games, and I have seen a couple too many times where he does go a little bit missing in those more difficult matchups. Now, I don't think this is one of those matchups against Party Astronauts. This is one where I think Nouns have had the better of this team for a long time, and that won't be an issue here. But for me, I do think that it's interesting to think if your Junior's kind of made his way through those difficulties, because I don't know if that's the case yet.
Yeah, I don't even think stylistically he's changed much as a player. It does feel like it is the stock standard Junior that we know, but is one that is comfortable in the kind of domain that he is in, a kind of a big fish in a small pond, so to speak. But we'll get into the veto. We'll look as to where PA can really go to try and get an edge for themselves. But right now, with this new look, they have yet to really solidify comfort in the pool. And you have these standard bans coming through with Inferno and Vertigo being taken off the table. And that kind of leaves a lot of great options for Nouns. They opt into Ancient, which has been an absolute dream for them. And a real struggle bus of a map for Party Astronauts. And PA now have to go into Anubis. It's the one map that I think that they actually really believe in the pool right now. And even still, they had a huge loss against Marca Registrada in the ESL Challenger Open qualifier for I think Katowice, and that is a huge blemish to me that I still feel like I would lean towards Nouns' favor. Cole, I hope you kind of echo the same sentiment, but I kind of feel like this veto is just so hard to write home for PA.
Yeah, Ancient's been just a difficult map for them to master. I think largely there's still echoes in terms of the percentage and issues that this roster has from when they had 60 playing in Cave. Now they have Peeping, and there's more comfort to be had. Also, I think OG Wizard, as an opper, is incredibly strong on Ancient. I've seen him do a lot of really good work. It seems like it's his comfortable territory. So I'm expecting, long-term gains on Ancient for PA. It's just going to probably take a little bit for them to get used to how Ancient plays out and used to how they can get things rolling. But I do expect improvement for Ancient on the PA side because at one point it was a map that they struggled so much on. And, again, those closed qualifiers, or for the RMR closed qualifiers, they ended up just losing out heavily. They then went into the Atlanta Challenger qualifiers, started playing Vertigo just to get rid of Ancient first and see if that was going to work. That wasn't a good route for them. But now I think they're in better stead on this map, and I expect to see some improvement, some practice, and some good ideas coming through versus a Nouns team like this. But overall, I do favor Nouns in all three of these maps.
I think the big W here for Nouns is that they have such a strong 7-map pool. Just flat out, it just gives them so much ease where they can maneuver their way around this veto, making it difficult for Party Astronauts. Because I think PA would have loved to go to an Inferno. That's been, I feel like, a bit of a weak spot for Nouns, but they can just ban that away. It's no big deal, and Party Astronauts gotta go for their perma. It just allows so many openings.
I definitely think there's a lot of chinks in that 7-map pool armor because I think Inferno is a little I still think their Vertigo is not anything too fantastic. Even their Dust 2 that has a 60% win rate, I have seen some very odd styles of Dust 2 from them. They don't really have a kind of identity on that map just yet. But what the problem here is PA can't really pick into those maps anyway because they themselves have not really kind of gone through that with that in the first phase. So unfortunately, PA will have to really climb up this giant hill, but we're going to jump into the first map of play on Ancient between Nouns and Party Astronauts here in the quarterfinal. Vincent and Exner, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. Ready to hop on into the action. We should be getting on in first map of the quarterfinals, kicking off Party Astronauts taking on Nouns. It's going to be a fun one here, and I want to see Nouns again show that improvement. This is their opportunity right here and right now to show what this roster's made of in a best of 3 versus a incredible talents on the other end. So do they have the improvement here? We'll see out of the gates. A quick pistol fast towards middle, and there's not a lot of extra utility to support him, so they just overrun. The dual Berettas also can't get anything rolling, and so this pistol starts out with a little bit of worries here, trying to keep their distance with the USPs, but the Glocks just went out the duels.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting, like, call-wise for Nouns. Just, you know, a lot of teams will get that house smoke, and then you'll go for something off the back of that. If you get mid-control, maybe you can take some decisions, whether or not you want to go towards Donut or towards B, etc. But, I mean, they just don't even smoke house. They're looking for the fights, and they overwhelm those fights. That is, I think you said a little bit scary. I agree. That's a Nouns confidence level that they play with against, I'd say, everybody who isn't like top 5 in North America that they play with. It is why they can kind of beat up on some of those lower level teams I was talking about with regard to Junior. It's like they just play such forward Counter-Strike sometimes and get up in your face.
Yeah, I've talked a lot about it here, and you know, it's usually more so attested on how this roster ceiling could be. I think it was hinted on by Paladin as well in terms of like the map pool, but I think Carson as a caller had to develop a lot underneath Adrin's coaching, and that immediately kind of switches up how this team is viewed from me, at least.
Yeah.
Like, as you said, this roster can definitely just run it out middle, you know, 12 rounds on a T side and probably succeed, but when you're talking about playing up against tougher competition and keeping a level head in that sense, you've got to be able to extend your game, be able to throw a couple tempo changes into the mix there, and I think Adrin has brought that very well with this roster, and it's helped out Carson, who's maybe an IGL that we weren't sure long-term how he's going to work, become more of a stabilized IGL in the scene.
Yeah, I mean, that duo of Carson and George that have been together for a long time at this point, you know, that was kind of their game plan early on, before a lot of these changes, before adding some of those more supportive elements like Rush. But speaking of a Rush, it's pretty quick for Nouns, continuing that maneuvering out here on B. But they meet a Peeping and OG Wizard that aren't taking many prisoners, and lining up another one. It's pretty easy, pretty clean here for Party Astronauts. We're moving all on entry. Nobody even really gets to the site itself.
Well handled by the PA squad. I mean, felt like they were really prepared for the idea that would be another rush being tossed down range. You can see how OG Wizard starts the round. This very passive angle, being able to keep his distance up against those MAC 10s. And here's more of that influence. Peeping, stepping up in a really important position now. The cave player for this squad, once played out by Sixy, who for me is like an ancient specialist at one point, but obviously gave over a lot of those good roles that he felt comfortable with on this map over to Fang.
Well, and
Peeping is a player that can be super self-sufficient. Whoa! Okay.
okay.
All good.
Yeah. Gotta run out of there, though. It's close, that nade. Does a little more
I don't know what
damage.
happened. Quick switch.
Yeah, wrong time to quick switch, man. But, I mean, you know, continuing that conversation, it's changes for Peeping as well. Used to be the A player on Elevate, and has swapped over, you know, leaving those positions open as he's the new face to this Party Astronauts team. So it's kind of been cool to see those adjustments in real time, which is why when Paladin asked me, you know, am I worried yet that we haven't quite seen the level of results that maybe would be super encouraging? I'm not, because there is a lot of those changes that haven't yet had enough time, in my opinion, to really get bedded in.
I'm absolutely with you there. Give it time here. This roster's going to learn and grow so quickly, but into the A site, OG Wizard now needs to be able to step up to the plate instantly. Not enough, but able to hold the line with the rifle. Been elite. Here's the bomb tap here. You might expect a rush a little bit on a deeper angle. He's able to now escape as well. They haven't pushed past the smoke. And Rush, as I said, can just bring you a couple of important clutches and a half. It's looking like this could be one of them. He repositions in the back of Donut. Strongest post plants you could ask for. Molotov not going to really keep him at bay too much as the flashbang comes on through. He gets him off the bomb. He goes for the killing blow, and Rush does show up And the clutch already. Nouns able to hold down the line of 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, that is classic. That's exactly what you were talking about that Rush can provide in the pre-show, and we see that here. Party Astronauts, understandably, especially with the HP so low, showing a lot of respect, and it's Peeping who's the low HP player, and honestly, a little bit of timing here. Pinley doesn't quite get him on the exit, so straight up duel, and Rush delivers. That's where Party Astronauts would have liked to see a continuation of that previous round, but instead, they lose out, and I mean, still 3 rifles strong. Not too bad of a purchase, but to try and work their way forward. That Molotov sticking around a little longer than I think Carson had thought.
Some of that quick control. Nicely handled here out of the gates. Fang playing a nice off angle. See if that's rewarded. Does get clear, but wins the duel either way. George sidelined in his fight. Extra help around the corner as well. So it's just a straight victory early on in a 4v5. Now you see Infinite start to poke through this A side. And in doing so, there might be some vulnerabilities through Donut, but they're going to have extra resources towards this B site. 3 players rotated in. Junior making a little bit of noise. Infinite contains all the space, and now they got to get on over and into the site quickly. There's a boost for Fang. He's getting some extended vision here. We'll see if he can collect any kills off the back of this boost. Seems like he's being covered, though. It seems like he's being watched and identified, flushed out of the round. And Binley doesn't hold long with that rifle either, so Infinite's flank through now. Cave instead is not going to net him anything, and OG Wizard left pick up the pieces in a clutch. That won't even start because Junior locks another headshot. That is so calm from Nouns to close this round.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't even know how they've got that information. Seems so interested in anticipating this boost, knowing the gaps in the potential execute there and what that smoke could mean and provide them. And so, I mean, just nothing being gathered there. Nouns also aware of all the extremities, you know, where anybody can be. Infinite with that late lurking through cave is removed without much of an issue. There's nothing the Party Astronauts could really do once they lose so many bodies on the B site. They had the players there, just didn't even get a chance to really take the fights.
A nice idea with the boost as well, just doesn't give them the vision here. These USPs somehow, though, went out a couple of tough duels. Holding stronger with the USPs, but obviously gets put to rest, and Junior off to a very hot start. I mean, yet to bring in AWP into the mix. Maybe he has it this round, but already 9-2 with the rifles. And up 1-5. Now set the tone early for dominance on Ancient. See those gun rounds come through up next for PA to see if they can bring some resistance. See what they have going in terms of mid control. I really like OG Wizard on this map. I think he positions himself well, so now that he has an op, I'd like to see where he starts. Going in towards Donut out of the gates, and they will put a lot of emphasis towards middle. They're ready to meet them head on in a clash here, but it's already a win for George. OG Wizard looking to back this thing up. Peeping will now fly through the smoke as well, giving them some extra support. They dominate the mid control, but they do lose A.
Yeah, but that's a sacrifice that they're absolutely willing to make. They've got OG Wizard still there. There is just one attempt to get back in here for Party Astronauts, though I just realized there's not actually a smoke there for Donut, so that re-entry, not going to be all that difficult, really, for Party Astronauts. Just going to really have to wait on things. That Molotov forces them out, but again, favoring the CT side. Rush up top. And he's good for 2, but he's gonna need all 4, and he might just do 12 HP, and Rush, another 1v3. Oh my goodness.
Rush just keeps getting away with it, man. In the clutch, he's got now 6 kills in the 1vx's. And as soon as I was thinking about it there, when he gets boosted up, I just know Nouns are setting him up for that clutch. They're setting him up to win the round, to be the difference maker. As a reaction so quick in towards this A side, Rush steps forward for these kills, active enough to get away with some fast frags. and locks in a victory again for the Nouns squad when they need him, when he's put back to the wall, when they don't have any post-plant control. He's able to bail them out of a tough spot here. Now Peeping goes in forward once more, head-on versus Carson in a SMG battle, and wins it.
Peeping, the guy that we talked about a lot there in the pre-show, he's the guy standing his ground right now. And Lee looking to do the same, though. 5-7 in hand.
Wow.
OG Wizard with the USP. Continuing to show us that AWP players always good on the pistol.
Sharp with the USPs, man. They've had a couple of nice shots with that. This time, a nice shot could just win them the round with the instant dismissal from Bentley holding the line, and then the backup from OG Wizard to further answer the call. And this would be a nice round to lift off a little earlier than you might anticipate for PA. Gonna be still so incredibly difficult to chew through the remainder of this matchup. 2v5. He now has an AK. No utility. All they have to do is isolate themselves, and if they even do that, you know, die but do a lot of damage, it's still gonna set this one up successfully. George now in a clutch. Chance to show up here in a 1v4. He's found the first piece of the puzzle and taps the bomb. Starts to rotate down. He's covering the flank, but this is a quick bit of damage done, and could make a late move towards the ace. That would not be a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the time. Infinite's on the race, but he's not going to make it a house in time. Instead, goes straight for CT, and now he's arrived on scene. Perfect timing, and with a Molotov in hand.
Ooh, okay.
A little scary. Almost had the lineup, George, but OG Wizard safely confirmed that victory. And Party Astronauts, it's not on a gun round. It's the pistols that give them the success. All starting out the MP9 of Peeping.
Dealing with some really cave positioning. A nice start. Good finish as well. Rolling through for PA. I think Infinite was ready to melee the site, but wanted to fight there, George. He couldn't quite get away with it. See, I mean, a lot more resistance again starting off this E side. So many players ready to go. Rush converging in on middle. That's the control that they're able to get away with. Ooh. Just a little pixel scene right there from the AWP. Straight into a double HE. Not a lot of damage done, but the map control here nice from Nouns. Still ace some early claim. Went out on the early mid exchange. Have done a decent job of starting the cave control process.
Well, I think critically,
Reaction Infinite making some good moves.
Critically, they've split the map in half here. PA, obviously Nouns don't know it yet, but they're fully split. A and B side. Rush
is stuck.
Yeah. He was meant to be the secondary guy to play the trade, but that smoke speeds him up. Into OG Wizard's crosshair they move. Peeping still here from the site, working some magic, and Rush and Junior are going to be left outside. The Rush, he caught perfect timing there walking through that smoke. Peeping caught out, but Infinite's got them contained for the time being.
Yeah, OG Wizard's got the line here on the exit of Cave as well. Gotta play this smart off of each other. Looks like Junior wants to inch forward. There's no utility for either of these T players either, so they just gotta make it work with what they got, the rifles. But there you have Infinite deciding he wants to get active on that flank. I'd imagine there was some sort of sound cue given over as he finally pulls the pin on it, now putting pressure on Junior. With an AWP, they triple swing him, he is done for, and yeah, he can't isolate those fights in time, so let's get put to rest. Clutch not going to happen this time around, and PA start to make their case back into this one.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of that power that Peeping can provide. Really well handled as well. I just want to talk about for a second Party Astronauts, how easy it is to overstep in that 2v3, where Infinite just waits for the right timing. I think it was just the bomb going down that may have called him into action, but regardless of what it was, ends up taking Rush out without much of a problem. Get rid of that guy who's been so crucial in the clutch moments already for Nouns. Remove him from play, and like I was saying, crucially not overstaying or overstepping OG Wizard. It's into a double AWP for Party Astronauts, which is a little bit of a surprise. Neither of those are towards A. It's Infinite alone here.
Just throwing away. Secondary just gives over a lot of space, and oh boy, Junior just locked in a crazy one dig. Knocks out one of the oppers here. We'll see how they can pick up the mantle on the side for Infinite. Charging forward on this retake. Good utility here. Positioning for this T side is a little bit rough. They're all kind of caught in towards Donut. Now they realize late, though, that they got to take some space back in return. And Fang lines up a nice 3K. Takes care of business. Party Astronauts will stabilize and get back through that round despite a scary start.
Yeah, Fang lined him up, just shooting fish in a barrel. Able to walk in from CT. And I think good job for Party Astronauts, not letting things get too chaotic. Even despite that absurd kill that Junior found on OG Wizard, because just shouldn't have been possible. Deagle at that range, so difficult sometimes, and up against an op, but I mean, this is why when we're talking about the highest rated players for Nouns, Junior is there. Very good on the AWP, but he is also a guy that can certainly work the rifle, and that's what he's been doing here on Ancient.
That's been sharp. Controlling this space here at the moment. See a little bit of utility being dumped. The gaze we got again, the secondary for Infinite. Maybe just a means to get him a little more activated here, but Fang is taking some serious initiative. Flying through cave. Taking an early kill off of some great elite flashbangs, and there's an answer through the smoke, a response from Junior to try and keep this space contained.
I like that Party Astronauts are staking claim to some areas early. You know, we saw that, what should have been a successful round, but ends in a 1v3 clutch for Rush over in mid, early into this half, and it's been a little bit lesser than I would have liked to have seen since that time for PA. When they dial it back up, get involved over at lane.
Especially with these double ops, you can get away with a whole lot more sometimes when you have an op just scoped in on a location towards A or middle. You don't have to have as much help there, so they start with a lot of resources towards B early on. They've got an op containing space elsewhere. You know, it's OG Wizard over towards that A side, so if he needs to get a multi-kill, he probably can do it himself. And Infinite, able to extend some of that damage. Here for 3 with his secondary AWP. Catching the mid reaction. 25 seconds to try and work it towards this B, or A side, I should say, and not a lot of time. You still have to get past OG Wizard. There's a utility that'll keep him at bay. Molly for CT, man. They got all the utility they need to at least lock in a bomb plant. But again, it's about how now some of these other players can do. You know, Rush now put to the task here for his position. A little late mid lurk could activate, and that's got to be the win condition at this point, you'd imagine. He's got to be able to do enough here. Fang not identified on this flank. Rush feeling out potential of this play. Now I spotted, man. Fang with some patience gets away with a big kill. There goes Rush's impact in the round. CJ now left into a 1v3, but handled quickly by OG Wizard, and PA, they're looking to win out the half here at this point.
I mean, it's looking likely up to a 5th, and I mean, even if things don't work out here in the final round, this is an incredibly solid comeback story already. And I think what's super cool about it is that, you know, Nouns started off this half really not showing any respect, really going super aggressive, trying to show Party Astronauts what they could do. And Party Astronauts, they were able to stop that, but then in the second phase, Nouns had all the answers, especially in the clutch when you're talking about Rush.
I have to imagine what this half could have been without those clutches as well. Big game-changing clutches to give more on the half for Nouns. Some good gut punches thrown here from PA late, coming through with some new game plans, but this time now fast through Donut. Infinite is put on notice right now. He's got to do a whole lot from a tough spot. Can't rotate away, can't find safety, and even more follow-up damage on the Fang, who tries to transition in time. Itchy to blow open the smoke molly to keep his fade away at bay. He lines up at least to kill deep in towards cave, but what he is doing a a good job of sowing some chaos into the round. They've yet to plant the bomb. They've yet to get the numbers punched in, and everyone's involved. Meanwhile, for the side of Nouns, they've gotten the bomb. They're now looking to retreat. They're looking to make a move towards B, but will they beat him to the punch? I think they will. OG Wizard hasn't hit the call on the rotate, and Junior's going to be on the site proper, keeping them away from rotating comfortably. George now following through with the bomb, and they certainly have won the foot race.
Yeah, now it's the same situation, though. Carson there instead of Rush for the cutoff play. Looking to get involved. That Molotov, though, going to speed things up pretty nicely. George, even through the molly, fights himself away, leaving OG Wizard 1v2, but should be confirmation. At least the possibility of George's position.
Oh boy. There's a quick one. That's all he'll find, though. Knocked out quickly there after the young gun can't lock in the clutch. And Nouns throw a momentum stopping round right towards the tail end. Get themselves a 5 to 7 half. At least something to lean on. But not exactly what they were hoping for in terms of the opening stages. Just the reaction and the recovery, I think, were very promising. And that's what we kind of hope to see from PAs. Maybe they have some early woes that they face here, losing a couple of clutches, which was a big key factor. But finding their way to stabilize throughout the half there overall is super promising. That's what I want to see out of this team, given the early stages.
I really appreciate Carson's willingness to just, like, call that, you know, go back B. I feel like that can be really hard when you have so much space, when you sort of have the A site, but you know it's not going to be easy to hang on to. I think that was a really nice call. And a half that really hasn't been too much about the calls for Nouns.
Look at this stack here. They got the whole squad ready to go towards the A side. Smoke going down early to disrupt the execute. They've already thrown a lot of their utility, and they've lost 2 players for it. That's a brutal start. Smokes are down. Those are going to be nullified. Players with the utility still surviving, so Fang's the only player with armor. And before you can even start the conversation of taking this A-bomb site, they've got to rethink what they're able to get away with here. Fortunately, they do have an option. Infinite is on the other side of the map here, bringing over the bomb as well. And Fang is going to be now put to the task much more. Selling this fake. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah,
Wait a second. Oh, it's a big opportunity. Missed out a little bit, but he's able to recover in a big way. 2 quick kills out of Infinite's Glock, bailing them out of a tough spot. He's going for more, though. He wants the whole pie here. He might take it. And Molotov as well cuts the rotate, and maybe 1 peek too many.
But
they got the Fang formulating on the flank. I thought he was going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting and selling this fake, but Infinite just finds all of the entries, and Fang could just have backs turned. He is going to have backs turned. They're taking the long way around. Fang finally spots it out. He calls over where these players are coming from. There's a kit for CJ, but the movement's quick from Fang. He gets to sideline one. You can't believe your eyes there if you're Nouns. Watching Fang come through on that flank, and Fang will find the last as well. It's a full house between that duo, but a lifeline for PA and a pistol round that had nothing going for it.
No, I can't believe what Infinite gets away with here. The fact that he has snuck up into cave, fair enough, but the space that Nouns give him, I thought it was going to be his undoing. I thought he was going to be the one thinking he had more space than he really did, but no, it's Infinite that takes advantage of it. And that flank, I mean, it was just the nail in the coffin. There's no way you're anticipating in a 3-on-5 for somebody to be there on the flank and not to activate by that point in time. Fang is so late to that party, and it doesn't matter. He's the one that seals the deal.
Just a huge victory there from Infinite. In a good way, again, like a player that didn't have the most impact, struggled a little bit here and there in that first half, especially early on. Into the second half, breathing new life into this PA squad that pretty much get past a pistol that looked like it was a non-starter. Yeah, now winning the second easily, flawless. On the T side, we'll set up for the first gun round. A good opportunity to get away with some bonuses here if you're PA with the flawless nature. Utility's going to be missing. Well, you know Rush is going to buy up a Moss instead of going for the A1S and less utility. You know that's going to be the case. Carson going to lock in some firepower as well, and we'll see how they handle this first bonus round of sorts.
I mean, the one Molotov is the sticking point. Obviously, that used very early in order to try and maintain some control. But Nouns,
Got donut control already.
yeah, I was going to say they lose it anyway. It doesn't matter. But they try to activate towards lane. The fact that it's a minute 25 and Party Astronauts have this level of space on the map is absurd.
Carson's dead. He's done for. He gets HE'd. Struck out of the round here. And Bentley finds another. This one probably needs to be a save unless they can get any quick kills. I mean, Junior able to flow on the rotate. Finds one to stabilize a little bit. Flashbang dodged out by George. The other flash from Rush doesn't go as effective. And he gets blasted. He doesn't have head Kevlar. That Khalil's like an AK essentially. And Junior's going to try and make a great escape. But PA showing what they're made of here. As I highlighted, they got a lot to learn on this map here in terms of growing quickly with these two new players. But a win over Nouns, when it's picked into you, it shows that that growth is already happening. And it seems to be the case. If they have a chance to take this lead, they will take the lead at this point. And they're starting off with a little bit of fire here on a T side.
Yeah, it's so nice to see. I mean, just aggressive calls from Party Astronauts to get themselves into those forward positions. Understanding that Nouns aren't going to have the flexibility to have that utility. You were talking about some of the concessions made, how Rush, able to get out a little bit more with the FAMAS. Well, obviously not enough to contest those more forward positions like B lane, like middle, and Party Astronauts anticipate and take advantage. That's how they get into Donut at such an early step. Bentley just rocking his way out mid.
GB knows his role, and he knows it well. He's going to do it round after round. But Rush, what has he gotten away with? 3 kills rolling through from the pistols. Stabilize for now. But Junior joins the fight, and he catches one off guard. And now OG Wizard put under hot water in a clutch versus Junior. The battle of the AWPs, both players not with their weapon of choice, but OG Wizard, at least with the idea of where Junior is the big edge that he has in this clutch. Goes and clears cave.
Another clutch.
Walking in a bomb plane a little early, though. If he waits, though, if he shows some patience, Junior might overthink this one and leave. He just picks up the rifle, though, instead, and he sticks around. Of course he does. He's not going to give this clutch over to a young gun like OG Wizard. He's going to have to make him work for it.
I like that plant spot, though, for OG Wizard. Yeah, planting for cave, obviously, but this could also be a plant for CT. Could be long,
Force him to overthink this one. Junior with a Molotov. Is he going to throw that utility? No, he's going to continue to be silent in his approach. Back is turned, and that silence is deadly from Junior. He locks in the clutch and gives PA a wake-up call.
Another clutch that could be just so devastating for Party Astronauts because that's 2 1v3s at the hands of Rush, and now a Junior 1v2 on an eco, no less. But it's also Rush to talk about again in this round. He's been so impactful. Every kill he has is impact kills. It's 2 at the 5-7 that he picks up, while Peeping is worrying about everybody else on the crunch towards B main. Like, that's so phenomenal from Rush. Tees up Junior to be the clutch factor when he can't be available.
Oh, and that's the issue. When he's down, man, Junior's still sticking around. You still have to fear the clutch factor. Now they got the utility. Now they got the firepower for middle as well. But not a bad trade from Infinite. They go 1 for 1. Carson doesn't want to overextend. He doesn't want to fight back and brute force that control. I think a smart bit of reining in of the aggression. Instead, it's a double up towards ramp, and OG Wizards looking for the get back there. 2 quick kills and a bomb site claim. This time, he has some backup in a post plant as well. He is not alone.
And Nouns should
this might not be the case that they even go for this.
That's what I was just going to say. I think they probably should just save. I mean, a kill into OG Wizard there could change the equation. In fact, that might, but no. The decision made prior to the HE flying through. I mean, the crucial thing that the Nouns have that they want to save outside of the op, obviously, is the amount of utility that they've got. They got a really good buy coming next round if they can hang on to everything. But Party Astronauts, they weather the storm. A 1v2 that could have really shook some confidence. They go back for some more fast-paced maneuvers, but even though that initially doesn't go to plan, Fang goes down, it's great to see them sticking around.
Still kicking here, that's for sure, man. Quick shots rolling out. OG Wizard, especially, you know, as a young player and you get put in that 1v1 that could just save your team a lot of worry. You want to win it so bad, right? New guy on the block, you get a big opportunity to join a top shelf ECL team and instantly get that promotion after doing such good work with, you know, lag in the past. But being able to, you know, redeem it in the very next breath and get that double kill that wins you the round, nullifies some of that pain very quickly, keeps PA in the lead. That is so valuable. Big confidence booster for OG Wizard.
Especially when you're doing that on the AK. You know, it's not been a game where he's had the opportunity to get the op-out very often. When he did have it, Nouns kind of sidestepped him, honestly. Ended up not going his direction for the majority of the times he had that weapon.
That was maybe Infinite's off that got maybe more on that CT side. I have to imagine, but either way, fast B play, man. Keeping up the tempo, PA not letting off the gas, and Binley, it's been phenomenal.
Oh!
And some of these openings, dude, what is that? Full blind through a smoke, doesn't matter. Round over, PA locking in double digits, and it's now Binley leading by example. This is, I mean, a player as well that's had to have a little bit more impact. You know, not only was it the 2 new additions that are joining the fray here in OG Wizard and Peeping that obviously elevate the team, but it had to be Binley, I think, needing a boost in performance, and this is certainly a map to prove it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's been unlocked for, you know, a little bit. And he's a guy not afraid to put himself at the forefront. We saw it there with the fast B play. He's in front. He's the one, you know, putting the onus on his own shoulders to rip off the Band-Aid, try and get them into the site. And he does it so effectively there. It's brilliant to see him having that impact. Junior going to save the op. Fortunately, they do lose one in the process. Yeah, this Ray as well. It's just cerebral, man. Knows there's a guy. You got to be a cave player, especially if you got one long. And that flashbang not meant for nothing.
Locked it in, man. I mean, and the tempo change in the calling as well.
Yeah.
Just speeding it up, knowing that you got Nouns right where you want them at the moment. Putting the pressure on. Flashbangs towards middle. This time Fang sideline. This time a little bit too much speed could lead to a burnout. PA in around like this. They are shut down in the inbound. No forward progress really being made other than this A space. And, well, we'll see. I mean, Infinite's already gotten them through a non-starter round in the pistol. Where they got shut down early. Have to one-up it.
Just made audio cue. So now they know for certain where this is going, but there's that start you were talking about. Carson goes down. There's a smoke. It's just been deployed as well. And they've locked in the numbers. Hold on. OG Wizard, a 1v4 required. Trying to play around the smoke. Here's the audio cue. It's no scope under the first. He gets lost inside the smoke, but it's too much to ask. Surely. Yeah, I thought he would be running. Goes back for more. Gets punished for it.
OG Wizard wanted glory right there, didn't he? But he turns around. You want a glory. I think he had a Molotov as well, but the spam comes through eventually. That'll put it to rest. A lovely attempt, man. That's one of those clutches. If you can see OG Wizard pull something like that off, you know, PA could start to feel like nothing could go wrong for them in this map. A nice attempt here from the young gun, but that's obviously a task too tall. This time, again, purchase looking strong here for Nouns. They got the AWP, full utility. This is much more comfortable for them. And they know that utility has been a problem in taking space, but even in that last round, they finally had some of that to keep those wins rolling. Keep the wind in their sails. But again, the victory of mid-control taken once again by PA.
I mean,
they don't wait out the utility. They take it by force.
I was just about to say, though, I mean, yes, sort of. They wait the first round of util out, and then they just step on the gas pedal.
Oh,
a couple
boy.
of missed shot from Junior, but he'll come back for more. Elite's still here, trying to bait out the shot. The wide swing, maybe too much, but Junior, some way, somehow, still alive and kicking.
And A side so uncomfortable. And it doesn't seem at the moment that PA are in a massive rush to run this one down. slows it out a little bit here. Peeping, not making much motion over towards the B side, which would maybe give them that avenue out. But they're hoping just to separate these rotates. So they're going to push through the smoke on the re-aggression from Carson. Bin leads low. Identified, spotted now, and put to rest there eventually. But they do lose Junior as a reaction. Falls with the rifle, and then that mid lurk comes through just in time for a 2v2 between Infinite and OG Wizard.
But look who.
They've looked good in the clutch.
Rush is still here. And it's going to be all up to him. 1v3 twice over in this already. And you got OG Wizard, but no op to hold this line. It's just the rifles, but trying to break open this crossfire. Not the tools at his disposal. Maybe they just give him the fights. It'll be different. Infinite goes for another swing. That's insane. And Rush goes down.
Trying to keep calm right here, but he knows the implications of losing this one. A bit devastating. PA inching their way to the finish line at this point. Despite their best efforts to pull this one back, despite the quick reactions and reads, still takes advantage of the wide swing. And yeah, I mean, I think you saw the reaction from Rush. You just can't believe Infinite continues to peak in that situation.
I can't either. Cole, I'm blown away.
That's one of those why is he peaking that moments right there, but it works out.
Because he
Infinite
won.
keeps the pressure on. That's what it's all about. It's all about winning, and you've been able to win out on the duel early on. Infinite queuing up for a space towards A. He's got backs turned, man. He's got kills on a silver platter. Takes one, but he spots out the others.
I mean, that's all good. How many times right now has Infinite just brought a round back for Party Astronauts? It's a little bit scary.
Just smoke? No way. The P250 knocks down two. Junior keeps him in competitive nature in this one. It's another double up with the pistols.
It's not
that brings
over.
this one into possibility. It's OG Wizard who's down low. He's going to stabilize with the 8-P, but a missed shot. Rush will take him. And now a last kill available. Rush is going to claim the finishing two. He gets the essential 1v2 there into the mix. George just stays alive and provides some threat as Rush gets the kills. And my God, PA right at the finish line, man. It's these pistols that they can't get past.
I mean, Rush has 17 kills here in this map. I think he's got at least 10 in the clutch.
11 in the clutches.
Yeah.
In post-plant late round scenarios, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm counting this 2v2 as also in the clutch.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, this is a 2v2 retake. This is definitely clutch scenario. And, yeah, with the MP9, he's good for it. Now it's taking their third tactical timeout. It's something that, you know, talking of things that Adrin has been able to do, I think Nouns, a lot of times previously, didn't necessarily utilize those very well. Definitely taking full advantage nowadays.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I always felt like, you know, there was an interesting difference. I feel like Symphis could have been that incredible emotional leader, could give those guys like a little, good pat on the back and someone you like to have standing in your camp. But Adrin now, I think, brings in that depth as we've highlighted, and those tack pauses are all the more crucial in that sense.
And I mean, Simp is still involved too. I mean, he was at Prague with them. So, definitely there.
Rooting on the squad, right?
Yeah. I think, I forget his, current role.
I think he's a content creator, but that's a nice bit of content. Rush, unfortunately, really good in these late rounds. Early, having some troubles up against the peeping on the other side of it.
Been the victim of peeping too many times.
Sideline quickly right there. Queue up some re-aggression though with the AK. And well handled, man. 2 for 1. Peeping keeping things contained pretty effectively at the moment. He's low on HP, but at least doing damage in this round.
Yeah, crucially, bomb gets dropped. So, any sort of move off the back of that would be a difficult one. Infinite gonna creep through the smoke and maybe work his way through. He's gotten a cross here that Carson doesn't yet know about, but he finds out quick enough. Carson tagged super low, but as are the final 2 Party Astronauts members.
Oh. No trade either. Wait a second. Oh boy, Fang's in a position as well to catch the re-aggression. that ever does come their way. Fang waiting patiently. Junior, I mean, it has that, timing, that internal clock that has to tick of wondering where the other player is as well, if it's potentially an A side end, and you just gotta now lean on CJ to find the 2 remaining kills, both very low. Peeping, anything extra, not quite. A good attempt, some great damage, putting pressure on this Nouns camp, but a clutch is a little too far-fetched with the HP that they were left with.
I know we talked about Peeping as more of a supportive element, and definitely is, but was kind of in all the worst roles in Elevate. You go into that team, and with the stars and the players that they have, you can understand why. It seems to me like he's been allowed to take some more active positions on this Party Astronauts team already. Not on every map, not all the time, but it's that it factor that you saw from him on an eco round of all things that makes that complicated for Nouns, which is why I'm excited to see that.
Junior's been here towards Cave, or Donut rather, all game as well. And does have 23 kills, has been doing a lot in terms of dropping some numbers, but on the CT side has been a bit stationary. I'd say with the op and some of these rounds.
He's been
really
locked
hoping.
into saving a lot, unfortunately.
Yeah. He's gotten those saves pretty effectively and done damage to the opposition economy, but yeah, it is, like, in terms of impacting the early round, not the most out of this op presence. See if that at all concerns for this one. It's the B execute rolling on in. This is decisive from PA, but they're met with counter utility. They're met with a smoke, but Infinite still cracks through. And it's going to be Rush following it up with a kill through smoke. Peeping finishes the job on the B site claim.
That was Rush
and
again.
they've got a tough decision. 2v3 now. Of if they want to go for it here.
Decision's been made, it looks like. Nouns, they want this. They aren't going to give it up for free, but OG Wizard in a prime position to deal with this. Right now, Junior's watching. Eventually, though, they're going to go. No.
Giving it up.
Give it a look. See if they were handed anything on a silver platter. When that doesn't happen, yeah, decision made to go.
They need this save as well. The money's good for both CJ and Junior to toss over weapons in the next. I think George can buy his own gun, so that's all good, but to have a good purchase, they had to survive for everyone to be involved in this next one in terms of a gun, in terms of firepower. So PA get a big win here, finally putting them on the finish line. A full team effort on the inbound. That HE, I feel like if it was shallow, could have done so much more, but it was a little too deep, and the activation was already lifting off. PA already hit launch, and see how this last one ends.
There was no wriggle room there for Party Astronauts. They were out of utility. They had to get those instant trades. It could only be a 1-for-1 in every gunfight, and that's what they pulled off. And
they're going for a fast B play to try and close this one. They're picking up the speed again. They've had such high octane B rushes. This time it might not work though. A burn of the Molotov does so much damage, it keeps them away. It keeps them at bay. And they start falling like flies. One last B-hole to try and take this one into overtime. Flash is good. Rush to claim it. Not quite. Peeping has a chance at a clutch, but no health to work with and no bomb in his hands. He's going to charge forward here. He finds an extra kill. The op shot misses. Junior with an HE could do it. No, not quite. Not going to cover it. He sees the head. He spots it. Is he going to stop forward? He is. Peeping, what a clutch. Absolutely massive. He closes it out for PA.
It's been the Rush show the whole way through in the clutches, multiple 1v3s. Peeping takes it upon himself to take them all the way. And on the best map, the space that Nouns, it just should have been their best possible chance in this series. We liked what they saw we had for them on the entirety of this one, but Ancient is their home. Yet that's where Party Astronauts take them to task with a 13-11 win. Absolutely stunning, and it's by the new guy on the block and Peeping to take them over that finish line.
Just absolutely, truly incredible what Peeping just did to save them overtime, save them the worries, and finally a win for PA on Ancient. It's got to feel so refreshing that the new guy is the one that closes it out. That being said, we got a new guy to break this one on down. It's got to be Paladin waiting to tell you what went right for PA.
We talked about this map of Ancient being potentially a better time for PA moving forward, and it absolutely was this time around. The fruits of their labor are clearly paying off. These continuous losses on this map has taught them so much, to Bentley, to Peeping, to OG Wizard as well. They all have really understood what they needed to do to win this map altogether, and honestly, just a grind out win on all accounts. It is no easy feat to topple Nouns on a map like Ancient, and the fashion in which they did it is even more impressive to me. I mean, you look towards Nouns starting off this game with this razor sharp, super hot, pacey T side to really just stick it to PA and kind of just make them fall over and just die out of the game. And unfortunately for them, for Nouns rather, PA did not go down without a fight. Yes, they only had one CT round in the first 7 rounds of play. So they were down 7-1 at one point, 6-1 at one point. And after that, you go out against a multiple rush clutches in like 1v2s, 2v2s, 1v3 as well. And you're thinking, this is everything. This is everything that Nouns could ever want. They're getting man disadvantage situations being converted off of post plants. They're getting everything into their favor. There's no way PA can claw back from this, but they still did. They still found ways to utilize a lot of very stellar plays from all these players. They really stuck to the game plan of kind of trying to cut down the map as much as possible. You'd have infinite pushing in from that A side. You would still have players like Peeping locking down Cave, and they just kept their heads above water. That's really all it was on that CT side. Just trying to make sure that they can keep trading in repetitively about how long that they can keep their heads above water. And eventually, right, they bring it back to a 7-5 deficit. And at that point, I'm thinking, still, this is Nouns' bread and butter. They even had that favorable pistol round start where they have a player boosted up on a tree on the A side. You have CJ on the low ground as well. I think they get like a 5v2 or some sort like that. And that's where, Infinite and Ben Leet pull it back on the other end. And that was just insane in its own right as well. That you're thinking that now really the tides are starting to turn. Even with that being said, you still had some major blunders from PA in classic PA fashion where they can't actually close it out. They start losing against these half buys. Junior gets an insane P250 double, and you're thinking, oh god, this is where Nouns pull it back and maybe close it out in regulation. Maybe they close it out in OT as well. And yeah, even in that final round of regulation, right, Bentley dies to his own Molotov, thrusts Peeping into just an impossible 1v3, and somehow the new boy on the block dances in between a nade and incendiary, finds that necessary one tap at the end, or maybe a little burst at the end. Either way, just an insane sequence from Peeping there to close it out. And I have to say, it's so awesome for Party Astronauts to, one, slow down the momentum of Nouns on a map like Ancient, to two, overcome the clutches that they were providing time in and time out, and three, find win conditions that go beyond just Fang. Fang drops 93 ADR, but there's so many more moving parts towards this PA side. You got OG Wizard, who did so much work on the rifles. You had Ben Leet with some significant entries that really churned this T side back into ignition, and of course you had Infinite as well, finding some significant damage as well in terms of the T side and the amount of space taking that he was creating on the CT side as well. So really showing the theoretical potential of this Party Astronauts roster and showing that theory can become actuality. And Nouns really just didn't have a response in place for what is to be a very well-constructed team. I think one of the biggest issues that I had with the Party Astronauts team of old is that you had too many cooks in the kitchen. You had Sixy, who had a lot of resources given to him, as well as Fang. And then you had to also factor in another opping situation as well, that it just was too much to juggle. Now you have a much more streamlined idea as to how you want to approach the game. You have potential pop-off players and Peeping and Infinite, and you still got the resources to give to players like Fang and OG Wizard. It's a lot to talk about. It's a lot to kind of digest because there was so much to digest in all 26 rounds of this game, or 24 rounds of this game, right? And so I'm looking forward to what Anubis has to offer, because I think this is where PA looks the most comfortable. Their T sides look a lot more malleable. It looks a lot more understood by Ben Lead and crew, and I'm so excited to see what they have to go up against a Nouns team that has to bounce back from what must be a crushing loss on this first map, on their own map pick of Ancient. But we're going to take a short break. When we come back in, it's going to be that electric map 2 here in the first quarterfinal of CCT North America Series 3.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
An absolutely electric start to this series, one that I definitely didn't see coming, and I'm so excited to actually watch in full effect. And now we move over to Anubis, where, again, I think the cohesion goes up a notch, and I start to see PA really take control, potentially, of this series. Cole, what are your thoughts at the tail end of that Ancient game? Because to me, I see a PA team kind of rising to their potential, and even in some senses eclipsing it.
Dude, I mean, what they just did right there was incredible. They lost so many of those clutches. They lost so many advantages that they kind of let slip, that they set the tone for early, and they still come through strong in finishing out a series like that, and they get one important clutch in the end. You know, what a huge relief it is as well that they finally get a win with this roster on Ancient. Also, like, a massive deal for them into the mix, and so for me, there's so many different wins that they have heading into Anubis, who, you know, obviously you've highlighted like some surprising losses into the mix there for this squad, but it's tough to really come down from a high like that. I feel like they're gonna be carrying forward some of that energy into their own map pick.
Yeah, it's funny when you look at the kind of head-to-heads that they have. They had that huge loss against Marco Registrada, and then most recently in ECL they battered M80 on Anubis, which, of course, you guys have all seen. Cole, you've seen at first hand the amount of prowess M80 have on a map like Anubis. So, of course, getting a win like that is kind of insane to have for PA. So I think in their sense, Vincent, I'm kind of feeling like they're on cloud 9 moving into this map. They have all the cards in their hands to kind of take it 2-0 and try to sweep their way into the semis.
I think you're right. I mean, I think that Party Astronauts have set themselves up for that to be the case. They still have, though, a very tough Nouns in front of them. Nouns are not a team that will just lay over and take it. They will fight tooth and nail. And not to mention the fact that Nouns, they are currently, I mean, this is Series 3 here in Season 2. Nouns have been in the finals both times, and they haven't won. So this is a time for Nouns to kind of sit here and prove it. They can't be going out in quarters, and I got to imagine that's what they're thinking as well.
Yeah, they got to keep the pressure on here for sure.
Exactly, and that's the kind of worry that I have for Nouns is like, you don't want these kind of slip-ups to happen this close to the RMRs, right? Again, I can't stress this enough. We have very limited officials within North America, and all these matches really do matter because you've got this, we've got ECL playoffs, and we've got the RMR. Like that's all it is at this point, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And they want to set themselves up well for it. I think there's a lot of emphasis when you talk about PA and weighting this tournament as an opportunity to prove themselves. Not only would it be cool to see them prove it versus a team like Nouns, who are kind of top shelf ECL roster, but then, you know, whoever wins on the other side of the bracket, right? You have NRG and Boss on that side, so that would be also a good chance to prove yourself.
Well, Map 2 is live, ladies and gentlemen. We can't wait to see how the chips fall to the center of the table. Vincent Exner, take it away.
Let's get this thing going. Anubis is the way to go. And, you know, I said something in between the games there to you guys, and that's that Ben Lee looking just really good, looking Carrigan-esque almost on that ancient game.
Yeah, having a couple of just big entries, you know, when they need it, when they need to call upon a quick little couple of frags.
And being willing to call like a super fast-paced play on round 24, you know? One chance to close and you're calling that B-rush. I just love the balls to do that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just showed, you know, what he's made of here. This is an interesting pistol, though. It feels like it's a lot of mid-rounds, a little reads, some adaptions being forced on, and now they've got themselves a B-site end goal, but an E-box fight. Feels like now at this point the roles are reversed. The CTs are flooding through E-box, and now the Ts are coming through spawn. We'll see who's going to come out victorious. Oh! CJ and Carson lock in the finishing blow there, and they get to start off well here on the T side of Anubis. Nouns are looking for revenge.
Yes, they are. And CJ, a guy that kind of flew under the radar over on Ancient, stepping up for some flashy moments here to knock off a couple. 3K in that pistol round to get Nouns in business. And as much as I think that loss for Nouns is surprising and maybe not concerning, but just a surprise that I just didn't expect us to see it Ancient, you know, go that way. I expected there to be chances for Party Astronauts, but it not to be on that map. One thing to do that you should think about though here is that Nouns are very comfortable on Anubis too. That we talked about this as Party Astronauts. Big map, you know, one that they've been able to win against some very hefty teams here recently. This is not bad for Nouns, not by a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of losses that they've taken are up against NRG. And NRG, I mean, we've seen they're just incredible on Anubis. It's, you know, the map that they dominate on, I would say almost the most. Very comfortable territory for them to play out on, and they just have Nouns' number on that. They call upon it every time they play. Those are the losses that Nouns have taken recently. So no real shame in losing to that. Every other roster that they've played against, they're shutting down with some confidence. You know, single-digit rounds for some of these rosters, and that's pretty impressive. So it's not a relief just yet. It's a step in the right direction, winning out on that last map. Flash being early to take Canal's control for the CT side with the little utility that they have left. Meanwhile, Nouns on an opening round tier ready to go full steam ahead, straight to a B-side exec. And they're looking to give PA a taste of their own medicine with some of these snappy calls. As they already make their move on in. They've got deep control, and there's not a lot that Binley can say about it. He's going to blow open the smoke and take a duel here versus a MAC-10. He's going to lose it. They've smoked off E-box as well. Fang looking a bit of the wrong direction there and gets run down by the MAC-10, so the site is claimed and they have the man advantage to back it up.
Party Astronauts really getting punished for playing so far off the site. Was playing to allow this control for Nouns, but they needed to maintain E-box control if that was going to work, and Fang left alone, didn't have any support there. It'll be easy enough for Nouns to flush him out, and now for Party Astronauts to go down 0-3 in this one. And for me, this map for Party Astronauts, it's actually about surviving the CT side, because that's where they start more than anything. You know, because we know that Nouns are good here, but I think that the critical, like the key to Party Astronauts' success on Anubis is their T side. I mean, and that might seem obvious, but one thing that we've mentioned before about Ben Leet and how strong he is here as a caller, I feel like the way he sets up his defaults in particular is super efficient on this map. So, you got to get to the T side, though, to do that.
Yeah, with some ground as well. Right, you got to have some runway to work with before you hop on in and try and build up some confidence on a T side that we know can be called out well and efficient. Well and good here in the Nouns camp. A couple of rifles that they'll play up against. Carson rolls through the smoke, and there's no need to worry when they have just hellfire towards middle. They continue to layer their utility as well to let Carson just scale up without any concern. They're gonna fly through here. The flash is avoided though, because Peeping times it well, and somehow he makes it look so easy. 2 quick kills. He's down low though, and he's got 2 more fights on a couple separate fronts. His teammates in rotation go down though, and so now OG Wizard arriving late onto the scene has to do it all in the 1v3 Locked into position now, stuck in heaven, and cannot make it out. So, Nouns, they hold steady.
I know this is really early for me to say this, but Nouns, the way that they're playing right now, feels like they are a little bit frustrated that they lost that map. They're just playing with some fire, if you know what I mean. You know, the way that Carson... Yeah, the way that Carson is, like, taking space through that smoke, the way that they're flashing through smoke into A there, not necessarily bad or anything, it's just, you know, it's the way that Nouns like to play when they are feeling confident or feel like they've got something to prove, and I don't know, it just seems like that's where their head's at.
I think this roster is super capable of going back to its roots and just dominating control on the server. You know, just trusting in your individuals, going back to that old Noun squad that can run it down as fast as possible, but win all of the duels, win all the rifle fights to back it up.
Yeah.
And that, you know, maybe is what we're seeing. You know, overcomplicate, or at least complicate how Ancient was played out. You overthink it a little bit here, and then, you know, Carson just says, you know what, guys, let's do what we know best. Let's make some fast moves, full steam ahead, get the motion going, and as you can see, Carson barely held back in that last round.
Gotta remember, though, that Noun started out with this type of tone, this setting as well. It was 4-0 on Ancient.
This control, though, they're doing it again. Just take some dominant map control. This time, there's a little bit more resistance to meet up against, though, and at this point, PA figuring out a way to batter back up against this pressure. There you go, though, cracking on through. OG Wizard put on notice, and they still land the trades to lock in the bomb site. It's a 2v2 now. Back's turn. They didn't expect Infinite with the speed on rotation. HE that does even more damage now, and at Carson left waiting behind the smokes. Can he show up in a clutch versus this duo? They wait patiently for him. First point of contact is Infinite. He's down low, taken care of. Peeping. Is he going to step forward in time? He is. He's at least going to cut off the cross, and Peeping again in a clutch is going to keep PA in comfortable ways. At least get him on the board here.
Yeah, and recovers the op, too, for OG Wizard. That's a crucial piece, especially for a CT side on this map. That being said, I like the bait-and-switch maneuver between Fang and Ben Leet there. I also love that Infinite's so patient, just creeping out. Understands how unknown his position could be, particularly as that smoke fades away. Nobody's seen in the temple side. He was tucked in. Eyes on. This purchase, a little bit complicated for Party Astronauts considering they only had one player survive. And, I mean, you can see it's an MP9 or two. And that's where Nouns can immediately just bounce back. They lose that round. It's a close one. All good. Just gotta move back in, do the same thing again in this next round, and they're right back into prime position to continue this run. OG. Give him in another. Might be the first head-to-head there. Junior and OG Wizard both with ops we've seen yet.
I mean, taking so much space as well. In no man's land now, Peeping. Sticks around there. Carson, or rather CJ gets past the line initially, but can't quite hold down the line long enough. OG Wizard, though, will step up right where Peeping falls on this A side, and one more kill to claim, and Infinite shows some comfort in this round. AK can be, or MP9 can be upgraded into an AK there, and the big gun that was held onto from that last round has this amount of impact in the next that keeps PA's head above water in this half and lets him start the conversation to get back into things. Carson gets met with the op. Rush walks into the AWP. And OG Wizard, again, I think there's going to be more and more pressure as time goes on to see this guy step up to the plate and be able to call shots. Take the pressure off of Benley and place in the op. And let this new guy on the block decide where he wants to play these rounds out. Read the game. And that's a round to prove it right there.
Yeah, I mean, just think about what that round was. Like, OG Wizard didn't have any support there with him. Like, he's just creeping those kills up. Re-swinging, slightly different angles, yeah, but just so effective and comfortable taking fights. Nouns, though, not going to be warded off by their problems in the last round. They're going to keep going through. Chain flash is peeping.
Jeez. Oh, but they don't move off it. They got stuck.
Wait.
They got blocked, I think, on the walls, on the edges in the smoke, and they just don't make the move because they know the flashes have since faded, and Deeping's waiting on the other end ready to feast. That's a really tough reaction now and a read that Nouns have to adjust with. Timing doesn't work well either for them. And Infinite gets his gun back out in time. The molly doesn't burn. It doesn't collect any more kills, but there's still Binley ready to hold down the line. A little overexposed, though, in towards E-Box, and he will fall victim to a late play in a long-range Tech-9 duel. So low HP for George. The pose plant starts the clock up against this PA squad, and
It's
have
a
to slow
real
things down.
long way. I don't know that they can even get back in here. There's kits, yeah, and a couple. And peeping an OG Wizard thing going to be crucial if they do want to go for it.
oh my god.
And he's dead.
That's brutal. You can see Peeping sit to the back of his chair, a little frustration being fielded there. And Fang falling with his AK as well. Just one less gun to hold on to. OG Wizard gonna hold on to his, but Nouns with a big relief. The play went horribly wrong in the opening stages with the chaining of the flashes looking perfect, but then the execution on the movement just got blocked, I think, on those edges, and it again feels like your play is already disrupted enough to set some frustration and maybe even a lost round in as they lose space like this, but they do not give up on the play, man. They just adjust their course and they set sights towards B.
Yeah, I'm really not sure why Fang is sticking around for these fights. No reason to lose that weapon. It's not going to hurt him this round necessarily. They still got the full weaponry in their hands, but Party Astronauts need to not give up this round. They want to continue moving forward in this half. I love that boost to get OG Wizard there, and he said calling his own shots, getting active, and that's exactly the type of activity that you're looking for. Dude, I can't believe Beeping going for that fight.
He never gives up, man. Just keeps on fighting.
I mean,
And he
had the
does
flash.
equalize. Yeah, they get the flashbang. They get leveled out by George, though. Unfortunately, set into a 1v4 off the back of it. OG Wizard's early op impact is going to be somewhat nullified. Off angle's good from Fang, though. He holds the line effectively. More around the corner, a whole lot more, but low HP on George. He doubles down. Gives that man advantage back with a multi. They will, again, lose a bit of space here in return, but still going to be able to claim that site. There's a very fast flank, though, formulating right now. This is going to be a huge problem. Junior turns to react in time. Infinite goes for the swing. Junior has coverage. So smart from Junior to cover his teammate on the plant. And now this op needs to have even more impact. His teammate has fallen, though. Junior now needs to lock in the clutch. He fights behind the pillar, both angles, and his reward is a nice little AWP to retrieve.
It's a guy that we were talking about a lot on Ancient, and not just for the opping, but the rifling, too. It's 4 kills out of Junior in this round, and the 8K 1v2 essentially for him. That read as well onto Infinite is just sublime. OG had a little bit more cash. Was gonna go hero rifle, elected instead to keep the money for an op next round and get an MP9. Not working with the full kits or Party Astronauts. Pistols, armor.
Keep him. Right into the action. OG Wizard flushed into a flashbang and a Molotov. That is a deadly combo. Cooked up OG Wizard for the fight. There's a good flash in return, though. Kill level the playing field. They are walking into the meat grinder, though. The whole T side ready to go. They find their footing quite nicely here. Infinite. Got to lock in. Kill would be huge. And he's not giving over his position while the Benleet flank is formulating. How much can he gather is the big questions. That's a quick kill. A huge 1D out, and he needs more. Low HP on the last. Benleet picks up the op. He's going to scope it on the pillar. Benleet again. Able to be called upon here. This time in a clutch, and he shows up in a 1v2, and PA will steal the round away.
Yeah, last time it was Benleet who had to deliver, and it was Junior to best him. Now it's a little bit of the opposite situation. Junior goes down early, doesn't get the chance, and Benleet delivers. Up against George. Nouns walk their way forward into that A-side stack and lose out for it. That's a Party Astronauts rounds. It's so worth it when you can get one of those type of victories where you've essentially invested barely anything. Get everything.
Try and redeem it here, but look at this. The B side holds up. Another multi-kill out of Fang. Does force them off the line though a little bit. Benleet takes a more passive approach, but doesn't give up on the duel. Gotta go fighting forward here. So OG Wizards fast on the E-box flank with the AWP. It does collect. Rush. Maybe probably falling soon as well. Taken care of. PA. Now lifting off for a CT side that, again, can give them the runway to set themselves up for success in the second half. Man, they're talking, you know, likely story is at least 5 rounds here. You got a Glock round coming up next for Nouns, and that is a lot of runway for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, I said survive the first half, survive the CT side. That's the goal, and I mean, they've already done that, and like you're saying, gonna get more and more than likely. Is there even a flash to go through this? No. Fortunately, nobody home. It's a Glock train up mid.
Glocks. So,
And they gotta be somewhere.
yeah, they gotta be somewhere. They gotta be somewhere, right? We gotta react to this. Oh boy, this is getting awkward. Let's see if they can take more space. OG Wizard's up. Now spotted. Knife is out. OG Wizard has to react, and this is now a problematic situation. Rush gets another kill. The Glocks are getting the job done. Op recovered as well. They still don't have armor. It's still difficult. And Fang makes it even harder here as Peeping looks to bail them out. He does. He does just about get away with it. As close as can be in a 1v1 nightmare scenario for PA. But they get the job done either way. The money doesn't matter. They're heading into the last round of the half as long as you hold on to that op. It's all
He
good.
didn't get the op. I think they
They're
just had
able
the money to
buy it,
rebuy
yeah.
it.
All good. All
I mean,
good.
This is so effective because I think it was Infinite who goes back into mid after everybody's crossed away and is seeing nothing. So this was a gap, but it was a gap that in Party Astronaut's mind was really tight. There wasn't a lot of timing on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just so perfect where Nouns would walk through and then PA weren't aware. They didn't see this. They didn't see how aggressive Fang was last round, and so they're going to run it back. Same situation, continues to move forward, and against the real gun round, this is just a whole lot more effective than Party Astronauts were finding it empty last time.
Ooh, and a lineup here. Oh, and it's going to work out. Rush. Bringing them a second option as they lose control towards Canals. Benleet trying to fight for survival on the site. Does fall victim to the consistent resistance. There's a Molotov from Peeping, gets challenged, and he does win. A head-to-head. He's gonna dive back here. This reposition may be identified, but Carson now activating. Oh, this is so smart. He heard Peeping fade away so loud on the reposition, so now Carson just takes a spot, and they're likely not gonna expect this, I'd imagine. Yeah, they're scaling the site, peeping back, turn fully. He takes his time with it. Now, can he get both targets on his screen first? A tap of the bomb, Infinite catches vision, and then now it's going to set some panic in for peeping. Tries to play her on the pillar. He does get the kill. He does have time for defuse, and peeping looking sharp in the clutch. He doesn't have it, though. No way. Enough being done. And Carson, you can see just purely calm as he wins his team the round and gives at least 7 for Nouns.
Yeah, but you just gotta still respect the fact that Peeping essentially had that one won. It was a matter of timing. That said, Party Astronauts start this out so well. It's just big whiffs. OG Wizard misses the first shot, comes back for another one, doesn't connect that either, and you get like 3 repeats there if you're OG Wizard and don't hit him. That one's one that he's got to take on his shoulders more than likely. I think Fang more just a bystander in that scenario. Could have gotten something, but unlikely.
It's also just such a smart play from Carson when he hears the backup from Peeping to take that space. Knows he needs to make an active play in the round. But we got the Banizera drop in play here for PA. And taking some space in towards this ground here. They do get ignored, though. Junior's the one that gets the kills. Interestingly enough, not the players following in the footsteps of the players dropping. And a 3v2 now to pick up the pieces. We'll see if Infinite can do it again with the clock.
It's him and Bin Lee. A lot of players on their screens, but now it is just Infinite. And it is over. Junior, quick on those pistols, man. Super precise with the USP.
Good to see out of USP get them lifted off here pretty quickly on a CT side. That'll offer up some relief. Junior just holding from E-Box as the rest of the roster falls behind them. It's so funny. He locks in all the kills, and then Nouns are sitting there in the water wondering what happened to the opposition. They get melted. Look at this. Now George looking to farm some sweet eeks as he takes full control of the round. Should be quick as can be. Peeping does deliver a kill in return, making it a bit pricey and a bit problematic. And nice coverage from George. Smoke as well helping them avoid bin lead at the moment. Any extra kills would be nice, but not gonna happen.
Yeah, those are the ones where Nouns just pick up the pace, put them in the meat grinder. Party Astronauts will grind it up. Nothing they could have done. But now a 4-round lead. After the pistol, the follow-up. Tight victories into the second half for Nouns. And the continuation here would be phenomenal as Party Astronauts get their first chance at a real run around on the CT side.
Go aggression rolling on through, and now trying to handle the bonus. That's a great reaction, though. George just looking so sharp, man. Pristine with the rifle, 1 HP, and he gets away with another one. My God, completely dominates in all 3 duels. Everyone hits the sideline. Party Astronauts left rattled by the firepower that George brings up now, and his rifle work.
Trying to claw it back. It's, 2-on-4. And even though George is sure less of a threat, saw that it might not matter. Utility to cover off street side. But they still got to deal with Junior, who's in E-Box.
Wizard taking some forward angles. And it wins that fight. He does deal with the player, as mentioned. On being tapped, he has to cover his own back, though, here, which is difficult. All 3 players rotating in from CT. OG Wizard looking for a big spray down, but the trades are too efficient. Nouns will keep PA at bay, even in the 4v2 attempt.
Another valiant effort, though. One of those 4v2s that was certainly making it look like a possibility. Yeah, just so precise from George, and a Nouns team that, I don't think it was ever a firepower issue on Ancient by any means. But even more complete, their individuals are popping right now for Nouns. More so than even what we saw previously.
Started off well. It definitely looks like a team out for revenge at the moment with how aggressive they've been playing throughout this whole map. Unleashing the beast on PA and a return effort, as you highlighted. Finals for this roster. They want to get there again, and this time they want to win the whole thing. That is their priority. Whatever it takes to get them there, it will show up. Consistent resurgence towards the middle of the T side, never gives up on the duel. Finally peeping, able to put Carson to rest. Any more out of this Tech 9? Oh no. Round kind of spirals now. You still have a very healthy Infinite with armor to back this play up. Peeping in a late round has proven to be good. Fast flank rolling on through. Coverage from the top rope, but it is a win from George to keep it level. Keep it a little bit breezy. Peeping low on HP. Won't be able to get another monster clutch to turn the tides of this game. No, it's still going to be rushed to put it to rest.
And this is what we're talking about how difficult it can be.
I'm sorry, Peeping just got on his phone. I could only imagine him hopping on TikTok as soon as he lost the round.
I know. You know, TikTok brain, it's a problem, you know?
You're like, oh man.
Affecting the youth.
Opened up TikTok, started listening to some music or something. I don't know.
This one, it really just goes to show how quickly things can get out of hand. This was a 7-5 half. Party Astronauts, they did a good job on their CT side. But it's just a loss in the pistol round compounded by the first gun round loss. And, I mean, they're suddenly looking at 11-5, needing a pretty monumental comeback.
Yeah, that they are. They're put backs to the wall here. They have to make it happen here, essentially. All the tools here, including now an OG Wizard op to match juniors on the other end. But, as you said, there isn't any room for errors. They'll play a flawless T side, and there's one right there walking right into the scope. Junior calls a shot early towards A. Wins the opening duel. Carson playing a very thin angle right now. See his crosshair tuned towards the wall as opposed to a shot hoping for some sort of damage beforehand, but just now gets the op involved instead. We'll see. Flashbang into the op presence in return. OG Wizard makes it work, man. Finds a way to get the duel that he's hoping for through the wall as well. Extra coverage coming through from Rush, and yeah, there's a lot of low HP now. They're getting picked apart at this point. The mid default gets crunched in on, converged, and they can't really make anything work from this point.
I mean, it's well done for Party Astronauts to kind of get that fight, sure, but Junior is trading super effectively. You know, he's getting a leg there on OG Wizard and killing his teammate too in the meantime. And he comes back to finish the job towards the end. Nouns rocking up to Party Astronauts map pick and putting them on notice, showing them the way. And we haven't even gotten to see some of that T side we were talking up.
Just dominance from a defense. Nouns not giving them any room to work with. Junior constricting. Aggression from George. I mean, the first gun round, he set the tone for what this E defense was going to look like, and he's been able to follow up that act consistently. Quick kill rolling on through. He plays it with confidence. Binley doesn't know what hit him. Maybe we won't see a T side ever get a chance to start. 12-5, 5 defensive rounds. It could be a sweep and a man advantage that is maintained by Nouns at the moment.
Yeah, I think Mirage, a likelihood. After that early pick, George falls back. Nouns so willing to just let him handle business as the smoke fades away. Rush comes in for more. Double spray down from him. And this round should be all locked up with Junior taking out Infinite, peeping solo 1v5, and goodbye. Nouns, it's a dominant 13-5 on their opponent's mountain pick.
Yeah, I mean, we come into this Anubis knowing that there's a very high potential that Nouns could bounce back. Obviously, we highlighted how strong of a position PA were in to try and lock in a 2-0 and show up on their map pick, but starting off on that T side with a quick pistol loss like that and some sharp junior shots sets the tone. Then you got George on an opening gun round with a quick 3K. It felt like they never lifted off, and credit to Nouns for putting them in that position quickly. It's so aggressive, so flashy, and that's the Nouns that I like to see in return. We do have Paladin. He's ready to break things down for you and tell you what went so right for them.
Nouns never go quietly into the night. I'll say that much. And I mean, you can definitely see in this map the reason as to why Nouns is considered the favorite in this series, right? It's favoring them all across every map in the map pool altogether, right? You look at Ancient, you look at Anubis, and even Mirage in the distance. You have to take them in every step of the way, and it's just the kind of confidence that they have even after losing Ancient in such a fashion, that you see that same hot start on that T side where they just go barreling into every single idea that they have in store. They're very willing to play out post plants and give their players enough room to win said clutches. And I mean, in so many man disadvantage scenarios, they were able to dig themselves out of a hole that I thought that they did very serviceable on that T side. Even still, I do have to commend PA on their CT side. Did a lot for me to consider that I thought they would still win this when we moved over to the second half. They had some significant clutches. OG Wizard was looking way more revitalized, making a lot of calls on his own. You had that triple kill that he had in middle. You had a couple of B main aggressive plays, and you just saw that he was just a little bit more settled into the series, and that alone made me think that, okay, we're starting to see a little bit of even more depth on this PA side, that this should be over and done with. But then you had some crazy lapses on the PA stopping their actual 6-6 comeback, and one was that huge round with the Glocks that Nouns had, and you had that backstab in through spawn. Stuff like that, I think that can get patched up when you play a little bit more together as a team. You can kind of understand where the holes are in the map a little bit more, but in this situation, that came back to haunt them. And even though they pulled one more round back out by the skin of their teeth, you could just see that the aggression, the confidence did not stop for Nouns. You had so many ideas flowing for the CT side, constant aggression through middle, constant aggression through B main, and you had George just going on an absolute tear individually. I mean, honestly, across the board, individually, everybody stepped up in some form or fashion, finding multi-kill after multi-kill that PA really never found a crafty way to manufacture a round out. Ben Lee didn't have those elite calls. You didn't have crazy entries to kind of open up the bomb sites for themselves. You didn't have, just anything really individualistic about PA's approach to Anubis. And Nouns really punished that. And that is the kind of silent edge that you have to give them before going into a map like Anubis. And yeah, I think Cole is right. We did definitely talk up the kind of potency that PA had after showing the performance that they had on Ancient. But at the end of the day, you still have to look at it with the cold hard facts. And even though PA historically have looked more kind of cohesive on this map, they didn't necessarily have that T side kind of buttoned up. And unfortunately, you can't really have much of a T side if your rounds are being ended in 30 seconds to 45 seconds because a couple Nouns players race and you're playing a 5v3. It's a little bit more difficult to execute in that situation, and I really do like that Nouns stuck to that game plan, stuck to their guns, and really showed why they are the favorites in this series. Now we move over to Mirage, and I think both teams can be happy here. I've seen a lot of fantastic things from Nouns on this map over their long period as an organization, but it's a map that has kind of slowly slipped in and out of the competition for them. That I'm a little worried when we move over to that map. I do think that they're still favored here, just considering the amount of depth on this map, but a couple losses to Legacy, actually all of their losses have come to Legacy and NRG, which, you know what? Those are very reasonable losses to have in your pool, but everything else has been pretty de facto in favor of the Noun side. So again, a little bit more of an uphill battle for PA, but with how they've been playing, as far as the series goes, it shows a lot of improvement in the theoretical capabilities of this team that I'm still very much looking forward to this final map decider. I'm going to take Nouns to close this series out, but I will say that I'm expecting this one to be a little bit of a barn burner just by the ease of access that Bentley will have to call for this new roster, and I have high expectations that they'll at least keep it a little bit more competitive with Nouns moving forward. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our full panel to kind of break down and get ready for that final decider in the first quarterfinal.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Hello, everybody. We're skipping on Paladin for the Decider and locking right on in to Mirage, of course. Looking forward to seeing how things close out here between PA and Nouns. Nouns come back with vengeance, and the reward for winning map 2 is Mirage, and that is a pretty prospect for them.
Yeah, I mean it is. It's been a home ground for Nouns for a long time, and I was about to say maybe not live. There's a lot of spawn sitters there for Nouns for a hot minute. But no, it's just a 4-stack towards B. George going to have a lot to do here in a moment. So smoke gets tossed out for the top of Con. And George solo. Here we go. First one's all good. He'll have another one. Looking for a little bit more, but not able to dance his way through. So Nouns will be on the retake. But, I mean, George has done his job plus some.
Locking in some nice victories, but of course Infinite now trusted with the raid boss of the P250 Palace maneuver. The classic. We'll see if he can hold on enough. As the smoke and kit going to be tossed on top of the bomb rush, locking that one in, going to hop on it as well. There's a chance that they could get some vision on that as well. I think that smoke's a little too deep and damage done severe on the rush. Fang got to fight forward. He's low as well, and they're sticking the bomb right in the face. Junior does fall, but by then it's too late. Rush has already won the round for you. And Nouns will hold on to the pistol, but the fight from PA, I'd imagine, is going to set them up with a gun round out of the gates.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Got that instant buyback in here with the plant and everybody getting a kill or two as well. That's going to help. And it is a very strong purchase. Look at all those weapons. Got 4 rifles. It's time to get out mid pretty darn quick as well. That smoke doesn't get activated, and all right, Fang cleans up the pieces. Both these mid players get 1-for-1s, and Party Astronauts will take that. Though they're gonna have to still work around it. 3-on-3 isn't exactly perfect. The amount of space they have at A.
Yeah, they get a good setup rolling on through for peeping in Finley, but they're not getting any of that aggression, so we'll see. I mean, CJ get rotated back through CT, but the contact play either way is going to be quite nice for them to work off of at this point. Going to make their move. Are they going to stay silent for how long is the big question. Finally walking their way out through ramp. Can CJ lock in a quick kill? He does. Side is turn. He does claim it, but it takes him a little while. So he does fall for it. And the bomb comfortably planted with Fang now positioning himself in a winning position.
Yeah, that is the round essentially in Fang's hands now. They're going to split the difference. Got George going through window, removed now. He was the lower HP of the two, and Rush 1v2. Where have I seen this before? Hold on. He's got a smoke, a kit, and a nade as well. So Binleet's Molotov won't be relevant. And it's straight up. Rush now knows, but he's run out of time and run out of life. Binleet stomping him down.
Is 2 smoke diffuses too much to ask for Rush? Yes. Is the answer? Well handled, man. I mean, that's, again, the fate that they place in Fang there as well. They jump out middle, they give him an AK, they've completely placed their faith into him, and he locks in the trades enough to take that mid space. A good look for PA to get what is definitely a win condition for this squad, right? We've highlighted the new guys quite a bit because they have been really interesting to watch throughout this map, but Fang's still on this team, and he's still the rifle with the most resources. And PA play at their best when I think they can, you know, get that cohesion between how they give, you know, OG Wizard space and how they trust Fang as well.
It's a nice spot. Like Carson, hard to track down potentially through that smoke. Fang does it with ease. It's another stack up here on the B site. Rush and George really close. Just spots him as the smoke starts to fade. Infinite. Look at one. OG Wizard the other, and Junior tagged down heavily with that HE. So it might have been a stack, but Cole, they've broken it open with no problems. Party Astronauts walk right into the Lion's Den and show them who's boss.
They're not even playing yet. They play next map. Yeah, nicely handled on the force buy. No big deal. CJ gonna hold on to just 5'7" and his armor. They have a tough fight ahead of them here as PA take control with some confidence of this this map by winning the force buys, putting it into the force buy wars fairly quickly.
It's a nice addition because this is a difference in form that we've seen. You know, both map 1, map 2, Nouns start out with a pretty commanding lead. It's 4-5-0. 4-1 at least. That's just not going to happen this time. Nouns aren't going to have the ability to get off to an early start, a lead that it would be hard to break. It's they who have to fight back from below. It's got to be a little bit of a relief as Party Astronauts look to stack up towards A, and another stack successfully placed.
At least putting those stacks in the right position. They gotta have the kills to back it up, and with USPs, unlikely they can get it done. AK is recovered as well, so not a big deal for the side of Party Astronauts. Only a single casualty walking into the setup, and they will get themselves that 3-1 start with the quickness. Set the tone for success very quickly. We'll see now what's going to be met here, because as we highlighted, Nouns were so good on Anubis at taking map control, winning out in the opening duels. Sometimes Mirage can be tough in the same way as Anubis to find fights. You can hold the defaults a lot further back. Requires a lot more initiative, and what Nouns do really well is take mid control and do it with a solid fashion. He could just avoid that by getting these off-spawn executes, as we're seeing.
Yeah, that's what the plan is this time around. Carson coming back in to provide support for CJ, but he might not need it. It's a nice second shot. Now Carson gets a chance to get active. CJ doubling up. Junior gets his, and by the time George gets to the action, it's already done. OG Wizard solo versus a whole team. 1v4 maybe. The bomb dropped out in the open. And I'm not seeing a pretty significant way back in here for OG Wizard.
Not seeing it either. Not seeing the vision right there. Good reaction from Nouns. Maybe identifying what's being played out here from PA. Identifying what they're going to do. And stacking the site up with a little extra resources. Most of all, though, resources that are deadly. CJ with that double up. So quick. Playing just in an off angle and 2 quick headshots out of his A1S. Carson effective. And no further mistakes as they keep a huddle on the bomb. No further casualties. Nouns with some depth on the A side as well will show up, and a lot of credit to CJ for making it look easy for him.
I mean, CJ just like unaffected. There's no second phase to that execute for Party Astronauts, really. And maybe a little bit unlucky that he's blinded there for the first one, but gets an idea, gets a spot early. And that was a key indicator for me of trouble for Party Astronauts on Anubis when CJ was really rocking up early to this party and staying very strong.
Oh, there's Fang though, working mid-control. I said Nouns are pretty good at it, but Fang is a whole lot better. 4 bodies hit the ground as Fang dominates in his ground. In his control. That is unbelievable. Makes it look easy as he pieces up those duels. You can see he's just smiling, man. Having a good old time after a round like that. Those frags came just flooding for him there.
I mean, it's just crazy that he's the guy taking fights. And for the first, like, 2 or 3 fights, he's just catching them. Dealing with other parts of the Party Astronauts attack and so quick with headshots. He already a key piece that we had been talking about, but 9 and 3 to help move Party Astronauts up this feed. Now Carson.
Oh boy,
has
Bentley's
back
toast.
up. He sure is.
Oh, he's here. They know he's here. He is knocked out. Fang falls as well towards middle. They have lost ground quickly in such an easy recovery. Nouns don't give up on the vision of taking this mid-control, transferring it into further success. Bomb's gonna go down though. OG Wizard with an AWP, Infinite with the rifle. CT spawn control taken, but they're waiting for the next move to make. They know that Infinite and OG Wizard put the pressure on themselves to line these kills and answer back the call. So they're anticipating re-aggression. They're right in doing so. That peek will come through. Carson on the fly will knock a quick kill out. Carson looking clean with the headshots. And Nouns, they don't stay down for too long.
No, they don't. And, you know, right now, for me, a little bit of a concern is that we haven't seen the OG Wizard that I had anticipated seeing this series. You know, on Ancient, it was a lot of good rifling that we saw from him. Really critical kills that he found in that department. But we haven't seen the op. And when we have, it's not been as good as it normally is. It's been a little bit missing, to be honest. And I think that's something that Party Astronauts are going to need to lean on. You know, Fang doing a great job in middle early into this game, but that can't be the only plan of action for Party Astronauts.
Yeah, Fang go kill on gun rounds on the rifle rounds that we've seen. Has been the case for a couple of those towards middle. Yeah, I mean, I think the best look out of him was when he was opping on Anubis, actually, CT op. Even though they didn't get a lot of rounds, like, the opping was pristine. Carson, just goes for the fight, continues to hold down that spray. CJ trying to test the waters, doesn't want to overextend, though, and give it back to OG Wizard. Give a little bit of relief to him. No, that's not going to be the case. Instead, they want to make him fight for it. Peeping has inched his way forward. George on a bit of a timing will handle the pressure from Fang. And one of those prongs now cut off. I mean, you really got to look towards peeping it around like this to bring it back into them. Give it back into some success for the T side.
Yeah, but Nouns aren't giving him anything. They aren't letting him take an easy duel. Aren't giving him... I mean, he has space, but there's nothing else much that he can be doing. He's going to have to play cutoff. CJ will be his eventual hope, but maybe not. It's George instead. Goes CJ still towards A, but turns around and looks to clear jungle instead. Noise made over to B for party astronauts. They move away and now back to the same location. OG already low, but a headshot through.
Always a bit unfortunate rush to hold down the line. Nice couple of headshots. Lock in the tied score lineup. Now to 4-4. Again, Peeping does good work in his position to try and make it work here. Fighting through the catwalk. The A players were not giving him anything. You were exactly right. But he finds a way to fight forward and succeed. It's a good look out of him, but not enough being done.
I think that, you know, a critical piece of this Nouns roster that doesn't get talked about a lot is CJ and his willingness and his ability on a team that likes to get aggressive, as we've spoken of a lot, to just walk away from those fights like we saw at A-Ramp last round. That is the right play. He's the guy who is usually good for that.
Yeah, he's a safe pair of hands. I mean, 100%. Plays some smart Counter-Strike in this case, though. Might have cursed him. Not a single kill comes of it. The close range Tech-9's overwhelmed. Junior with low HP. And my god, they just figure out ways to overwhelm the bomb site. A wild smoke tossed in from CJ ends up hurting him in the end. And as he falls, the rest of the roster not prepared for the quickness of PA. They've got a chance here unless Rush can save them out of this round. And he seems to stick around to give it a go. Seems like he wants to make an effort. Infinite. A tough timing on the jiggle, doesn't get anything out of it, but there you go. Position confirmed. Location known. Smoke on top of the bomb, but a whole lot more challengers around the corner than just Infinite. As he falls quickly, low HP. He will not cross into the safety of the smoke. And Rush falling into that classic position for a B player, man. Having to rotate into an impossible round.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of times now he's already been in these clutch scenarios. But, I mean, I think this round actually comes down to this replay we're seeing, right? OG Wizard. Obviously, the kills onto the A site, that's a big important part of it. But OG got so deep into mid. I don't think that Nouns were anticipating that. He catches the catwalk player off guard. And same true for Junior, who was in jungle. Misses one shot with the op, and OG Wizard uses that Tech-9 to remove it from his hands. The key piece to the puzzle.
Oh boy. Fangs out in full force again, man. It is a quick trade. But the op hits the sideline there. Junior left with minimal impact in this one. Molly and an HE overexposed now. Carson left fully compromised to a peeping play. And we've been highlighting all day today. Utility, self-sufficient. Finds a way to, you know, make a kill happen by himself towards that mid fight from the follow-up.
I can't believe how much Carson wanted to force that fight.
Yeah, I mean, that, I guess, is more so than anything. Carson, willing to be active. I mean, that's kind of his branding of fighting for mid control. And as we said, when that vengeance looks as good as it is on Anubis, it's a whole lot more promising. But now, Pierre figuring out ways to fight back here. George, no, how's your opping? Can you make it work? I say, actually done enough to avoid off the presence, but I think for the best at this point for PA. Open bomb site towards A. Free kill for George and a retake at their disposal.
Yeah, it's a winnable round with Rush actually going through spawn right now. His timing's really good. Though Binley's okay. Binley just like runs straight towards T-spawn and looks for him there. Must have had some inkling. No way Binley's doing that in a 2v2 without some idea of it. Though also Rush is the B player. Not at B. It's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, especially when George gets the kill on peeping, right?
Yeah.
Start to
Something
get
was suspicious, I'll say that.
The internal clock ticks. Ticks in favor of Ben Lee. Some nice shots being landed by Fang, of course, to open up middle. Highlighted peeping, but very sharp with the AWP. Walking up catwalk here for OG Wizard, as you can see right there. Thin angle. He didn't have a lot of room to work with, but manages to lock it in.
Tight lead still held by PA. And, I mean, how important that is now is that's should be raised a little bit further, considering Nouns on the eco. Sands Jr. saved up.
Seems like Rush gonna just bait him in. I mean, they're walking into the site. They're walking into the AWP. He finds a quick kill and another. It's a bomb dropped as well, so there's not a real chance to route out of this one. And Peeping trying to get that HE down range, but they're losing numbers and names quickly. And it's Junior with another kill. The ecos that continuously show up in this matchup are just devastating here back and forth. And now Nouns fight forward with a little revenge with a saved AWP tossed into Junior's hands. He managed to make it gold and get Nouns back into this half.
I just want to know how Nouns keeps stacking the right bomb site. It's been 3 ecos this half, and they've been 5 at the right site every single freaking time. Like, it certainly helps when every time PA go against an anti-eco, they're like, yeah, we're here, and that's where they're heading.
That is actually super impressive, the consistency in which they win out in those plays here, but Peeping face first up against the rifle. He wins it out versus Carson. Now Junior put in hot water as he has to hold down the line. They try to find a way to get past him here, trying to route through this defense. He manages to find a kill. He is bested by Peeping, but the trade is quick and connector, and OG Wizard will finally level up in this round for a kill. And a late play from Rush. You know he's rotating in from somewhere. Fang's got the cutoff of CT spawn. He's got the cutoff of jungle and now connector. These footsteps should be registered soon. He's well placed though, man. Rush good at giving these rounds a go. Finds the first kill. Now puts the pressure on OG Wizard. Rushing another 1v2 this time. You give him enough chances, he will win them. And he closes out the clutch for the last remaining round of the half.
I mean, the whole series, every single map, he's been good for one of these big rounds, big impact moments in the clutch, and yeah, he was due for one there. That's why you can rely on him, even when he's the guy rotating into a 1vx. This positioning from Fang, honestly, in the late round was so good. It's, like you said, the Molotov that's just well placed. And OG Wizard, I mean, it's all about timing. Just trying to catch him in transition, and doesn't. Tied up half at 6 apiece.
Well, evened out here in the decider. Not too surprised to see that, man. Both these teams fighting tooth and nail, both a lot on the line. No second chances here in playoffs. You gotta win or die. Peeping. Only one with the dual Berettas, 2 guns, but a single kill there. Fortunately, there's 2 sets close by, ready to go. A little bit more impact out of OG Wizard, not quite. Instead, it's a stack here that Party Astronauts are getting away with. All 5 players close by in a rotation, join the fray and join the fight. And George down low. So managed to sneak his way in towards Underbalk, but put on pressure, 5 HP. He still finds a kill, man. And Infinite now needs to try and close this one out in a 1v2. There's the HP bar taken down. Just 1 shot required here under George, and it's a death blow there. Infinite overkill with the headshot to back it up, and PA will get back a clutch in return.
Yeah, we've talked about Rush a lot, but Infinite late into these games, second half player, to be honest with you. He's been pulling off some of those high impact moments that Rush has been for Nouns. Infinite got that for Party Astronauts with the 1v2 clutch in the pistol. And it's the same thing true on the second half, where it's been Nouns constantly. I mean, their pistol wins, Nouns, I think they've got all but 1 now. Is that 5 out of 6 that Nouns have?
Not consistent? I mean, they won both on Ancient, I do believe.
Yeah, but I think they won both on Anubis too. They definitely won the first one.
What a time to step up here if you're on the side of PA. Giving you that lead here on Mirage. Feels like they've been fighting back and forth. These lead changes coming on through, but the one adds to the fray, and Nouns with nothing really to work with are going to keep this slow. Fang fighting forward. He only goes 1 for 1. Not much real space to work off the back of that, but that's going to help. Junior with the 1D. Needs to find more on this spray down. OG Wizard will contain space. Whips the sidearm out for the real deal. Sealer there, and a couple casualties. OG Wizard on 1 HP. Barely survives. I don't think George has much more in him. His HP low just the same. Jumping towards window, OG Wizard. At least a target, and he finds another kill. That's fantastic. He has no health, but he rips another gun out of the hands.
That's the one guy that they couldn't afford to let go down.
He's gonna toss that A1S out of contention. No, I guess no matter at this point. He does need to die, crucially. He does need to fall. He should be good to fall. Yeah, there you go.
But that's a lot of damage. That's a very hefty amount of repurchases required for party astronauts. Ones that they wouldn't have wanted to make. Not to mention, you know, $600 extra for an MP9 kill, so.
Cha-ching. That could be a big difference maker in getting Junior on AWP into this round as a 3rd round op. A bit unlikely, but always nice to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they'll have the resources to do that. Even if so, want to get the full utility. Allow for Carson the extent of the playbook available to him. The round is as important as this one, as much as is on the line here. You want to keep all those possibilities open.
As many chances as you can trust at this point. And full belts of utility. We'll see now. Let's get into the action pretty quickly. What they'll do with that opening gun round to be determined. So right now, a lot of emphasis towards that A side fairly quick. Putting that pressure. I mean, CJ has lurked out A. He started off the first gun round in this exact position that Fang will knock one out of. And it feels like PA reading into this offense so effectively, knowing what Nouns and their tendencies are. You know, Fang is starting the round, giving over full mid control, playing on the A site in an off angle. What a read to start this one off.
Yeah, I mean, that's position from Fang. We saw how effective CJ made it in the first half. Like you were saying, a bit of a mirror image in the setup from what PA ran into in their first gun round. But even beyond that, that second asset on the A site is so fantastic in peeping. Not even a matter of timing. Just walks into a fight, prepared, was the opposition, and now peeping will close on the round. Curtains called, and party astronauts with the victory. Not just a pistol, but the first gun round is theirs too.
I mean, again, if you are able to, with this matchup, you know, show any sort of success like this, it does feel like PA identifying some of Nouns and what they do, some of their strengths at the moment. Reading into it perfectly there on the first gun round to set themselves up in a dominant affair and redeem the costly eco that let things slip a little deep. Fast B play here, everyone involved ready to go, and you can see Peeping is prepared for this as well. Molly ready to go on the execute. There it is. Got to get that off in time. And it's a bit of a problem right now. Binley put under hot water. He isn't able to escape. Smoke for the flames as well. It's going to come down to some of the riflers as the Tech 9s tear through. Carson on the flank finds 2, and all of a sudden the site going to be claimed here. It will take full control.
Kind of wonder how Carson gets up mid there without anybody having any inkling of that being possible. Just a massive gap that Party Astronauts allowed to open up, and you see what it's caused. An eco win. PA had one of their own out towards the A site on the first half. It's Nouns towards B right after such a strong gun round victory for Party Astronauts. And it's not even like they didn't have the staff at B required. They had, 2 players there, a third very quickly in Fang. That's just a matter of Ben Leak getting caught off and Carson catching 2 with backs turned.
That's a brutal start. Devastating kickoff there for finally a round on Nouns' favor. And as you highlighted, there's a huge gap in that defense, but I believe at the initial stages, like a wall of smokes almost for Carson to scale up. But the efficiency and how quick they're able to move out B, I'd imagine also took a lot of attention away from PA. It splits it up. Able to create enough chaos to find themselves early on. Earlier than they'd expect a victory, this T side.
Well, and this is where those losses start to add up. Those rebuys force that I was talking about that we call it a win in Nouns book. It's MP9s for those guys in this round.
HG telegraphs the move here. Fang still manages to thread a kill out of it, though. Doesn't give up on the play and still wins out the fight here. OG Wizard does fall quickly, though, and doesn't really give much damage in return. Rifling has been a bit of a strong suit for him. But as he gets blasted out of this one, and there's no real control to fight forward through CT spawn, no jungle control, Connector's a bit of a liability, and even more so now that Carson finds a kill. Do you even start the case to try and clutch this one up?
I think no.
They're moving through CT. Benley said yes.
Ooh.
How did Peeping get that? That's a crazy victory. Smoke on top of the bomb, but George has the cutoff. And that's enough of a case here to run away if you can. Just barely escaping his Peeping. Fang gotta hold on and spawn. They got an upgrade.
Yeah, it's not, losing a couple of teammates in the situation, not ideal, but for a couple of more kills, it might be enough to suggest they go for something here, though I don't think they should. Party Astronauts, I think the best call would be eco around these weapons. We saw what Junior could do with a single saved op last half. Party Astronauts, they've got even more than that.
See what they can trust with these rifles at this point. Bit of a tough spot, but already Peeping stepping forward. The apartment side containing that space, and this might allow them to make an educated guess of an A-side stack as opposed to just a gamble. And look at this, might be rewarded with even more. Spots out the boost in towards window, can call that over. You've got Fang already with the rifles. They're running into what could be a trap on this A-side. A lot of resistance on the scene. Flashes go on through the site here, and George has to make a way through this round from Palace side of things, and he's finding out ways. Fang with the rifle never gets a chance to lift off. Peeping with the kill, but the stack crumbles to the floor, and Peeping with the pressure on him. Spotted out now through CT spawn as well. Going for the spam. Trying to risk it here. No damage done, though. Low HP on to George as a saving grace in this attempt. And one player giving him a fight. They'll rush out in the wide open. He keeps on swinging. Playing such a dangerous game there, but managed to win out the duel. And I guess that's how you have to play it, with some confidence.
Yeah, a little confidence would go a long way, I think, in that type of scenario. Yeah, a real chance at a round for Party Astronauts where they had the 2 saved weapons. It's just unfortunate that Fang couldn't get anything going with it. He was the crucial piece, and to this A hit especially needed to be the one staunch defender. But he wasn't there. I'll leave the mid window unbroken. Looking to play a little bit less aggressive in that area where it's sort of a triangle of defenders at the A-bomb site. Don't worry about mid a little later on. Fang moving that way now. But it's all about the B site for Nouns. Last time, this is where they found their success. Fang comes back, and Junior was out mid with pretty much nothing in support. Here comes the hit. This time, Peeping prepared. Gets a double, and Ben Leet's still alive to clean this up.
He's got to have some impact here. Got to find a couple of kills, especially when his rotates are cut off now. And Carson takes charge. It's OG Wizard now looking to recover. But George in a clutch. 1v2 wants to piece these ones up. Infinite taking a very wise route through apartments. Meanwhile, George risking it all on a smoke push. OG Wizard isn't going to react in this in time. It seems like his crosshair on location. And George got, again, blocked inside the smoke. Positioning inside these smokes is a bit of a problem. You can see the shelf that he walks into as the smoke fades away. That kind of ruins the clutch, and he can't believe it. Wondering what on earth he just walked into.
Such frustration there, and understandably so. Junior gets removed, and this is what Peeping does best. Difficult scenario, but able to isolate those frags. Pick them up one by one, and like you said, Infinite making a very intelligent decision there, playing the long con. Getting up through apartments late. And, I mean, even despite that, OG Wizard kind of seemed to read into the idea that George might be pushing through that smoke anyway.
I had to read right there. When enough silence is maintained, you just gotta back it up a little bit. You can imagine Infinite all the while is calling, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. And able to do that effective. So they just locked in first for PA.
Yeah, this tight lead. I mean, they've had a little bit of one throughout this half. They're going to keep it that way. This is where that CT side op from OG Wizard that you were talking about on Anubis that we didn't get to see a lot of, but was very good at that point, needs to come back.
Oh, but this mid breakdown's coming on through, and OG Wizard sidelined with his AWP. Interestingly enough, they're flanking up Catwalk as Binley repositions to cover Cat. That's the last base right there of Cat taken down. Rush will still make his move on in, and George will back him up big time. And Infinite, this time, his position revealed on a B-side play. His card's already shown, and he retreats. I'll swear, rerouting this one, but again, I think just going for the AWP and window more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I was just talking about. OG Wizard got killed through smoke this round. I don't even think he needed to open the smoke, just...
Got spammed.
Yeah. Might have been looking.
Oof. They spent so many early, resources to take space on inside, and they're rewarded with a big win. Infinite now mullied off away from the AWP. He's gonna get it though. Fights for it, making sure that OG Wizard gets another chance to try and work forward. Didn't get a chance to even pop a shot off in that last round, but with Infinite's heroics, now he needs to step up to the plate on a round like this especially.
Yeah, no better opportunity, no better moment for him to have that impact, that's for sure. And it was Paladin who had mentioned in the post game for game 2 that this one going to be a barn burner. I think we've got that. We have a certified barn burner here.
This is a PA as well that looks like they have an identity. At the close qualifiers for the RMR, I wouldn't say that was the case, man. They didn't have a lot of fight left in them at that point. Looked a bit battered and bruised. But as you've highlighted, you're not putting the craziest amount of weight on some of these early results. Obviously, you're a very young team. You're still looking for growth at this point. You have time. You have time to grow, crucially, and PA want a chance to, work forward at this point. They want a chance to make some moves, succeed, and play on in this bracket, and show that that growth is being made.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me as well, when we're talking about early results for a team like this, where you have an in-game leader like Ben Leet, where it just takes some time to get his vision for these new pieces put together, and it takes some time for him to get familiar with what they need and what will work the best. I think that losses aren't as big a deal for me, but positive signs, positive wins, regardless of the outcome of this series, looking good against the best in the region is the very increasingly impressive results that I would be looking for.
No question. Turning the corner here with this squad. Peeping with that 1v4 to close out that first map as well. Stampeding his way onto the scene on a map like Ancient, who is put in more crucial positions, given more trust. And he is, so far with this PA squad, made good on all of that trust, man. Passed the test at just about every occasion.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, I do think as well, though, that Nouns, this has got to be the tournament for them, Like I think they are peaking at the right time. There's a lot of talk of that in the tier 1 space about when to peak. I feel like right now they are looking at some of their best form. Mm-hmm. And for that to continue, you can't lose here to Party Astronauts.
7 slots at that RMR, right? And that's what they're setting their sights on, one of those to end the year. I mean, without question, that is what the full focus is for every team that's making an attendance there. One of those 7 slots is the priority. You get that, the trust that it's been placed into you pays off. Hard work, finally, capturing a major opportunity when they've come so close in the past.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what cues up some of these changes. I mean, for Party Astronauts specifically, not making that America's RMR is kind of why they made those changes. And you got some notable missing pieces at the RMR, like NRG, for example, who we're going to see here in a minute. Their opposition in Boss making it through. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, no question, that's a huge surprise.
Especially with the names that NRG have currently.
Getting Nitro, I mean, that was a big move. Big opportunity right there, and missing out on that hurts quite a bit. There's no question about it. Looking to turn it around and try and lock in some victories here, even despite that fact. See PA try and do that as well on the other end of things here, as they look to fight forward. OG Wizard with an AWP. See if more of these ecos take place, more of these, half buys show up in the series.
And so are Nouns. So, not giving it a 0% chance at this point.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there is a chance. The Nouns maybe making a good decision if they do walk away from this.
There's a utility. It already sets up pressure. OG Wizard. Oh my gosh. OG Wizard's op is now smoked off. Gonna be left hanging on back on the outside, looking in on the smoke. That's a bit of a risky move there from Carson, though. Stepping forward like that gives a freebie kind of back into this CT side. Smokes. Not fading. Vision, though. Enough. Granted for OG Wizard to take the shot. Take the advantage, take the man advantage. Oh my god.
Whoa.
The lineup right there. Okay, he gets the spot from peeping. He's calling it over. There's a player stuck under balcony. He's no way out, and peeping will find him. Junior now with an op, but a smoke on top of the bomb, and an op to try and keep them at bay. They gotta find a way to spam this down, but it's only the opper left, and they get overrun, and of course it's the ecos that will break Nouns down. They make it work with the pistols, and peeping and OG Wizard, the two new guns, breathe new life into PA in this map.
I mean, yeah, it's peeping at the forefront here. OG Wizard has to buy his time, and like you said, this is a puzzling decision from Carson, particularly when he's got low HP. But I'm loving how well peeping is just patiently waiting and looking, trying to get information for the rest of his team to set them up for success, and that's what helps OG Wizard to lock it in. Ben Lee jumps on the bomb to start that timer ticking, and Nouns take attack right after losing an important anti-eco.
Take attack, but it looks like decisions are being made here. They've already been made. Investments are being brought out for Nouns as the pause comes out, and you get another chance to get Adren involved. But this one, again, going to come down to the wire in this matchup, in this head-to-head. What's weird is we see full all-in investment from CJ, I mean, mostly in from George. He still has some room.
I mean,
This
I
isn't
mean,
a full
that
team
might
effort.
as well.
They're splitting up the buy.
Might as well be all when it's 1900 loss bonus.
This is really awkward. I mean, they got to figure out a way to maybe plant the bomb or something to at least give them some room. But no matter what the case is, they're probably just going for a win in a round like this, trying to get a half by working for them.
It's a little bit ambitious. Feel like the cooler heads have not prevailed here at Nouns with this type of investment. But there is a gap, a little bit of an opening up connector. Nouns, they haven't been seen, but
Jeez.
OG Wizard, that's crazy!
Oh.
Needed to step up, and he's got him on lockdown. Nobody moves in. OG Wizard and peeping. 3 kills between the two fraggers. The party astronauts, and it's looking like Fang's gonna post him up. 1v5.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. OG Wizard took down both rifles with the first 2 bullets out of his AWP. The first 2 kills were the 2 AKs hitting the grave, hitting the ground right there. The cold, hard dirt. There's one gun dropped. There's another. Unbelievable. And as we highlighted, that last little extra edge that PA need to try and get this one across the finish line, it could be the duo. It could be that 1-2 punch. Peeping an OG Wizard looking to finish this one off in a strong fashion, and it is Mac 10s for George. It will be a Tech 9 for CJ. It's going to be completely missing utility.
I mean, it's not even good for Rush. He's got a Galil and armor more than likely.
He's probably going to buy a Mac 10 and buy full belt, because
yeah, I mean,
that's more likely at this point with how he plays.
And that is reasonable, but you also need the firepower, which...
He is going Galil.
I mean, he did get most of that utility out, dropping a lot of it in order to put his teammates at the forefront. And he's going to toss that smoke. So he's maybe at the tip of the spear for this one. He's got window smoke. Here we go. Could be the last round for Nouns in this CCT.
Get a fast boost here. Peeping elevated. Gonna go flying out middle. Flying up connector. Flying into window. What's the end goal at this point? Nouns trying to heat up, but you got to be careful not to burn out. There's no secret, man. CJ fully heard and identified. Peeping now has a chance to claim some freebies as well. Clean kill, more conversion. The bomb is dropped in ladder room, and Nouns campaign in CCT playoffs could be put to rest. This time, and the quarterfinals, only 2 more kills required for Party Astronauts to close this one out. That's the cool head of Rush to try and pull them across the line, but the fiery flames of Carson that needs to light this one up. And covered in connector. Players ready to go. Smoke fades away. Infinite gonna win the duel. Rush left into an impossible situation. Curtains calling upon Nouns here, as they are left with nothing left. PA bounce back with this new roster, and they come through strong, and a smile on Ben Leet's face as they know they got a big win underneath their belt.
I mean, for the first time this whole season of CCT, Nouns won't be finalists. They won't even be in the semis. Failed at the quarterfinal stage in Party Astronauts, man. You just have to be so impressed with what they've been able to do. So quick. I mean, this turnaround time, I mentioned it was Paladin on the desk talking about it too, that it's been, not the best showings yet. Well, this is it. This is a showing that everybody should be able to get behind.
Yeah, no question about it. This is where you can bring in that faith here around this PA roster. We can get Paladin back in here, though, and he's watching all of that from the sidelines, watching PA hold down the line in this series, fighting for their life here, and they close out the victory in map 3 of Mirage. None other than Mirage versus Nouns.
Yeah, it's a grind out win from PA on 2 very difficult maps to win on both Ancient and Mirage. I mean, they basically did it in the hardest possible fashion, and in all of that, the fact that they come out on top is honestly just so awesome to see. And I was very worried about this roster when they were kind of crashing out of the close qualifiers, and I thought that this might just be the end of Party Astronauts as we know it, to be completely honest with you, because when you are an orgless team, you don't have options at your disposal. You're going to get the bottom of the barrel as far as picks go. There are so many different orgs that are in the space now that can potentially have the call-up, that I was thinking that, yeah, they lost Viathan, they lost Sixy, they lost so many integral pieces, and finding Peeping, in all honesty, my MVP of the series altogether, showing so much class to finally find a way to pick him up. Find OG Wizard, who still has time to develop. I'm not going to write him off just yet. He showed some promise today and can definitely show promise in the future after he kind of buttons up the kind of aggression that he has. And I have to give credit to Ben Lead as a caller as well today. I mean, just had a great series in terms of his reads as well on, I think, all the CT sides across the series. I think he's had so many calls where he's got 3-4 players in the right place at the right time, crossfires are at the ready, and just kind of weathered the storm of what Nouns is sending at them every single time of asking. And that to me shows consistency and something that can be built upon for PA in the future. So I'm very excited for them to potentially go up against NRG or Boss, the winner of that series, moving on. But yeah, I'll pull up the match MVP and kind of throw it over to you, Cole, because to me, I am really just impressed with what Pepe can do now that he's kind of broken past the shackles of a heavy supportive player on Timberman, and now on this PA roster where he's been given a little bit more to chew on.
Yeah, I mean, this is numbers. I think, like you said, you're in a position where you can succeed a little bit more. More active on the maps. We're talking Cave on Ancient, Catwalk on Mirage, stuff like that, where you have a lot of opportunities here to succeed, and he's doing just that. And he's also doing it while playing for himself, playing for these positions. He's giving himself utility that's succeeding, and I'm very impressed with this performance, man. He keeps rising to the occasion. I think with every map as well that he's playing on the squad, he just continues to learn. He just continues to develop, and that's super impressive what he's done in this matchup, in this series, versus such a tough team on the other end. There's so many good riflers on Nouns that he could have fallen victim to. He was winning out duels versus everybody.
It's not just these numbers, which are incredible, just on their face. It's the eye test too. Every time we're watching Party Astronauts win a round, it's very often Pete being a critical part of that win. He's getting a crucial, even if it's just 1 kill, but usually it's 2 or more. The multi-kill possibilities that he can provide are just huge. And it really is. It really goes to show why you need kind of, I think, 2 different styles of rifling. Fang, I think it provides one role in that more aggressive rifling department. You saw his effectiveness there on Mirage and Middle, but Peeping, it's the second part of that equation that's so important, able to be a piece in the mid round and the late round as well. I mean, we saw that it was the Eco round that they win, where he's got, a multi-kill with a 5-7. It's just absolutely stunning.
Well, folks, we're ending this series off and saying goodbye to Nouns and saying hello to a new PA that shows a lot of promise moving forward. But we have to decide who the second semifinalist is going to be in this matchup between PA and that winner, and that is between NRG and Boss, which is honestly probably the second most exciting series that we have ahead of us. But we're going to throw it to a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we'll have that second quarterfinal of the night between NRG, the team with the chip on their shoulder, and Boss, looking a lot more locked and loaded now that they've got Fruit Cup in their ranks.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the User Giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
It's our final series here in CCT North America Series 3, and we've got a great one for you to close out the night. It's NRG taking on Boss in what honestly to me feels like one for a lot of proving for both of these teams. For NRG, it's a series where we're trying to look for them to kind of take another title and try to kind of reconnect to their winning ways after not qualifying for the RMR. On the other end of the equation is Boss trying to find an identity for themselves. Now that they've added in Fruit Cup, they've qualified to the RMR close qualifier, and they've got a lot to look forward to as well. But of course, we've got a little bit of time now with a couple of tech issues as well to kind of gestate, talk about this series, have a come down after the Nouns PA series as well, and kind of talk about this bracket, because honestly, Cole, that Nouns PA series was absolutely electric.
It was so exciting to watch those two rosters duke it out, and it's always pretty fun to watch NRG versus Boss. As of lately, it has been a bit one-sided in NRG's favor, and I think that's what they want to prove, is that they can continue to dominate and kind of beat up on some of these like unsigned organizations. But for the most part, like, I expect Boss also to come in full force here and try and look for some reactions. I know in the last Revival series I watched them play, they were really switching things up and getting interesting with the veto, just trying to work on their map pool and expand. I've noticed in CCT already they've been taking things a lot more serious and buttoning down, and I really like to see that out of this squad, locking in a lot more here for this team and getting some victories. And they have a lot of motivation behind them, given, again, as we've highlighted, the RMR that they made in a big way.
So yeah, let's go for it, Vincent.
I was gonna say, man, it's beating up on some of these unsigned teams, but it's NRG who did miss out to some of these unsigned teams like Boss. I'm just saying, it might be time for a little bit of a different look. I mean, with Nouns losing out, I don't know. I'm feeling spicy. I'm feeling like Boss might be able to try and make some upsets themselves.
Yeah, let's start the conversation about Boss, honestly, because this team is one that has dipped in and out of relevancy within North America. You know, they tried really hard to make it work after the major cycle ended with Copenhagen, and ever since then, it never really felt like Boss was a team that I was excited about. They had so many different changes, so many different personnel brought in and out, that I was thinking that this might be the end of this core as well. It's a kind of a similar story to that of PA as well. But they kind of re-solidified themselves. Cryptic took back the reins after Micro stepped in. They've solidified Upper and Slight. They've actually gone through advanced to pick up Fruit Cup, which I think was such a genius idea to actually start to take a chance on somebody a little bit more unsung off of that Final Form roster. And now you get to see the kind of fruits of their labor after working so hard and making this team work. And Vincent, to me, this is a roster that really does have damage. I really have an outside chance of them causing some ruckus when they do go to Shanghai.
I do too, actually. I mean, it was a tumultuous summer for this Boss team. Like, they made Season 19 a Pro League, and then they just kind of fell apart. Like you said, all those changes, like Ponolin retires, Fang goes to Party Astronauts. And when they brought in Slide and Micro to fill those holes, just felt like a rehash of that 2023 Detonate roster. But I agree with you. Bringing in Fruit Cup, I got to see quite a bit of that Final Form team with Fruit Cup on it here in CCT, and this guy's the real deal. I mean, he hasn't been like insane in the very few officials that Boss have gotten to play with him, but I've seen what he can bring, and you bring this young guy in, this new talent to a very strong core roster of, I mean, Slight joining back in the reins, like he's technically the second newest member, I guess, of this team, but like these are guys that have played together. I mean, you can see all of them have same jerseys, not all at the same time, by the way. But yeah, it's a team that I think maybe is looking much more exciting because of those changes, even though they've just made 2 changes. You know, and especially when you consider I've been a little bit out on Darty. I feel like we haven't seen the best of him. You know, bringing in another rifler like Fruit Cup, I think really boosts this team.
Thoughts on Fruit Cup, Cole? Because to me, I've seen a lot of very good moments from him on this Boss roster, but I do also notice that when there were a little bit more of these higher pressure games, in the RMR close qualifier specifically, I kind of saw him shirking away. I mean, he would try for these big plays, but they weren't always connecting, as I've seen in the kind of lower level ECL games that he's been playing more so recently. Where do you kind of land on this player as a whole, now that he's been in the team for a little bit now?
I mean, obviously, I'm a big fan of this guy and what he's able to bring to the table. He's done so much in terms of bringing in a little bit extra life into this squad, giving them a whole lot to work with. And I've just been so impressed with what he's been able to do. For the most part, I feel like he's a very good fit in terms of the environment and what they like to bring in that department. Cool head, I feel like, a player that's good at communicating. Is what I've heard. And then, yeah, you're right. I think he has had a bit of struggle with the pressure. I think he has had that. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to talk to Cryptic quite a bit, and he's talked about how sometimes he makes plays that are different than usual when the pressure is high. But I think that's something you can very quickly grow with and kind of mold into a player that's a lot more fitting.
And we want to talk about pressure. This is a quarterfinal that will have a little bit of it when you go up against a roster like NRG. High salaries, so much veterancy in terms of the experience. You know, you're going up against major champions, Grand Slam winners, and you're kind of expected, if you're NRG, to kind of wipe the floor with Boss. But I think it's anything but that. This team has been kind of on the up and up ever since they did fail to qualify for the RMR. But honestly, to me, I can still see this team getting a little susceptible here and there, Vincent. Why do you think that potentially could be the case?
I honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I think that failure to qualify to the RMR is like a huge failure for this team, because they have been winning everything. I mean, everything that you could ask for them to win, they've been winning. You know, outside of the Series 2 CCT, where I mean, they ran up against a really hot wild card, and I think that was a game that they played that they looked good in, but wild card just looked better. Outside of that, like, they have been winning everything. They have been doing everything. I mean, I think they're still slotted in first place right now for ECL. Obviously, you know, getting good seeding going into playoffs. You know, they're taking maps off of M80 and that. They're winning the last Revival series where they beat Nouns in the finals. Like, these are all the right check boxes. Honestly, for me, I feel like this should have been NRG's time to beat somebody out like Boss, who did make it through the RMR. So I don't know what the actual issue is, because everything else that they're doing is on the right track.
I want to follow that up, and I think the biggest issue that I've seen out of this roster is the vetoes in the map pool. Especially when you talk about the failure of that RMR, like they got exposed. They got exposed on their map pool, and I think they've still yet to really iron that out. I mean, that for me, like playing up against Legacy and just leaving some of those opportunities open for them, like Dust 2, as you highlighted, huge, just game changing for Legacy. And I think that was the biggest issue that I've had with this team is the depth and the vetoes for NRG. Despite how good this team is, I don't think they have like that depth that you would hope to see from this roster just yet.
Well, let's look where they want to actually go towards in this veto. They're going to go into Ancient, which has been very, very kind to them in a long while. I think that they've understood how to mid-round on that map a lot better than I previously recall when they were under Walco. Boss go into Anubis, which I'm also fine with. Unfortunately for me, though, I do think that NRG also really do like this map. They've liked it ever since they've brought Nitro in. Maybe there's something that they've seen in the tape here, because there's a lot of it, 21 maps to be exact in the last 3 months. So maybe that they've seen, maybe Cryptic's seen something in the water here to potentially exploit. We'll have to wait and see. But overall, the quote-unquote exploits that NRG could have been kind of pounced upon are not really there, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely here with that, right? I think there's a bit of a difficulty here in Boss's strength in this matchup in particular to try and punish what NRG like to get away with. I mean, a lot of times Boss like to use Vertigo as a map up against teams and try and test better rosters on that map, but, you know, that's not a great option for Boss picking into that. They've tried it before and they've gotten punished severely for it. So when you talk about like what really Boss can get away with in terms of strength in this matchup in particular, they don't have a lot of good options. They don't have a lot of availability yet, and Boss are in the same boat of, you know, obviously like a little bit weaker of a map pool. I give them more grace because of, again, the situation that they're in, an on-signed organization and the challenges that plays into, but it always makes this matchup difficult, and it's why we see, you know, so many times, you know, one-sided affairs. I think the last time Boss have beat NRG was, you know, kind of at the beginning of the year. It was, you know, like the 4th month, April. So that's been quite some time. Since then, you know, 10 losses in a row.
Okay, to be fair though, this is the first time that they'll be actually playing NRG with Fruitco. So, you know, yes, those losses matter, and obviously matter for, you know, the calling style, the play style, everything like that. But you know, this will be the first time that NRG get a look at this Boss roster when they are in the server. Another thing though that I wanted to maybe focus in on just a little bit. You talked a little bit about that maybe there's something that Cryptic is seeing with this veto. I think maybe so. I think that's where this Anubis comes in, just because it's interesting. I think they have been showing that they're willing to lean in on that Vertigo that you were talking about, Cole, before against NRG, and it was relatively close. I think that's something that if they didn't see anything on Anubis, that they would have gone for that as well. But NRG are cooking in the same boat. Like, they go for Ancient. It's been a good map for them. You know, I'm not saying this is a bad pick or anything like that, but they've been happy to lean in on Mirage before as their pick, and they've dominated that. That map was super dominant. I think it was like a 13-1 or 13-2 that NRG had relatively recently in the last couple of series. So for me, I think that this is a veto where both teams giving it very significant thought.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into our final series of the day between NRG and Boss, starting on Ancient. Cole and Vincent, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. Ready to close things out here for one more series on the night. The last quarterfinals going to be playing up, and we got some updates for you guys. Not just yet, actually. We baited you. We're going to be still locking in here at this screen because we got crashed, but either way, we should be hopping into the action hopefully pretty soon. In NRG, or rather, I want to talk a little bit more about the preparation. I think you mentioned it quite well. I know when Cryptic talks about like big matchups, things that are important for this Boss squad, you can tell by the amount of like qualifiers that they make it through, the like RMRs that they locked in. It's so effective with you know, how Cryptic prepares for these matchups, and he's gonna come through prepared for this matchup. I know he's been putting in the work preparing for Nubis, and as you said, there's a lot of tape. As Paladin mentioned in that pregame, we will be saying goodbye to him for now, but hello to Ancient.
Yeah, getting this thing underway. The Boss CT side start. We saw Ancient already today. A tight affair, an upset affair. Boss trying to put together those pieces a second time. But it's a long way to that victorious space. 4 strong here on B as NRG move through cave. Pretty much everybody that direction. Sans OC. And that crossfire's working beautifully. Slight gets a double with the dualies, and it leaves just OC P250 in hand. Capping out 1, looking for a little bit more, but he won't get the opportunity to.
No, not going to be the case. Locked out of this one before. Didn't get much going else behind it. Victory for Boss out of the gate. It's a good setup as well. It almost looked like the side of Boss were waiting for, or rather the side of NRG was waiting for that flashbang that was thrown in towards cave. You saw Breeze kind of play dodge flash for a split second. Almost identifying what Boss like to do on these pistol rounds, but they still walk into the trap, it feels like, and in the end, he knocked out fairly quickly. Not much really being bought into, although OC did get a Teagle in hand, and he makes it steam towards middle. On the other side of the map, though, Slight with an A1S holding down that A side. Dual Berettas to back it up, and it is just OC's Deagle. Anything extra, OC? Maybe. Darty giving it a go here, instead turns around and Darty keeps swinging. He can't believe it.
Yeah, Darty on 3 HP keeps swinging. That's a classic Darty maneuver, actually. You'll see that one relatively often. It's a guy that likes to play aggressive if he can, and you know, I was iffy on this initial NRG move. I was wondering how it would look, but I think Nitro is coming in and proved the haters like me so wrong. It's actually cool to see, and even as a hater, I'm a fan of it. You know, you just can't hate, you can't continue to hate after what he's been able to do.
Yeah, he's just I think Nitro's just the IGL that knows how to win, right? Clearly. We've seen that so often so far. And it is refreshing to watch this roster succeed when I feel like at the beginning stages it was a lot of struggles with Walco to close out rounds that they would start so well. Nitro comes through with that killer instinct. Good adaptions, something I've identified quite a bit from the squad as well. You know, timeouts into crunch time that lead to round success. Like, that's 100% Nitro's impact here. Tough angle from Slight. Walks into it. Automatic has a huge advantage in that duel. And Automatic starting to crack through this defense in a big way. A couple of kills, line the feed, and Darty left with it all to his own devices. Can't quite hold down the line with only an MP9.
No, and Cryptic's got the same weapon. Though, I was going to say, Breezy didn't look like he was actually prepared for that. Never mind, adjust the crosshair fast enough. And Fruit Cup left alone. 1v4, he'll be saving. And that's you know, head-to-head matchups we didn't really talk too much about. But one that I'm going to be really interested in, there's a lot of options here, but I think one of the weak points of this Boss roster can be Slight's AWP. Particularly when you're up against some of these better oppers in the ECL, like an OC, like a Junior, for example. You know, so that's something that I'm going to be looking towards, that head-to-head especially.
I'm with you. I think Slight struggles. He has honestly come into a lot more form as of recent. I've been watching him play and looks very good. Turning around with this roster, and again, I think partially why I like this edition of Fruit Cup is I feel like he fits the mold of this team. Fruit Cup seems like a very boss player. I've been watching some of his streams, and he plays a lot of Counter-Strike. He's a grinder, willing to, you know, keep calm though as well. And again, like that communication, when you talk about taking the weight off of Cryptic, having a player that's a very communicative and in a sense like that he is a newer addition is super valuable.
Yeah, it makes it so that not all the ideas have to come from the same location.
hat wall from Cryptic in the background as well. Gotta figure out what those hats are, though.
I didn't see it. I'll have to take a peek next time. It's not a round that Boss have the most weapons available in. Pistols and armor for both Fruit Cup and Freshie, but they've been very effective at warding off the initial approaches of NRG, but mid control in NRG's hands. The Deagle, though, the Fruit Cup showing strong.
Nice start right there. Still have that Appa, though. Unrelenting. Automatic switches up the angle in which he spams as well. More Deagle shots need to come through from Fruit Cup. More available. Another nasty shot lining up. Time is a pressure that NRG have to deal with here, and it's all in the back of Nitro. Low HP, gets knocked out. It's not even the Euro op of Slight. It's gonna be instead the rest of the squad to light it up. Fruit Cup with 2 crazy Deagle shots down the ramp. Despite some nice answers, not gonna be the case.
That's around the Boss. I mean, they didn't have too much business in. I think they did their job so well at staying alive early. You know, not offering up NRG some of those aggressive duels that, I mean, NRG's default was really poised to deal with. So they allow themselves to get into the later stages of that round, and we really saw what Fruit Cup was able to do.
Something Slight likes quite a bit is just lock down some deep positioning towards that A side and give his team relief. This time position over towards B and putting pressure on the anchors, Freshie and Darty. I mean, another duo that has come into form. Talk about this roster being able to lock in a Pro League Season 19 attendance. These two were big factors in that second place spot that qualified them. Really good, and sometimes playing on the opposite sides of the map. But right now, a false sense of security towards A, it seems. Flash play in. Nothing spotted from Darty. He's going to be lonely with an MP9, and I don't envy his odds of holding down the site with just an MP9.
No, you give him a chance maybe if it's one avenue of attack, but it's both Donut and Main that they're coming at him from. Just got to isolate, and he does well enough to find the first, but he's only going to be good for that. Freshie loses his life as the smoke broken open. And Breeze, a guy, you know, before NRG, it looked like his prospects were limited. He's come back into form with this team in a way that I don't think many people had anticipated.
Maybe partially on Boss trying to get really active with the reads. Flashing in towards A main there, and NRG just patiently wait. Take map control through Donut. It's a very suffocating round from NRG, but also Boss conceding a lot of that space, so giving a lot of that attention. I think the one thing on Ancient you really can't afford to do is lose out on most facets of the map. You know, you want to have some space towards B early on, or, you know, maybe A main control, or mid control is always nice. Someone in Donut, something along those lines to take some ground, and Boss just had none of it. And they get bled out of the round in the end.
Yeah, I mean, they had that aggressive posture in Donut for a while, but when they moved to take back him in to go for that swing, that's when NRG filtered into Donut. And unfortunately, I mean, that timing really hurts Boss in the end. That's big control. You were asking for a little bit more of this, and Darty's going to serve it up. First kill is his. Doing a little bit more here over towards B. Eventually, Cryptic's going to be removed. So it leaves it.
Get past Fruit Cup.
Yeah, all onto his shoulders and flash in. He's aggressive with it. Keeping this a numbers advantage for Boss.
Crazy aggression right there. Full head of steam from Fruit Cup off the flashbang, but they got aggression rolling on through for Nitro. Oh, he smoked off though. He got smoked off by his teammate, I believe. Oh, Barrel's peeking through the smoke as well. They will be able to take further control of this round, and last Freshie gonna fight past it. Closing out the round for Boss, and again, I think a really sharp adjustment from them in taking that mid control so quickly.
I mean, you talked about passivity and the problems that it can provide on this map, on Ancient in particular. I agree with you. And I think Boss kind of showing that they have the same understanding, recognizing, as you said, what kind of went wrong potentially in that round. Even in this, like in the 1v3 where Freshie is just immediately looking to re-clear space by walking through a smoke there at the bottom of ramp. I think just kind of goes to show the thought process and how aggressive they wanted to be. Forces an NRG timeout.
I'll pause in the action to bring room to breathe. I mean, as I highlighted here off the back of these timeouts, they're usually successful. Not always the case, but that's where Nitro has a lot of his effect. And I mean, maybe something that goes a little underrated is gaps in the coaching role as well. But obviously, a lot of that site is focused on Nitro in terms of what he provides. They're calling a fast B play. Last round, a reaction to the fast mid control that's taken, and Fruit Cup again put to the task of holding this B side, only available for a single kill. Cryptic still holds the line from Cave and is not giving up on this line.
Now, the bomb dropped out in the open towards default. Not seen by the CTs, but automatic. Working his way back through. It's uncomplicated right now for Boss. They've got both Slight and Cryptic here. Cryptic's position known. And Slight's op, I don't think it's yet been seen, despite having it for like 3 rounds. But they should have an inkling. Cryptic locked into Cave. Automatic who's going to test the waters. And it's hot.
Smoke goes down. Slight's op, though, still available. Still close by. Stepping forward, and he finally gets a chance to shoot. Almost a lineup for him. Both players identified now. Hex looks to go for the kill on the low HP bar, but a great Molotov thrown out, and Cryptic will fly past that smoke. No caution, no care, no regard for who's on the other end here. Boss will take a 5th and take control of the economy, breaking, shattering NRG and with the money.
Yeah, this is good to see. This is a Boss who seem in control, and as you mentioned, a game of back and forth, of reactions, really. NRG trying to pace up their play last round. And I wouldn't say that it didn't work, but I think losing the bomb, they would have been okay if they didn't, lose the bomb there towards default to maybe regroup and hit somewhere else. But they were forced into a less than stellar position when they had that crucial piece gone out from their control.
There goes that B play again, trying to heat up. We found a couple of kills. Nitro going to bring it to the forefront. But like you said, yeah, I mean, that's where you highlighted. I think Nitro does a lot of his best work when he still has the bomb in his control in a 3v3, right? It's a completely different story when you don't have to pretty much set the target only towards one location.
It's an extra relief for Boss too, who then really only have to deal with that one location themselves. Bit of a shocking start here, I think, for NRG. Down 4 early days.
Playing so active in the cave side that spam has been more frequently returned nowadays. G-sides shoot back there. Give him a taste of his own medicine. No damage done, but a lot taken in return. He is put on notice. Forced into a more passive location now towards that cave side. And as a reaction, I think smart to call over the AWP. Especially if you can get him tucked in towards cave on that angle. It's so common for oppers to play out. He will take it. Pick up the mantle, Slight just in time. Molly will force him away, though. So NRG, again, reacting accordingly.
Slight finally coming back in, and that's the favorability of that Molotov. Nitro with all three. Triple entry to B. He stops them in their tracks, and this is the round done for Boss off the back. NRG got it all. It just... Nitro taking advantage of Slight being forced off of that angle. That's the whole idea of that Molotov, is force anybody off. And then once NRG can get back into position, Nitro posts up and Slight walks into his crosshair.
That's such a deadly start, man. Nitro as an individual, not just coming through with some advanced calling, but has the availability for such efficient fragging as well. I mean, he has been so much cleaner in terms of the firepower alongside it.
I think that was one of the things that I was the most skeptical of on his return. You know, I thought that would be something that wouldn't come through like it has, and it's just been superb.
It's been nice to see that he can, keep up the pressure. My big issue, I think, is obviously you have to see him, play internationally, which I would be interested to see how he fares up then. That's going to be the competition that I want to see, because it could be back to what we, have remembered and identified in the past with Nitro. But right now, playing at an ECL level, he's going to get them a lot of kills, show that comfort, show that tier 1 experience that he has.
Well, it's aggression across the map, actually. Fights both on A and on B. Furcup's still taking duels. They have a 2-man advantage, and he's still taking fights. Comes back for an additional try, and finally gets beheaded. Probably ends up reasonable to already responds in kind, and almost loses his life. The spam off just a little bit. Slight in their spawn.
Gonna win the duel right there, cutting off the cross. Not letting it slide.
It's like getting active in the comms there.
I mean, yeah, he's quite the vocal player, as we know very well.
I remember he was at Atlanta here in Atlanta, where I'm at. And he was the loudest guy in the very small LAN center.
No surprise there. Bit of an oopsie on the flashbang. Second one was good, though. Second time's the charm, as they say. Flashing return is great from Breeze, but the numbers game wins out. Boss containing and handling that pressure so incredibly well.
I feel like Boss and their aggression, their tendency to take forward positions has been really effective these last 2 rounds.
Absolutely. They've been so proactive, and even in man advantages, they still push the issue. They push the envelope all the way through.
Re-clear.
They're being doubled up on. They re-clear it with a duo. It will give them space on the B side, though, at the very least. So, not the end of the world that happens, because they get a chance in the post plant now.
Yeah, I think well worth giving up that control to just take extra precautions here. And it's a phenomenal flashbang. Slight sends him in. Freshy's got Nitro in the cave side. And Boss, they just waltz their way through this one right now. I mean, you could be convinced that this is Boss's map pick the way they're playing right this moment.
I mean, they're looking
NRG,
clean.
They look, unfortunately, talked about the adjustments and how proactive those adjustments were early into this game. Feels like they've hit a brick wall, NRG.
I mean, the ones that are constantly in motion here, the ones that are constantly proactive, are Boss. So you highlight the adjustments here. Anything that you try and react to is being met with disruption by Boss and their CT side activity. Pressing the extremities, pressing middle, taking map control. That was the one adjustment that they made, I would say, from the first couple of rounds that they lost out of the gates to now. They're dominating the map control, and they're not giving up on it. Even when they have a lead, they're not conceding any further ground. And Slight's going to look to do even more of that. Quick op shot out of it, and the rifles are close by to back him up here. It's not just an offer, but cryptic blind spray. Fruit Cup will fight for middle as well. And it's just automatic left standing, mollied out of position. He'll look to dance on this box. Spotted out by Slight's AWP and swung by a whole lot more. Boss are giving NRG something to think about here.
They are, man. I mean, what a perfect setup, too. Boss, they're 2 towards A initially. Slight, I mean, not everybody is there, but their mid players come back to provide support. And this just is such a perfect, you know, opt-in. One guy in, one guy out. Slight takes the contact, falls back away, and as the flashes come flying in, the first round aren't effective on the player swinging from Donut. Second round, sure, but still Cryptic able to fight through it. Great spray control. That was Boss, like, just, that looked so well drilled. Like, they've done it a million times.
They just look like that, man. They're just sharp as can be. What you'd expect out of this squad. Being able to show up. Now we got the pistol rolling on through that is necessary for NRG to contain. Automatic keeping them in good stead, but only so much ammo. Run down by the Glock. Fruit Cup, the body shot bandit, and Freshie with a headshot is going to give them the side access. The Molotov does get extinguished, so OC's taking some advanced positioning. But it's still a man down.
Easily able to get the numbers punched in the meantime. Breezy, I mean, he's the key to unlocking this retake. There's that proactivity that you just kept talking about on the CT side, though. Now on the T side, Boss still do it. Same exact way. 1v3, Breezy cuts it to 2. Just can't take it over the line.
Can't start the conversation. Gets knocked out very quickly. Well handled. They play the clutch. Just too effective, too strong. When locked in on the pistol, could make this a very quick affair.
Yeah, hold on. I think it was the first series, I can't remember if it was you or Paladin said that round of 16 kind of went about as expected. No upsets, no nothing. Round of 8, quarterfinals might be the opposite. Might be all about some upsets here, Boss. 7 rounds of lead. NRG taking fights. Taking a force buy that'll start off right.
Fantastic 1-2 punch, although Nitro does get bested. A little relief. Offered up by Darty. Could cut the hesitation out of this play. Another player spotted and identified there. Automatic put on hot water, literally, but a smoke to extinguish the pressure. Well handled. Now Breeze going to be put to that task, but jumping through, Darty somehow manages to find the kills. All of them.
Ace.
OC close by as well. Sees the gun fly by, and a little bit of fear and panic sets in. Now Hex, an unknown quantity, versus Darty. Has to read into this one, but has no idea. Impatience is not his friend when Hex knows where he is. Darty gonna wait patiently, and he has the perfect read, man. Can't believe it. Darty, cool, calm, and collected. He is patient, and he is paid off for it.
I mean, it's just absurd. An ace there, 1v3 clutch from Darty. He's farming him. 17 kills on this guy. He's another guy for Boss right now that just is resurgent in form. Their drop, you know, a lot of those individuals, I think, struggling, and he's just looking better and better. Add that, the addition to Fruit Cup, it's all looking good for Boss. And with a massive lead.
One of the biggest assets of the squad is that when they got Fruit Cup, everyone's been improving. And quite a bit, but Cryptic with a missed trade opportunity will be punished heavily. Now Slight needs to hold down the line. He calls in for a little bit of backup. It will come through, and Darty holds the spray down for another kill. There's another one that wants to battle, and Darty taps him out. One bullet straight to the head. But it's going to be now OC quickly identified. Now he is spotted. Well, that switched the end goal. Fruit Cup obviously made noise. He knows OC knows. And he's hit a timing that's crazy. Needs to find the last kill. Fruit Cup in a battle head-to-head versus OC. And Fruit Cup gets it done in the clutch. As we said, when the pressure is on, can this guy rise to the occasion? Well, that looks like the answer is absolutely.
I mean, in this game, absolutely the case. No doubt about it. Even the way that Boss were able to fight back after things start to go wrong there with the mid flank working out. They're already so aware. And one tap onto them. The OC 1v3 seemed very possible, but Fruit Cup answers the call. NRG, their map pick is falling flat and Cryptic. He's led them into another opener. 5-on-4 from the very beginning, but this is something that they won't know. Breeze has gotten farther and farther up through A main. He was right behind the initial guy.
Darty's in Donut, yeah, and Breeze did have that advanced positioning, but Darty's also in a equally impactful, if not more impactful spot. But it does come down to how good this B side holds. Contact play into 3 is not ideal. They got to land the trades, and they're starting to do so. Cracking on in. Last kill matters so much, and Cryptic will deliver. Breeze still an unknown quantity, has to close out for the squad, but interestingly enough, they're going to take the bomb, smoke off cave, and they might plant for CT. Or just go A. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Breeze going to walk into a ghost on this B side, a ghost town that is.
Yeah, that... I mean, it sucks for Breeze. He had such a good position this whole round, only to find out that it's not B, and he's only just now hearing that, figured it out. Normally, this would probably be just a save call instantly, but it's last round. It's 12-3. NRG had no choice but to go. And go Breeze will. Try as he might. Smoke, no kit. There's not time for this. Bomb's already past the halfway point. And it's over.
Darty will throw the HE down, finish the job for the side of Boss. And, well, as we said, they break a 10-map loss streak with the brand new roster. A fresh set of a Fruit Cup comes on in and locks in a victory for the side of Boss. 13-3 as well. And, I mean, again, they come through looking prepared.
They did. I mean, I think in general we saw a Boss that never rested on their laurels. You really nailed it, I think, in the early stages of that, where Boss played very passive in one of their first gun rounds, and ever since then, they decided that they weren't going to let NRG take initiative, ever, the rest of that map. I mean, it's just a massive W for them.
It's a huge victory there, and I think Paladin watching a lot of that from the sidelines and impressed with what Boss were able to bring to the table. Ani, what went so right for this Boss camp?
It's just the hunger for fights that Boss have, that the lust that was just constantly pouring through these Boss players, that it was just so impressive to watch. If you guys at home ever want to play high-level pugs and you want to start an open team or something like that, watch just the way Boss play their CT side on Ancient, because it is just so awesome to see the amount of confidence and, again, that hunger and willingness to search for kills in every sort of man-even, man-disadvantaged scenario to pull them back into contention. It's a very risky style of playing, but it's very clear to me that Boss understand which portions of the map are underhanded, which points of the map could be kind of in a better spot if a duel is taken and won. And playing those percentages is very difficult to actually read in the moment. There are so many of these rounds throughout the defense for Boss that should not have necessarily worked out in most situations. I think NRG were manufacturing opening picks very well for themselves. But it is just, again, the willingness to kind of turn the situation around and put the onus back onto the T side that I really liked from Boss. You could see that just if there was ever a situation on that B side, time in, time out, where Fruit Cup would search for an entry back in, he would find the necessary deagle headshot. You would have Cryptic potentially pushing in from the A side of the map as well to kind of make them feel uncomfortable, keep cutting the map in half as much as possible. And that really just made NRG uncomfortable. They weren't able to really find proper defaults these kind of 3v3s, 4v4s. Even in 4v3s that they were kind of favored in, it was still not working out. And I think that really all comes down to just the hunt that Boss would put out in, round out. It doesn't matter what guns they had, in what situation they were in. They would play all these rounds out like it was a buy round. Then we switch over to the T side. Again, very worrying signs to start things out. But when things get a little bit crazy, a little bit lopsided, Boss freeze. They freeze and they look at all avenues of potential holes to plug, and they search for those kills back to get them into some mid-round territory that Cryptic can call their way out of. And when that was called upon, he made the right decision almost every single time. And that was what was really impressive to me, is that it still shows that the micro project never really worked. Cryptic really is a great new caller within North America. He built up that Detonate roster. He built up that wildcard roster as well. And through it all, now on Boss to boot, he shows that every iteration that he's been given the reins of, he can make work to some extent. So I'm really surprised with the result, but at the same time, I understand the amount of work that this team puts in, the amount of the research that they put in, and when they can anti-strat and when they can put pen to paper with the kind of theoretical ideas that they have, this team gets very dangerous. It's the reason why they have some of the biggest upsets within the domestic region. When you look about kind of, your NRGs, your M80s, your wildcards, you see these teams win pretty much handedly every single time when called upon. But it's always Boss that always has that little extra edge, that little extra added spice that can eventually just completely turn the tides of the battle. And now we kind of look at the rest of the series, and it's very similar to that of the Nouns PA game, where again you go into Anubis where Boss have a lot of really good signs in their game plan that could come back to haunt NRG, but I'm going to kind of hold my horses here, and I'm still going to say that I think NRG, again, have fantastic protocols on the T side of Anubis. I think Nitro can call in the mid-round very well. I think the clutchability of a lot of these players can come to full force, right? I think Hex can provide a lot. I think Breeze can provide a lot in these extremity roles. And so I'm looking toward these guys to really try to unlock NRG moving into that second map, or else it's going to be a quick elimination. And we're going to have one of the most unlikely semifinals within the North American region in quite some time. But we're going to have to take a short break, and when we come back, that second map affair between NRG and Boss.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
I feel like a broken record saying it twice, but again, we have a very unlikely first map of affairs in this series between NRG and Boss. And honestly, Cole, I am thoroughly impressed with Cryptic and the game plan that he had, and just the execution as to how fluid that CT side looked on Ancient.
It just felt like he was hitting a stride constantly on the calling after the early stages where they finally had to land that adjustment on the CT side of getting a little more active. We saw it play out throughout the remainder of the half. Nothing that Nitro could do in terms of calling timeouts, in terms of trying to pick up the tempo, was working out for them, and it's just super impressive that that's the sort of form that we see out of Boss versus, again, as you highlighted, NRG on the other side of things that just have a lot of that support. It seems like Boss are coming into this with the better game plan.
Vincent, when we look towards Anubis, do we see a world where this 2-0 is a possibility?
I mean, yeah, I see that as a possibility. Now, is it likely? I don't think so. And this is what I think is interesting for Boss, where I feel like it could have been good for them to lean on that vertigo that they had wanted to go to in the previous series against NRG, just because it's a weak spot for them. But they've gone for Anubis, which is a huge strength for NRG. But hey, so was Ancient.
Well, let's look at what the answer could be as far as this series goes. We're going to throw it to map number 2 on Anubis, and we'll see if NRG can stay alive here in this quarterfinal.
Looking forward to seeing the action. Rolling on through on Anubis. I mean, as you said, I think you put it right. It's possible for Boss. I feel like it's unlikely, but the big advantage I'll give them is, again, their ability to read in, look at demos, come through with a game plan. And I know that's what has been worked on here in the past for Cryptic. I know that's what he's willing to do. I fully expect that's what he's going to show us in this matchup. We'll see if they're able to, as another CT side start takes place for Boss on their map pick. Everybody on this T side ready to execute in towards A. Lots of utility, so this is going to be a pretty deadly execute.
Yeah, I think so. They got the players here. Oh my goodness! Ridiculous shot from Darty. I mean, it's just absurd. He's on one right now. 21-8. That's what he ended, I think, map number 1 with in a 13-3 performance. Do it automatic. He knows this is a possibility. As that smoke fades, it's gonna be one that he removes. Light gone. Cryptic the same. And Hex sending him through. Fruit Cup and Freshy, the 2 dualies, and hold on, maybe a possibility. Hex is low. So low, in fact, it's just 1 bullet that Fruit Cup needs, and he will push it down the line.
Oh, no, he doesn't have it.
Wait.
No time.
Really? Oh, boy.
Yeah, I imagine the timer was ticking or something along those lines.
I thought he had it, honestly.
I did too. It looked like on the HUD, at least, if you're keeping track to that, like about a quarter ticked, but...
Yeah, that's what I was seeing too.
I mean, Hex just draws enough time and attention away from him for long enough that goes in the favor of Boss, not without a lot, or rather in the favor of NRG, not without a lot of scare. Fear that maybe a kit was dropped on the floor and picked up. Something along those. Fear that there was just straight up time. But none of that comes into fruition. We see instead Fruit Cup come through into this round. Off the dual Berettas, but onto an A1S.
It's a tough loss. It's a tough pill to swallow, man. Getting all the way there and then losing to the clock. Super isolated or Boss. 2 on both extremities. 2 towards B, and the push out A is unsuccessful. Hex2 was really missing, and that's not really to say that NRG, like, it was an individual fragging issue on Ancient. I don't think that was the case, but, you know, Hex2's been incredible for this NRG team. Was not available on Ancient in the same way we typically expect from him.
Yeah, that is a good point. Like you said, like fragging maybe not the biggest concern on that front, but it's good to see like players lift off in that department. I think you have to. But there wasn't even a start much for that to lift off. Couldn't even start the conversation for how NRG could sift through that last map. They didn't have the kills to back it up. For the most part, I think Nitro was leading on some of those kills and entries and the likes. But as I've highlighted with like Fruit Cup's edition and the rise of the riflers, and you see better performances out of players like Darty and Freshy. On the other end, like the whole squad has gotten a boost from Nitro's presence in this team. I would say maybe barring OC, who's still just kind of left into some rocky form. But you talk about the trio of Hex, Automatic, and Breeze. They definitely feel the motivation that Nitro brings to this roster.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that in my mind. Boss, unfortunately, that last round it was the purchase up, and it didn't really go very much to plan. And this one, I mean, a little bit still to work with. They've got the Fruit Cup Hero Rifle, but you know, that is a one player you're gonna have to make a crazy play situation. Particularly difficult when it's the A site and he's not there.
Dinks downrange. Again, just be nice to save if you're Fruit Cup for another round. They'll stay flawless. Potentially. Just kind of look like he's getting boxed up here, but see how aware they are. Now they seem to be weary of a flank idea. We'll see what surprises can be caused. Slight does hit the deck. That is the alarm for Fruit Cup, who holds down the line, and that is going to bring the rest of the squad. He's 4-0.
Yeah, gotta keep that death column empty.
Main flawless.
They
Keep
are
it rolling.
Right, I say they are. Automatic is.
Very slow on that one. Not really overextending at all. There you go. Automatic will finally finish the job. Death-handed finally to Fruit Cup. But NRG hot to start here, and that's exactly what they needed to, you know, redeem themselves and start this one off refreshing.
Yeah, I would agree with the refreshing statement there, especially. It's one where, listen, NRG, like, this is a group of guys that, to me, by no means rocked by Ancient. These are guys that they have weathered the storm of losses before. That's going to be annoying, but no big deal in the long term. You know, where things could get concerning is a difficult start off the back of that, and they have been able to ward that off very effectively already. But Boss, first time they have their weapons hot. It'll be Darty. asked to step up once again. Got Cryptic in tow, but that Molotov for half wall is going to make life difficult. Cryptic, I think, rightly going to step away. Doesn't want to overextend. Doesn't want to stick around too long and lose his life. So it's 5-on-5 the retake. Almost no damage done to anybody.
Give over a lot of space. Have to fight back for it here. Breeze taking an elevated approach, taking the fight forward, and already setting the tone for how this retake is going to go. Backs are turned as the gap was slipped, and Slight's not making it out of here alive. Gets wrapped up by automatic. Locked out again in this round. NRG just continue to show their strength on the T side of Anubis, man.
And this is what I mean when, you know, Paladin asked, he was like, hey, is this a 2-0? Does this look like a chance for a 2-0? And yeah, there's a chance. There definitely is. But this is a map that Boss pick into where NRG are strong. They have a higher win rate here than they do on Ancient. And, you know, that is over just as many maps. It's a really strong map for them. So you can't...
Fruit Cup with a Deagle.
Ooh.
It's Fruit Cup with a Deagle. They got them lifted off on Ancient in a big way, in a massive fashion. Cannot afford for that to happen again here, that's for sure. He finds 2 kills there, deletes the AWP, deletes Breeze very quickly. At the very least, though, not the end of the world. They still have 4v3. Automatic loses the fight versus Cryptic, though. Misses out on that.
I can't believe he's missed out on that fight. That's just a gimme, or it should have been.
But did his due diligence in the fight as well. But Fruit Cup with the Deagle again. Oh no, not again. No. They can't keep getting away with it. And you can see, man, a scream. He gets loud as he wins that one. Knows what it means for his squad, knows what it means for his team. Breathes life into this Boss defense. And they will get on the board early.
Might be seeing, you know, ironically enough, we got 2 Ancient picks. Neither of them won by the team who picked it. Anubis, Boss right back in business. Trying to upset the status quo for this one. It's going to be Slight a forward position? No. A more passive one over at A. I thought with that utility that it would be he who moves forward, but Darty going to be the one tucked in the corner at basket. But speaking of due diligence, it's Hex this time. Making sure that it's not a free statement for Boss to get into those forward spots at A main.
I've seen Darty play relatively passive as well, so that's not where he's comfortable. I think he's a lot more, you know, comfortable as an active player on the A main side, you know, playing like this. So almost a necessity that you force him off early in some form or fashion. We will see him still hold on to some really aggressive stance as the triple up in B is maintained. Cryptic gets the rotate in, and they'll set up for an execution that's going to come through here soon. Fruit Cup left with the task of holding off E-Box. Meanwhile, the execution fighting forward. The flashes don't seem to connect, though. At least Fruit Cup gets bested, but they're late to push through that B main side of things, and Freshy fighting hard here to hold on to the site. Finally, they're able to crack through into an even up 2v2. Darty quick on the flank, but caught by OC. A shot that connects the tripwire lands. Oh, tap twice now on the bomb. 20 seconds left. They go and clear out E-Box, but that's not where Slide is. He has a chance here. And they are really careful. They just don't have enough time, do they? He hears the rotates.
It's close. Oh, well, the fact that he hears them is the problem. He's got the angle.
That's going to do it. That's going to do it right there. They really overcooked that one. You can see Slight knows. What are they doing? You can't believe it, man. He reads into it. He hears the footsteps as they fade away. They were terrified of his presence. And he's laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that's fair enough. I was thinking, like, timing-wise, yes, but obviously giving away the audio cue, that's the kicker here.
It was one or the other,
allows
right?
Yeah, it allows for Slight to get into position, and, I mean, yeah, listen. That's not the easiest shot, but Slight's an opera, man. That's his shot.
Yeah, that's true. Not gonna miss that.
Like, you know, if he has a rifle there, he probably crosses every other time, at least. You know, it's a 50-50, but against the op, nah.
Not gonna happen, man. Huge win. Again, every round that they're closing out just seems like more joy. He gets active on that B side. Early position. Looks a little bit risky up against the pistol, but turns the corner with conviction. Will light up an opening duel for him. Grease sidelined. And now Darty looking for damage over there towards the A side as the execution should be coming through. That's what feels like their only real option. They've got Automatic, who's been lurking on the other side of the map here, but this only works if they get the entries.
That's true. Gotta rely on that. No entry to be had here. Cryptic and Darty doubled. And no entry at A. Same true at B. Nitro. I mean, an op, but a 30-second wait time that's gonna feel like an eternity. So I guess it depends on how aggressively Boss want to try and fight for this. They don't have the cash to. So reasonable if they just want to keep all 5 alive, and that's what will happen.
And knocked out. Freshie goes active on the hunt, and we're seeing Boss build a foundation all off the back of such a massive, huge victory with the Deagle and the 4K. A clutch from Slight that saves them through the time when they lose that B site control. And now a more stable defense, a full team effort. Doesn't require the clutches. They've gotten past that stage, are building their foundations. There's still more money to crack through here. I haven't gotten past the worst end of it.
You know, this is where I was talking about maybe some of the difficulties that I think Slight has had over the last year or so. That you were saying you've seen a lot better of here lately, and yeah, I'm seeing that too, especially here in this game. Not just talking about that clutch, but even more. That's so tough for Cryptic.
Yeah.
He gets hit with a flash. That's what gives him away.
It's a brutal spot to find yourself in, turns out. Got aggressive on that mid side, trying to contain Canals with his team, but said the flash kind of bumps him, gives over the position at least, right? See information that's so valuable. So getting more active with the op. Yeah, there was a smoke down. I was wondering, he had a bit of utility out, but they're gonna make a move through this into the temple side. And look at the read, man. Look at the setup from the CTs. They started to line up, though. It's a little bit awkward. Fruit Cup still snipes him out of the round, though. Precision with the A1S, and now he's buying time for his teammates to get involved. OC still cracks on in. And they still have an advantage in this post play. Big HP advantage. Darty down low, but Slight takes it away. Puts the pressure on Darty's shoulders here as Hex lines up the kill. Darty picks up the AWP to scope on in, and oh, a little late on the reaction. Can't lock it down. X will swing for the headshot. You'll find it.
Dude, this setup, though, I mean, it almost bails him out of a round that probably, I mean, it's lost from the very beginning. Not entirely, but a 5-on-4 that NRG had to begin with. They get a lot of space at mid. And it's just a double up there defense on B where, honestly, they buy so much time. So much time that they had no business getting away with. But NRG, when asked, they stand the test of that time.
Benefited by quite a nice man advantage there as well with that early mid duel. Even despite the big victory that double down was, and watching that temple side aggression, still leaves him with such a successful round into a 2v2 at the end. Bit of a tough ask to get past it. See them contain and continue to be a little bit slow on the uptick of this one to the A main side of things. Met by a multi in return, but we're gonna see them again queue up for an execution. Darty and Slight have been strong here. When Darty has help on this A side, it's a lot better.
Yeah, and he's got some of the best help you could ask for in Slight. Slight gotta worry about mid as well. Looking for that automatic there, but flash through the smoke. And then they move. Slight gets removed. Now Darty has to do it alone, but Hex with the double to open up A. Boss have no business getting back into this either. Automatic holding the cutoff, but now evacuating. Cryptic gone from Heaven's side. 2v4. I'm thinking no.
Yeah, they split up their attention right there, as I said. Darty and Slight very good at coordinating off of each other, but, you know, Slight has to go and watch middle. Just the pressure that was put on and the control that was conceded. Trying to play it back, but then you see those flashbangs come on through, and when Slight does try and help out Darty, he's completely caught by that utility. Those flashes through window that are on camera, gotta be the best flashes in the game. They just constantly put the pressure on those rotates.
There's like no way out of those is the problem.
What way to avoid them?
Yeah.
You're always rotating in, and when you're rotating in, you gotta look at the opposition.
I mean, usually that's a good idea.
I think that's the best part about it, right? It's util that catches players in transition, designed to at least, and so effective there, as we can see.
Well, Boss have done a good job, I feel like, of managing their economy, and they still do so here. Fruit Cup, obviously, with the saved weapon, but this is not one of those rounds that they can get away with something more than they have, Boss. But they've been effective already with these types of rounds. Wait, Fruit Cup is so far forward. I think Hex has missed the timing here. Yeah, they've got no idea that he's so deep.
Here's this utility. So you know that's going to be putting Fruit Cup on notice. And all he has to do is to... Oh, no! No way. Hex is unstoppable, man. It was a freebie. A guaranteed kill. In the bag of Fruit Cup, but you have to be quicker if you want to take down Hex in this current form. You know, this is the player that's been locking down just constant wins for this team. He's showing up in Anubis.
80 more damage onto the second guy, too, but hold on. Trying to make your way through onto B. There's still a Deagle here. It's Cryptic's, and the USP is Slight. Comes back for more. Cryptic gets his, and OC got a lot to deal with. Darty fighting for his life. Unfortunately, OC able to stabilize.
Oh, he had to get the Glock kill. It was the bomb down.
Oh, that's true. Had to take the Glock out. Doing it with the Glocks.
Glocks. Oh, to get past it, man. A little sigh of relief there. As OC lands a couple close range op duels. And connects. Brutal stuff. Being brought to the table. NRG taking some serious form right now. Now they're again looking for a little pace change here, looking to speed things up quite a bit. Feels like a fast beat. There it is. Finally, the utility on in. They just are both in E-box, ready to catch these kills on the inbound. Hex hears the falling Cryptic, but this time Cryptic able to return the favor of the quickness that Hex delivers. And deletes them, but still resistant and resilient. NRG managed to find a way to make this execute work. I'm just punched in. Darty aware. Here's the footsteps of Nitro charging forward. Smoke to isolate OC as well. It's going to make his job a little more difficult, finding impact with this AWP. Smoke as well for automatic. Both players kind of stuck behind it. It is being stuck right now. He has a kit. He's sticking the bomb right now. They can't see him. He just gets away with it. Nothing connects. Automatic gets taken down by Slight's AWP as well. He has his teammates back. They knock it out of the park there. Boss will find even more runway on the CT side.
Here's what's crazy. Boss have 2 smokes there. Neither of them go on the bomb, and they get away with it. Like, that's one of those difficult smokes where if you got one late on B, smoking the bomb can be so valuable, but smokes the actual main area itself. And you saw there was a chance that OC got a peek over it, but just couldn't track him, despite getting an idea. And I love it again. Darty, he feels so incredibly strong right now. It just is an it factor. Him on the back of that site makes you want to believe, makes you feel like he's got something cooking every single time.
Yeah, when the pressure's put onto him, I feel like he just turns up in these uncomfortable positions where you think he has an unfavorable fight ahead of him. He's so sharp. That's why they trust him, especially on this A side. That's usually where a lot of that pressure will come through. Just an extra round here gathered. Easy to blow open the smoke. Cryptic wins the fight. It's a tough duel to close out, but there you go. Fruit Cup sees what just happened to his teammate and sticks around for the same result. Nitro with 2 fiery entries. And Cryptic doesn't have enough health to really stick around here. Wants to try and thread this angle, but already put to a tough task. Breeze with such sharp aim. Sends his crosshair skybound and knocks out a headshot. Freshie left with a very tough clutch at hand. We'll give it a go last round of half, but you don't like his odds.
No, I'm not loving it. Not the walkthrough. This is a smoke fade scenario into the Molotov. Oh boy. And now any form of surprise is abandoned. And if it wasn't bad enough, there was another smoke, but it won't get started. Nitro on a 4K to kind of even out what's been a pretty slow start for him, but that's no big deal when Hex is 15-9.
This is definitely feeling like a NRG that's ready to fight forward. I mean, 4 rounds on a CT side for Boss is manageable. I don't think it's going to be easy to get past this defense for sure, but it's manageable.
I think they do need a pistol here, actually, Boss.
I agree.
I think they lose the pistol. It might be a little bit too much.
Yeah, you got players online. Nitro's hitting some really nice shots. OC's been very comfortable on this map with AWP, and Reese is now starting to show up. We saw it in that last round as Hex continues to fire forward. And a pistol looks a little less likely when they're in a 5v3. And the early bullets that are flying out of these guns, the first shots that are rolling through are connections, instant dismissals, flawless on the pistol because NRG look in form.
Yeah, I mean, they've just found some of that individual form that, like I said at the very beginning of this map, wasn't necessarily missing. Like, the individuals weren't missing on Ancient, but the way that they can just quickly take these fights and dismiss Boss without even taking return fire is a level of consistency that NRG didn't have there. It's a force buy, which, it's an aggressive call out of Boss, but I don't hate it. I feel like they still need this. They need something big, but Hex is taking no prisoners over in Canals. E-Box not theirs, and neither is the B site.
Double digits landed quickly. Force buy gets sideswiped. Completely crunched on. We'll see now that Boss this one have to call in big eco. That's going to allow NRG to claim an 11th. Most likely.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping Hex at the moment. We saw when he was, back turned and still locked in a crazy headshot there that was the case, and then now he just shows it time and time again, man.
Yeah, 22 and 9, putting up Darty numbers plus some from Ancient. I mean, this is the gun round. This is the chance for Boss, but I'm not feeling it. Slight, I do appreciate Slight doing this though. You know, not always a big fan of the glass cannon maneuver, but I think you got to bet on yourself when you're down 4-11.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to trust that you're going to be so good round after round. You're going to be besting them with an op, because that's what's necessary to get them a win in this map, and obviously that is all that they're looking for. 100% with you. Trust in your ability.
Into Nitro.
See who's more awake. It's Slight. Beautiful entry there, backed up by a cryptic start in the round. Freshie catches automatic in no man's land, and Hex is there too, but he's also in no man's land. Good name for it. Breeze will be spotted out as well, and Bomb is just going to transfer over for free.
Yeah, and Breeze, I mean, he almost tracked down something, damage onto the mid player there with the spam. But I'll be honest, Cole, have you ever seen anybody actually get that kill? Like a spam kill there from E-Box?
Yeah, actually, I've died to it in the past.
Really? Okay. I've never
It's
died to
rare.
it nor seen it happen. Like, actually work. Despite, like, everybody going for it, you know what I mean? It's like, I feel like, just by numbers, I should have seen it more.
And I would only mention it, I haven't died to it in matchmaking. I've just died to it in, like, league matches where, you know, we have, like, set plays where we try and push middle. It's not out of the gates, it's like a reaction there.
Yeah. That's a little more reasonable. But Slight taking that gamble, putting the money all on himself, and him and Cryptic opening up the proceedings very nicely last round. Sets NRG down just a little bit. And, you know, as much as Hex's performance right now and his form is not confidence inspiring for a Boss comeback, there's always that chance, always a little bit of an opportunity. And they've taken the first step in that direction.
Certainly have fighting forward right now towards the mid control, slowing the round down a little bit, and the pressure's on. OC's up again, trusted with containing this space towards middle. This is such a good reaction from NRG to push B extremity. Smoke's just been tossed in towards A main for Nitro as well, man. They're really playing this one coordinated. A late play and a smoke that continues to phase through. OC finally able to see some of his targets that he's been constantly flashed off of before they find Nitro first, man. It's the players through middle that cover Nitro playing behind the smoke. He thinks it's safe, but he's caught so surprised. The execution for Boss is incredibly effective for what they were thrown up against.
I think that this post plant position from Freshie might just put the kibosh on this round. Hex is dead for sure. Cryptic actually completes the kill that Freshie had started. And yeah, just such a strong post plant that NRG we're up against. Boss, that execution is superb. Everything goes correct. And it's not just, you know, deciding to let OC kind of just live there for a little bit, but also making sure to understand what the number one priority is. It's clearing Nitro out, getting back A main control, because if you don't have that, you're going to have a hard time.
Absolutely. I mean, that's like priority number one. As you can see from Cryptic's entry pathing, he's flying in, ignoring all caution, going straight for that fight on a Nitro, and making it easier for Darty to get involved as well and push past the smoke eventually. You never want to be the player that's pushing through that smoke without a flashbang. Certain death nearly. Fruit Cup. Seen this boost before. See it again. OC this time. Using it effectively. Knocking out a quick opening duel. But slight answers, a little call and response between the two oppers. Keeping that gun, most importantly, out of the hands of the CT side.
Yeah, Breeze searching further after that OC opening pick is maybe a little bit questionable. That space that NRG didn't necessarily need. Boss will move back towards B. So important maneuvering room. Wait, where is the gun?
Where's his op?
Yeah, where'd it go? He threw the AK out of the map, so...
Yeah. He can't find it either. Bit awkward. Flanks now formulating. As long as they don't get the op, that's important. They haven't found... Oh, Nitro found it. Nitro found it, and Hex is holding on to the site. Nitro's got an op. Automatic on the flank.
How did he find it?
Nitro's the one that came out the better end. Although they smoked themselves off, and I think this might be an A-side finish again. You hear the footsteps. They're following in the
so
footsteps.
fast, though.
It's full steam ahead for NRG. The issue is, no matter what the case is, they're still going to be beat to the punch here at the moment. Fortunately, though, in the quick movement, they do pick up an AK extra for automatic, so no longer on the USP in this clutch. Doubling up towards camera. They're waiting that smoke out. Already splitting his attention either way, though, in such an advantage for the given positions of these CTs. How's Nitro's opping? Can he roll back the gears and show his stuff? Or is it ever going to matter because he's not going to get a target to see here? Now he needs 1v2. And tries to run away, but caught with his knife out. And finally, Darty's the one that ends the round with the mystery op, the disappearing AWP.
Dude, that thing actually was disappearing. I don't know where it went.
I have no idea.
Like, seriously. Okay, hold on. Oh, I thought we were going to see where it dropped. Because he was searching for so long.
It's one for the demos right there, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if he, like... So I'm thrown off. I just don't even remember where he threw it. I remember he threw it out of the gates, but maybe he threw it deeper? Like, I think he maybe threw it around the corner.
Might
and
have.
he forgot.
Easy thing to do.
I mean, I wasn't paying close attention to it, right?
No, me neither. You know, easy thing to do, but also just to talk about the way that round ends for Boss. I love how smart they are about handling that 2-on-2. You know, really understanding that both of these players for NRG are coming from the flank, coming from the same angle. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, so smart. And joining up in unison, making the right move to go in towards B as well. Or A, I should say. Automatic. Playing a dangerous game with the op around the corner. Here's the dismount, though. Not going to be given any winning duels just yet. Slow defaults have been Boss's bread and butter. And to think if they could actually do this, man. What an incredible resurgence that would be. They had it easy on Ancient. This time they are up quite the big hill.
And I mean, talking of where NRG were at and what my expectations were, you know, feeling like NRG had kind of found their way through. You know, these two rounds in a row, especially if they win this one here and break NRG's economy, that's the way back in. That's the avenue for Boss to work. It's going to be a late B finish.
Imagine at some point that aggression towards A main is going to start, but it's going to be a little too late, I feel like, no matter what the case is. Execution's in. That's a great Molotov. It's going to buy valuable time. That flank is coming through, and Cryptic sidelined. He's now trying to dance in a tough angle. As they're getting crunched on in. Rotations arriving onto the scene. Freshie gets blasted, but Cryptic still finds a way to entry. Low HP, trying to hold the line on the site. It's Slight's AWP that finally misses, and it's going to cost him everything. Nitro comes through just in time, and NRG will find a way to close the round out. It's going to be 12, and 5 opportunities left to try and close this thing.
Yeah, you just love to see that from NRG. The time buying measures made on that Molotov that comes down at E-Box. It's so perfect. Shout out Cryptic for the one time, though, for getting that kill and, like, 5 health.
It's insane.
Like, fade away, headshot out of nowhere.
Yeah, in his dying breath, man, has a little bit of impact. Resilient as can be. This is consistency with this roster. Not given the range just yet. Again, that Darty's up close to that door. There's a little, pixel that you can spot deep. Nitro, forward. Will take care of Darty, who's usually so keen on watching these early A aggros. This time, not the case. He has to go back, check for it, gets surprised. Nitro will open up and set it into a 4v5.
Hard to find the right move, the right option in these disadvantage man down scenarios, but seems like Boss have got exactly the move dialed up. I was going to say, Hex the only one here, but he might be enough. Already dealt with one. Time buying measures as Breeze gets back into the equation. It's Fruit Cup though on the Deagle. It's not quite the same as it was before. NRG, a dominant map 2 as we trade blows. Back and forth, map picks to each other.
Back and forth it continues here. Some good looks rolling through out of NRG. A powerhouse performance from a player like Hex that they desperately needed to come online, and then everyone starts hitting their strides. I feel like everyone really, tuning in so quickly in this matchup. So gonna be claiming victory here on map number 2, and we head into a decider of Mirage in between these two teams. But before we do have Baladin ready to go talking about that performance from NRG.
It's a bit upsetting, right, to see the Anubis pick come through from Boss, because to me, I didn't see any game plan. I didn't see the T thieves being read in the right way. That T side was not up to par from what I was hoping for, and I think in a lot of ways their CT side also was just stopped by some fantastic shooting from Hex. I really do have to commend how he played the extremities in the fashion that he did. An absolute can opener to make that side of the map easily gettable. A lot of post plants on that end. So, of course, Nitro's job to call becomes a lot easier as well. So, I mean, in that sense, the 125 ADR is worth every dime and every penny that you took to sign Hex onto this roster. But for Boss, unfortunately for them, the CT side really just came down to some heroics across the board. Some great plays from Fruit Cup to get them back involved, but beyond that, just not that same level of dynamic CT play to keep them involved in this series. But even that being said, getting 4 rounds in your CT side should be enough. It should do some damage for you in the long term, but losing the pistol, losing the conversion, and then losing the subsequent buy round puts you in a really tough hole. It's like when you're down 11 something, like it's going to be a tough ask to pull yourself out of, and you could tell that even these rounds that they're kind of stringing together and the game plan that they wanted to start get rolling, there was not enough time for that to really happen, and that's where you really just have to commend NRG. I mean, it just felt as though they made some great rotations. The reads were definitely there on the CT side. They were never really pushed to the brink in these rounds that they're winning. It was pretty comfortable in that sense. I was a little bit of worry in that three round span, but again, for the most part, I was definitely impressed with what NRG had to offer on that CT side. So again, I kind of question the Anubis pick personally. I feel like you kind of have a couple options. Maybe you could have gone to the Dust 2, which I think has been a severe issue for NRG. It has been a weak point that a lot of teams have been able to punish. And I don't know, I think even Vertigo is a map that they were thinking about potentially punishing into, and it's another weakness. In terms of just maps played for NRG, you look at them only playing it 4 times. sometimes I'd like to punish if I'm the underdog in that situation, similar to kind of Wildcard's nuke in that sense. So it's a tough thing to say. Of course, hindsight's 2020. You're kind of considering it more in the sense of we are the most comfortable on this map. We want to go to comfort, but unfortunately, just the game plan did not have enough time to fester here and really cause some significant problems for Boss in that, for NRG rather in that sense. And now we move over to Mirage, which I really fear for Boss. I think this is a map that NRG have shown some incredible stuff on. I think this is where players like Breeze, players like Automatic that you might have issues or worries about, completely get put to bed. I think OC is very mobile on this map. He is very willing to get involved into the action. All of these things could get very dangerous. And again, that can opener factor of Hexed, just opening these rounds up for you. High possibility in this map as well that Cryptic is gonna have a hell of a time on Mirage to try and dig his team out of this kind of a hole and see if they can break this win streak that NRG have over them. At the very least, you know, a map has gone in Boss's favor, but can they finish the job is the real question. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, NRG taking Boss on our final map of the day on Mirage. You don't want to miss it.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Over here, final map of the night between NRG and Boss. It's on Mirage, and honestly, this is where I think NRG does their best work. When the chips are down, when they've upped the ante to the highest limit, and they're expected to perform, I think this is where they should pull it off. You know, there have been exceptions to that rule, don't get me wrong, but I do think that this is one of those situations where I'm going to be favoring them moving forward. Vincent, agree, disagree, how do we feel?
I agree. And I agree for all the reasons you laid out on the NRG side. Also, Boss just got cooked by Limitless on this map. That's a dead team that they lost to. They got 13-1 on this map. I'm out.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's not a good sign in the slightest, man.
That's really tough. Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. That's crazy. I actually didn't see that result, and I was gonna just go ahead and big up NRG and what they have been doing on this map, because they have developed into one of my favorite Mirage teams in NA. That result on the other end from Boss, who have been trying to develop their map pool. I said they were interestingly enough, I think they picked it into Timberman, and I think they left it open versus Nouns, or I think they picked it into Nouns as well. So they've been working on their Mirage quite a bit. I know this from talking with Cryptic. They've been developing their map pool. They're trying to lean on Mirage as a long-term gain for the squad. It's still going to be a trialing period when you're playing some of the better rosters. Like NRG, one of the best Mirage teams here, and that's going to be a huge challenge for Boss for sure.
Well, let's see how the cookie crumbles here on the final map of this series between NRG and Boss. Going to go down on Mirage. Boys, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hop on into the action. Ready to kick it off on Mirage. Here we go. Looking forward to how things shape up. As you said, how the cookie crumbles. We did have NRG winning the knife round, closing that out. So maybe even more advantages on the CT side. But I tell you what, they're going to have to show us something quite a bit better than what they did just a while ago on or in ACL.
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, we didn't get to see the best from Boss. Their T side, something we were looking forward to that we didn't get to see. Mirage, hey, I think that could be a different story. They are heading out A and onto a site where it was just automatic there, I think. Yeah. Falling back, now got OC and Hex both coming in for Support. It's going to be a brawl, a duel here in CT. It's already dodging the flashbangs, and good for his. We got Freshy and plenty of backup in tow. And the second flashbang is actually fantastic. Breeze is sending him back in and setting this up for success. Freshy, though, goes unchecked, and that might be the difference maker. The defuse coming through, but the knife comes out. Gotta track him down.
No way.
Oh, no.
They can't find him.
Oh, okay. That was close.
Oh my god, they're laughing it off. It's okay, all good. And an extra knife kill, even better.
Money, money, money.
Cha-ching. Nicely handled. Not even close. Boss will hold down the line. Interestingly enough, you got no head kev for Freshy. Not a big fan of this.
No
decision.
Kev?
You got no helmet. He's going helmetless.
That's bad news. That protects you.
The helmet's pretty good at that.
Shouldn't get on a bicycle, that's for sure.
Or,
That'd be
or
scandalous.
playing up against guns. I'm hoping he can avoid the gunfire. But bicycles are scary as well without a helmet, so. Well,
you know,
chat,
safety
make sure
is
to wear your
important.
helmets.
That's right. Cryptic might be in some trouble. Not exactly. He goes 1 for 1, which, you know, gives him an upgrade, but it's not a large upgrade. But it is, unfortunately, Nitro, who walks in with a CZ of all things. Doubles up. Bomb dropped over on the B side of the map. This is a cleanup that is going to get complicated. In fact, it already is. Slight alone, but he's isolating him. Only gets the 1. Tees up Fruit Cup for the clutch.
What can he make of it here? Shows up clutch early on for his squad, and he's already found the first. This is a great reposition from Nitro, using a little bit of that brain. He gets not spotted, no, he gets a sideline. Fruit Cup still thinking he's hanging around Van, but Nitro's made the winning position here. 4 kills for Nitro in the opening pistol, and NRG answer right back with the sharpness.
I mean, it's Nitro who answers right back. He gets a double kill that we didn't get to see, but over on B with a CZ, and is able to grab guns, reposition. Super effective from Nitro. That'll put Boss down a little bit, force them into the purchase up of their own, the force buy that is. That'll help. Slight, who's, you know, I think been very good this series. Getting together to do a little bit more. Another tag equals a win eventually as well from Catwalk. Hex goes down. It's 5-on-2. It's ridiculous. NRG getting removed on every asset, or every aspect rather, of this map. But Nitro, he's still here. Doesn't go checked, but eventually goes down. We're not going to let him get away with a quad kill twice over. Surely. Breeze will attempt to save this SMG, but he won't even get a chance to do that. Just a bunch of mid fights from Boss. They just come out, fight mid all the way through. That crunch, obviously the initial tee up from Slight Scout, but it does even more heavy lifting when he tags another one under, or pushing lower con. And it's just so fast. Boss filling the pieces with the pistols.
Able to take this one by storm. The pedal to the metal. And bringing in that G through. Answering right back. We get the force buy wars here. And already the fact that I think Boss are keeping up, especially after a pretty frustrating loss there, is giving me a sign of big relief for this side that they can remain competitive, that they've talked over. I mean, one result is like maybe something you can laugh off. Like you said, it was versus a Limitless. which is the big concern, I think, for me in that. That's why I was like.
I mean, it's not just that it's limitless. It's limitless with
yeah,
like Wiz and Tinder still, or Tinder maybe at least. I don't know. Limitless is working with 3 different rosters, so losing them at all is kind of rough.
right. Yeah. But you know, it is Mirage. Maybe they just plugged it out.
I mean, that's definitely
But
what happened.
it's still like a sign that maybe there's some serious flaws that they are still uncomfortable, and it's probably a big confidence hit. But they could redeem it here in a victory versus NRG. Crazy enough.
Well, I mean, talking about confidence, taking an opening map win against NRG, that'll boost the confidence. That's for sure.
Absolutely. I will love it. Although this setup is dicey, man. 20 seconds left on the clock. There's a lot of time to work with here, but this setup is so deadly. Although they kind of separate, there's not a lot of attention actually given. In 10 seconds, pressure going to be put on. Hex could deny the bomb plant. He could do it all right here. He's got to find the kill in time, but somehow he didn't step forward and he dies, so. Never mind.
Yeah, so much anticipation there, all set up for nothing.
It's meant to be.
It's a close, not even close, but NT try from NRG.
And that puts it into the force by Wars.
It does, yeah. I mean, a back and forth, an absurd back and forth, honestly. NRG with a 4K out of Nitro on a CZ to help send them into that victory. It's then Boss to fight back with Slight Scout at the helm. And a well-postulated A defense that doesn't end up working. Funny enough, it is Slight. He's about to play defense. There's a ton of CTs running at him, and that's an AK to be collected.
It's an all-man moment right there. Even over that AK, a little bit frustrating, but also now Freshy put on notice, man. He knows that he's likely opposition in the battle side of things. And again, he didn't buy head to Kevlar. What's this guy got against head Kev?
Well, maybe he's cooking up some, like, I was gonna say some crazy strats, but money saving behavior. But he's probably just like me, and I am the worst at buying a kit on the CT side when I have money for it.
I get that.
Especially if like 4 of my teammates have a kit.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm with you on that. And a lot of casters will see, in the hindsight, whenever there's a lost round, 1 out of the like 100 times, they'll be like, "Oh, why didn't you buy a kit? What a mistake!" And there's certain scenarios where I do think it's a big blunder. Like at some point, past the point of like 5K, I would say you're buying a kit no matter what.
You're not saving money.
When you have an extra $400 left, I don't buy a kit there. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'll back you on that one.
But well, and here I do that, but also I'm bad.
But
so,
also, you buy Kevlar when you're up against USPs. We saw it. Fruit Cup hopefully Freshy was on Fruit Cup when he had the USP, and survived the headshot.
Yeah.
Because he had head Kevlar.
Little details, man. They'll get you. Also, what it probably actually was is just an oversight. I thought I bought the head armor.
That's definitely what it was. I mean, maybe he survived right on that force buy that they won, survived the next, so he just keeps living, and then at some point he's like, "Oh,
wait,
didn't have
I
that."
didn't have head
turns
armor?
out.
Oh, whoops. First gun around, and OC's got the big green. And, I mean, I tossed some shade Slight's way at the beginning of this series, but I'm going to be honest, I think Slight might be the better opera of this series right now.
Yeah, OC's, just been struggling here. He had a good last map, to be fair, but it's it's still not been the big increase in performance from OC now that he's got that comfortable calling behind him, and gonna have to step up now. Lost out on some early duels here. Cryptic trades out. Look at how Cryptic's playing this one so quickly in return. And Nitro and OC gonna have to fall away.
Yeah, not even gonna get the chance. The op I was bigging up talking about at the beginning of this round doesn't even get a chance to really fire off. Maybe a pod shot through some smoke, but nothing significant, nothing serious. And that's another round where, you know, the dominance, or like the individual right here for Boss, especially Fruit Cup, his confident mid swing where he's just one-tapping a guy window. That's a little bit of a scary thing to walk into if you're NRG. This is what I was talking about, this fight. Where Hex 2 is unbeatable last map on Anubis, just gets removed.
Yeah, surgical there from Fruit Cup. His aim just looks sharp, and you can see it with the Deagle as well. Like, he's quick with these kills. We'll see what the missed shot gets the op removed, man. And putting the... it just feels like, logically, I thought he was going to go back into form. There was some concerns with, like, Daps calling and him picking up some of the T side. Trying to get Daps up to speed and what that would look like. At least there's some conversations around that, but...
Well,
I don't think he's ever really gained his form in this ECL level like he was back in the day, you know?
I feel like at the beginning of NRG, he was pretty decent. Like, I thought he, you know, was pretty good. But, yeah. I mean, especially since Nitro's come in. It's just not been good enough. Which sucks, because he was in, I mean, career best form when Liquid were at their worst.
Oof. Nitro. Able to win on some couple of duels. I mean, he continues to show up. Had the 4K for the one round that they do develop. Had a double up in this go-around. And Breeze will back it up with his A1S invested. So the saved rifle is going to give NRG more ground to work off of, man. And that's so massive. I don't know if Slight's really going to give this one a go. I try and save this AWP if he can, and NRG fight back with lesser weaponry.
And it's again Nitro. I mean, it's been him. He's the guy, the critical piece to these victories for NRG on these half-buy, force-buy rounds. Keep mentioning it. He got him on the board first and foremost, and he's done it again. Not in its entirety. More of a team effort, but a key double. Additional weapon picked up there by OC, fortunately. So talking of like economics, cash flow, a massive round for NRG to win when they're on an eco. They walk out with 4 rifles. They can get an op back out too. This is wonderful for their economy.
So well handled. Got AKs out for Hex now as well. Automatic on the other. You got Breeze. So he gets the AWP out. Tossed over to him. And this is, you know, one of these gun rounds that you could dream of here. You got all the tools you could ask for. So now NRG want to build up that CT side success. Continue to hold things down. Play that cohesive style. And again, Boss with a victory right here would finally turn the tides with this new squad of constant losses to this NRG roster. And pretty one-sided losses in some of these occasions.
Yeah, particularly more recently. You know, there's some close ones in there. Sprinkled, but more recently it's been one-sided. Little re-clear though. Hex might walk into the crosshair of Freshy. It's the other way around. And Freshy looks for more. Freshy on the double. CC's Darty and gonna need a lot more. That second flick good. But again, he's gonna have a difficult time. Fruit Cup is getting tucked into a perfect position to play the cutoff on rotations. Automatic sprinting for the catwalk swing. He might catch somebody, but no. It won't be allowed. Opposite default to plant instead of for triple, where Cryptic might have been exposed to automatic.
The left to save here. Couple clean shots from OC this time around. Can't quite seal in any sort of victory for them. Damage was already done. Freshie lit things up in the mid side. That re-aggro rolling on through is met with opposite force, and the crosser was just trained. So focused in. Boss will not let NRG get anything rolling consistently for this CT side, man.
Terrorists win.
No, there's just nothing being allowed. Especially with these two real nice entries towards Catwalk. OC finally getting on the board here. But I think Boss correctly just deciding, yeah, that's not a fight against an op that we win most of the time, so let's just go away. Particularly when Fruit Cup has all the jungle.
Think about this pause called in from Boss as well. Containing and controlling the pace of this game so far, but now calling in a little bit of a pause. Try and discuss how to crack on through this one. Continue the success story of this CT side. See if that leaves any room to breathe for NRG to line up some adjustments. Again, for the most part, you know, if that was Hex and Anubis, that'd be two quick double kill, or a quick double kill for him, and he'd be, you know, controlling middle. But different story, different map right now, and the firepower is being limited from NRG. Instead, Freshie taking control in this decider. Fruit Cup having some big moments.
Boss letting that pace change that you were talking about maybe come to fruition. Oh, that's massive though. Breeze. OC though caught on the edge of the spam there on bench. It's opened up the A-bomb site in its entirety. Breeze still looking for the lurker here, and Brute Cup found in that position. NRG on the retake. So much space in CT that has currently been gained. Actually, Darty is going all the way through. Op holding the line. This is going to be perfect. They're never going to be looking this direction. It's 2 for Darty, and the final nail in the coffin is Hex versus 2. Darty tucked.
That's for the
He'll
kill.
go out in the open.
Oh, there's time, I think. I think Hex locks it in. It's going to be close. And he has it. He certainly does. Darty a little frustrated. It was very well played. Smoke on the bomb. He had to kill with efficiency, and Darty knew it wasn't planned for him. And you can see Darty incredibly frustrated with the loss there. Wanted to give his roster a chance to dominate this half, and Hex will instead provide relief on the other end.
The heartbreak here is that as frustrated as Darty is, you know, that plant position was required. That spam was actually going to certainly provide a kill onto the planter. If it wasn't Breeze, it was the man next to him. So, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Not going to get away with that a second time. Slight, if you recall, utilized that back in the forest by round of the scout. Full mid control for NRG, and they stand the test of time there. Rotate back, look for space over at A, or at B rather, and win the duels in that location as well.
Counter-terrorists win.
They're starting to stampede their way back in. Hex breathing life into not only his team, but his own game. With a clutch like that in a 1v2, then stepping up into the next round with an instant 3K, holding down this mid side. As I said, you know, a player that's so capable of landing these multi-kills, but has been a little bit nullified in some of these rounds. Breaks it down like that. And gives you even more to work with here. NRG fighting into this one. You can see on the faces how bad Boss won it in all of these rounds. NRG not giving it over for free. I think Breeze, the trajectory of that smoke might have been spotted by Slight. That Molly misses top boxes as well, so Fruit Cup doesn't have to dispense anything in this position.
Yeah, and no guarantees, no information about Fruit Cup either, though he's been there so often. I'm going to see another window smoke come through at about the 1 minute mark for Boss to retake mid control. Or at least get it in its entirety. No resistance posted. The question for Boss is, where do you go from here? You've obviously got Freshie towards Palace, which would tee up an A split, but it's not going to be the ultimate game plan.
Cryptic splitting in on this A side. Doesn't seem to be the case, but there's one prong cut off as Automatic as quick as can be on the kill. And Automatic goes through the looking glass there. In the flames, he fights forward and gets out. He's still kicking, man. What a defense from Automatic. NRG looking to shut this round down with the quickness as Freshie does. Going for even more around the corner. Too many targets at hand. Way too many targets as Nitro will follow suit. And we're going to see NRG take claim here.
Yeah, it's another Nitro double to close it out, but even beyond that, this fight from Automatic is just ridiculous. Sits for so long in this Molotov and doesn't even go down for it. I love Breeze's proactivity too. Freshie dismisses him pretty quickly, but still, gets active there, moves away from just being stuck in sandwich when he knows the split is on. Leaves Boss lacking and wanting. 6 rounds already on the T side. Ain't bad. But NRG seem poised to grab another one. Nitro up close to the smoke, though. This is a scary position against this type of weaponry.
And multiple available here. They're gonna push through the smoke, though, and his position becomes a whole lot stronger as they do. Devastated by the advanced intel from Nitro in the apartments, and it feels like we might split this difference here at 6s for a decider between these two squads. CT side starts to find a foothold again, all really lifted off when we talk about consecutive rounds off the back of Hex in the clutch, man. I mean, you could see in the mental for the side of Darty, he knew that had, some underlying tones to it. See if Cryptic and Slight can get him out of this position. Nice pickup, sure. Start. Cryptic trying to chase forward into the window side of things, but not going to be. An Automatic can take a scout tag, so.
It's the reliable hands right now of Nitro, though, that have been the it factor for me. Obviously, that 1v2, the Hex clutch up there, that's the other big one, but Nitro just bailing him out with pistols multiple times this half. And he puts a kibosh on that round as well. Tease him up for success. And for, NRG that have a missing OC right now, that's buying time for him to get active. So many times right now, 4-1 towards the B site is just the thing to do for the CT sides. Not quite 4-1, but I don't know. I think this is like the Navi CT pistol. Everybody loves it.
I mean, A side's so much more retakeable. I think the big reason. So you're seeing a lot of teams try and lean on that strength. Got a smoke and a kit. A lot of teams like to go for those smoke defuses, which is usually the case. We see retakes from CT spawn. This is a little bit different in that sense. We are seeing it all through connector and jungle. We'll see how this one goes.
Worst time for this top con smoke to go down.
completely disrupts it, and it doesn't go well for them. They get blasted on the inbound. Quick kills out of Fruit Cup might not matter at all here, as the round already decided he's not going to be able to take the shots to get on top of that bomb, and NRG will win a pistol. It's an interesting approach there from Boss, but not the approach that you see every day.
Well, you know, I think the biggest issue for Boss is that they never had CT control.
Yeah.
They were playing, you know, 1 jungle, 1 towards mid on catwalk, and then 3 on B. So they never had the control that typically would be a precursor to retaking through CT, like you were suggesting, which is the, you know, the normal way you would approach that. And so for that reason, they just play together, clear out mid, ensure that there's not a late mid lurk, which is fair enough. But I think the real kicker, the real problem is that the smoke goes down right there at top con, right as they want to start moving forward.
That makes it impossible to get past. That's for sure. 100% on the money, though. You know, when you don't have CT control, you probably expect, like, the flash double play in towards CT. You expect the, you know, T side to take CT control, which is oftentimes pretty common for T sides on those A executes. But, again, like, NRG also target jungle, which makes it all the more effective for what Boss are playing against. It kind of plays right into their hands when they go that direction. So, NRG call the perfect pistol. And they keep it up.
About to call the perfect anti-eco, too, because it's 4 at A, and B is the clear avenue. Bomb in apps right now. Nitro and automatic towards mid. And then they're going to split up cap. Into just Fruit Cup, who does have a deagle.
See what he can do. It's Fruit Cup Steagle all day. That's been doing damage on these sort of rounds. His teammates are dying in the meantime, though, and he does get overrun as well. There's so much you can ask here. It's full efficiency from Breeze on this anti-eco. Slight's got a Zeus. How can he get this Zeus to have impact is the big question he's asking.
Hope they exit apps is the answer.
Could be fun.
But I was going to say I don't know if we're going to get that.
I haven't been seen yet. Oh yeah, he hit the timing. Here we go.
Perfect timing.
You gotta run, Hex. You gotta go. Ah! You could see. Even in a missed Zeus skill, it means a lot.
Dude, Slight has to be the most fun person to watch on a camera.
Absolutely.
When he plays Counter-Strike. He's got the most personality, you know? You can see everything he's feeling.
So reactive, man. It's fun. All means a lot. Force Spike gets punished, though, and they're forced to eco again. What this will do is, you know, Boss are really putting a lot of trust in to their gun round. Yeah, this is a
that's like
weird one.
Because they didn't force buy.
Yeah, they didn't force buy. I mean, they bought a couple deagles here and there, right? But
yeah, nobody had armor though.
yeah, so then they're gonna half buy here. I think what they want to do is get Sight and AWP. I imagine that's the game plan, and they think they've got room to work with.
See, I agree with that game plan, but I don't know about the whole room to work with it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, hey, if that's the game plan, commit to the bit. You know, I'm a fan of that.
Got to.
You know, we all do the bit together. It's a plan. If we all do a bit separately, it's stupid.
Unify their effort. Gonna look to lock themselves in. Suppressor leans in on this A-side utility inbound. And we'll see how they hold off. Fruit Cup starts it off again. This deagle is so deadly. They have more defenders close by. Player under balcony, but Nitro is getting them through these positions. It's still on scene, though. Darty is in firebox. Darty can do it all. He has to land these kills quickly. No one spots him. It's a lineup you could dream about. And now it's just a low HP Nitro. And HG could land here on location. He repositions, though. He hears the footsteps, and Darty, he does get the clutch back. He lost one in that first half to Hex, but this time in a 1v3, he's hit it in Firebox. It'll close it out for Boss.
Dude, I mean, there's 3 players, 4 players already dead here on the A site. There's just no way to anticipate that Darty's still tucked in fire. And yet he waits for the timing, lines them both up. And the low HP that Nitro is already on makes life impossible. Boss claw back a round that they have no business winning. And it's a round that, you know, we were asking the question, what is this purchase? How does this work? Well, now they've got it all. AWP in hand, plenty to work with. They're out A. Utility set. Cryptic tucked in sandwich is only going to be good for the 1, and Fruit Cup is caught. It's a 1-for-1 for Darty. The Slight Chunk tries to come back into this whole thing, but Freshy's gone in the meantime.
And yeah, you're going to have to quickly decide what you want to do with this AWP smoked off as well. Oh. Idea was right. He's just posted on the angle. 2 smokes you watch bloom in towards connector, watching his only chance back into this one. You ripped away and removed.
Damn, that's such a hit for Boss after that 1v3 from Darty. You think you got something, you try and get back in, but NRG just hits you with the quick pace out at A. And they show you that you might have done something right last round, but it's not something you can bank on more than once. I think it was, 3 different players kind of getting caught out with, not necessarily like a nade out or anything, but just not really ready to fight. And even Darty, who was super quick on his shot, just gets insta-traded. There's 3 players on his screen there.
Yeah, a bit of difficulty to unify, I feel like, on that A defense. When you see Cryptic started off, you wanted maybe a little bit more to Freshy, but then he's just stuck in CT spawn. And this pace in which NRG turn up the heat on that A side play is the big difference maker there. Big game changer. Flash is beautiful. Sights off is removed here. Saved last round, taken away in the opening stage of this one. Ripped out of his hands early to make sure you can't disrupt.
Yikes.
And this is looking like double digits as a lock.
Insult to injury. Automatic picked up the op, now tossing it out the map.
Reese is looking on fire.
Never mind. Automatic is keeping the op. He'll be having that, and he's going to get a 3rd here. Yeah, I agree. Breeze is actually, he was a guy, I think I mentioned in the pre-show that I was really impressed with his resurgence just career-wise after EG with this NRG team. And I feel like he's kind of flown under the radar. It's been the Boss show, then the Hex show. But this map 3, he's really getting dug in to his roots at beating Boss at their own game.
See how these land up. That adaptations. The spotting going on from Freshy right now. Trying to identify Palace. They've left this A side a little bit weakened in terms of the numbers game, and these sort of quick calls have gotten through a lot for NRG. And with the bomb position in towards apartments, it's a one-way street towards this A site, right? Or I should say Palace. That's the right word for it. Already an entry rolling on up. Automatic. We'll find the first off the blow open of the smoke. Freshy might not hear this aggression from Automatic. He'll take 2. The A site's fully vulnerable, and B, those rotates all coming through a one-way lane. Have to roll on up. And the bomb plant going to take place. A man advantage maintained, but there's no initiative from Boss to try and recover. This one's going to be a save.
Yeah, I mean, they're out of time, though. Out of time to start making these moves. Boss will try again next round, but with even less now with that gun going out.
Flash through the smoke as well or something. They're going to just crunch in. I mean, Darty's in hot water. Darty's down. This save, less and less likely now. Cryptic getting hunted as well. He is open and taken care of. And you can see, you know what that means, man. They know what that means for the squad.
Yeah, it means there's just nothing left.
Have to do it on a half buy again if they want to avoid giving over map point or series point, I should say.
Honestly, I feel like the save might be the right call. Even if it's not the call that you would want to make, or I mean, even I wouldn't want to make. And you know me, Cole. I'm a big fan of the save call. They're gonna do it. They are gonna call the save.
Don't envy the position that they're in here. Flying forward. Take some initiative. Flashes are good. At least give some space, but Breeze has been so good on these, especially these ecos that are crucial to win. He has been instant on these kills. Fruit Cup Steagle. Oh, it strikes up. He chirps up for another headshot, man. And so does Cryptic. The op does answer back. Well, she's got to be careful not to get overrun, though. Slight is actually going to find a kill with the USP as well. Fruit Cup putting more pressure on his Deagle again, man. It's instant and ever-present on these half-buys. How does Fruit Cup keep doing it, man? Darty has a back turn. Can he make good on it? He can! And my God, Boss! They stay alive. This is unbelievable.
I mean, Darty has been put into this spot time and time again. He's just constantly asked to clutch up. And yeah, Fruit Cup's Deagle just needs to be investigated. How does he get away with it so much, so often? And it's the swiftness. I mean, so many times you swing into that if you're Fruit Cup. There's two players on your screen. Hard to figure out who to take the shot at. But he's so laser focused. Gets it on the first opportunity. And Darty, it ain't pretty, but it'll get her done.
Delivery, man. Fruit Cup and his Deagle are gonna live in the dreams of NRG if they let this lead slip, man. Still a lot more work to do for this boss camping, and they got to do it on these gun rounds. That's been a big problem for them. It has been light work to blow past the defense when they have rifles in hand, interestingly enough, and we'll see if that changes now with a win like that.
Got to change something, surely. To get the flash in. OC had no vision. Nitro can't trade until just now. Darty sticks around. And it'll leave NRG advantaged.
Still one
Fruit
player
Cup.
in con. Bombs picked up, but there's still a player in con. Fruit Cup is unknown. Never identified. There's a back turned. Nitro maybe feeling like that should have been a deeper cubby for him and more safety. Slight top finds nothing though. 20 seconds left. The time is of essence. And they have to be so concerned for what's around that corner. And they just have no idea where the op is. It's Fruit Cup that still holds the line, but his op are down low. 10 seconds left and not a lot of time. All Slight has to do is run away. And Slight's going to win it off the clock alone. We saw that on Anubis that he was able to do that. This time, he will get the job done. Cold, he'll ice out the round. And Boss, again, keep NRG at arm's length.
I can't believe that Fruit Cup gets away with so much here. Nitro, again, working this back. It's his trade fragging that helps give them the advantage into this. It's a triple kill from him. But, yeah, how do you anticipate Fruit Cup here? This elevation, that little moment from Fruit Cup just seals the deal. Confirms the lack of time left there as Boss take their final tack.
finally done it. They've really shattered the money for NRG. What's a lot more difficult, though, is shattering the mental NRG. But the way that Boss are playing with the resiliency gives you a whole different story. This Boss gets called. Leave this one attack, actually.
Yeah, it is. Some headset difficulties, apparently. But it's been multiple times tonight that it looks like NRG had kind of found their way out of this game. But every time, Boss is just so able to walk in and find something else. Something better. And I think that ability, I mean, it's really going to help them at the RMR, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they prepare is going to help them as well.
Be able to dig deep and, find a clutch. You gotta give Darty so much credit as well. Obviously, it was Fruit Cup and Slight in the clutch there. But Slight doing the ye old hands-off keyboard maneuver, which there's a lot of value in that. But Darty asked to clutch like 4 times. He's been there about half of those times. He's got it done.
Yeah, the one time that he didn't close out, it was so frustrated, and it's got to feel so good to be able to do it consistently. Slide top, starts off, dropping the gun, dropping the player with armor. So now it's glass cannon AKs from here on out, right? Trying to shift hands. Who claims it? Sight on another angle here. That's gonna be tough. And he got spotted. Oh boy. It's in Hex hands now. That's scary. He shows up with it. This off angle is good from Cryptic. They got the rest of the resources close by. The AK is still doing damage. Another kill out of Nitro's Glock as Fruit Cup will jump forward. A lot more damage than I anticipated there, to be honest with you. And Boss, get the round done with here. That's a lot of rebuys that they can't really afford, man.
Yeah, I mean, they really can't afford them, actually. They've tossed around the money such that everybody's got a rifle, but yeah, if they lose a round here, even though they've just won 3 in a row, NRG have broken them. That is bad news for Boss. But it's a real simple solution. Just don't lose. It's real easy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, not really in a position to lose here either way, so maybe rebuys are more, less of a problem, but still. NRG have a chance to break the mental fortitude that we've highlighted is so effective from Boss. Strong, can your mental hold up? And you don't have the tools to back up a round here. This is a must-win. The Boss have struggled when they decide that they want to hit A. Have these mid-prongs of approach here, but the Palace, and now A main play coming on through. It's a missed shot out of the gates from Slight. Gonna start some difficulties here. Automatic. He will be dismissed, though. Cryptic holds the line. A lot of coverage now to back Cryptic up as well. And it's just got to be the A-prong of approach that succeeds here, that gets them down range. Constant repeats from Breeze is clean. No scope. Right onto Hex. What? He doesn't know what hit him. Slight. Sends the bullet down range. It connects. All of a sudden, Freshie looking to lock in the AG. The shot from Slight actually through the walls what finishes it here. And Boss are now tied the game here. They've tied it up. NRG finding themselves in a terrifying position. The A-holds are holding stronger. They're fighting their way through this series. And they're 2 rounds away from closing it out.
What the hell was that from Slight? It feels like Boss just have the confidence right now. But even beyond that, NRG is starting to fall a step or 2 behind. Just constant pressure from NRG. met by Boss at every turn. A exact time. The automatic, the late move through. Connector, seen, and removed. You have Fruit Cut 12, seems likely, but still a bomb site. That's where they set their sights. There's no sight when you can't see a thing.
They knocked it out of the park right there, man. Boss have actually done it. They've claimed series point first, ripped it away from NRG on the Eco and the Deagle rounds that Fruit Cup and Darty closed out. And they fight their way all the way through, putting the pressure on NRG now. With one last round to hold the line. An unsigned team. The roster that is going to be at the RMR at the end of this year. Could upset NRG. I mean, that would be the story of the day so far, right? Two unsigned rosters.
Yeah.
Winning out, locking in semifinals here in CCT.
I'm sure Legacy is cheering on NRG's downfall right now. Because that would sure open up the entirety of this CCT for them. That being said, NRG, this is a team not ever done. I mean, you talk about the individuals and their experience. Look at who they've got. You know, this is where Nitro can fall back on that experience. Automatic, obviously. Such a storied player. This is a team that can weather the storm of these difficult rounds. Boss, though, really proactive in this round. They walked, Freshie and Fruit Cup walked up into A main and just saw nothing. Nothing at all at ramp. And now they're just fully falling back. They're going to focus their attention towards mid.
Slow defaults have been the bread and butter. They make it happen again. Can they wait the clock out and force Boss on a mistake? So far, not quite given to them at the moment. Automatic won't give up on the idea of a spam here. The vision still granted. Now a catwalk as well. Bomb still in a very neutral location, but Cryptic threads a quick kill, and Cryptic doubles down. Ready to lead his team by example and get him through an incredibly difficult matchup. OC's got the bomb. It's bomb down. This round could be over. It is over. Boss might just do it here on Mirage in map 3. They pull the upset over NRG. They finally get their series victory over the Titans that have held over them for so long. They will conquer their demons.
It's been 10-1. 10-1 in series since April. Boss and NRG. The NRG have just dropped one of those, and that was in a best of one. But Boss, on their way to victory here, besting their demons indeed. Man.
Oh my God, man. What a victory. As you said, just a team they could not beat. A team they could not beat. And it will be the Boss side that wins. No one beats Boss 11 times in a row, and it's not going to be the case for NRG. We do have Paladin, though, ready to join on and watching the upsets come on through the day. The story of it, unsigned organizations shutting down these teams that have been locking in, working hard. What a day, man.
The North American Dream Team. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how this team just defies odds every single time of asking. I mean, in the close qualifier, they had such a difficult route to get to the RMR. Here as well, they've been dealt a pretty tough hand as far as the bracket is concerned. Honestly, I think NRG is the worst team to play with in this bracket just because of how dangerous they've been looking post-close qualifier. They've been on such a hot streak that I thought this game was also going to be a 2-0, and I thought NRG was going to wipe the floor with Boss, to be completely honest with you, right before we went into the game. But it's so clear to me that this team and the core of this roster, led by Cryptic, is one that should never be underestimated, because I swear this happens nearly every season. It happened with Detonate, it happened with Wildcard, it happened with so many different versions of Boss. And now we're back to square one again, where Boss can still find some insane wins. And honestly, I'm just so happy that they kind of proved me wrong every step of the way. Darty is our MVP. Honestly, I could give this MVP to anybody on the team. I think that Fruit Cup had some insane deagle kills that changed the entire scope of many of these maps. Freshie was the whole reason why they got 6 T rounds in the first place. Cryptic again called a very good game, and of course Darty is the safe pair of hands, these safe pairs of hands that Dish cannot do any wrong really, and he's been such a linchpin to this team's success, to many of the Cryptic-led squad success as well. So definitely impressed by his performance today. When I look towards this narrative that I was building throughout Mirage, I thought that when we were split down at 6s, I was thinking I'm going to favor Boss a little bit, and NRG start mounting this comeback, and I was going to bring up the point that Cole, that you said, Nitro always finds a way to win. He's a winning IGL. 21-14 in this game, drops 90 ADR, has multiple multi-kill rounds to try to drag this team back into a winning formation. He kind of just keeps them afloat to get Breeze and Automatic, the other vets, alive, and still it's not enough. I'm at a loss for words in general, because there are just some insane rounds, like this round here, where like Slight no-scope headshots, Fruit Cup finds some like unreal deagle plays, Slight finds a kill with the USP as well. Like what? Like it defies logic, but then again, that's what this team is as a whole, Cole. It's just a team that defies expectations.
They always overperform those expectations here. As soon as you think this roster's out, you look at that third map, you look at how it's shaping up, NRG are right at the finish line, as you highlighted. This isn't a IGL, this isn't, a team that really breaks mentally, I feel like. But that eco, man, Fruit Cup with these deagle rounds here or there, just a couple sharp kills, Darty closing out in really important clutches. As you said, this was a real full team effort in the closing statement of this game. Both maps incredibly difficult, both maps incredibly difficult when it comes to Anubis and now Mirage. But actually being able to come back from that deficit is unbelievable versus a leader like Nitro. And I got to give a credit to the whole squad, especially for cleaning up their act on that CT side so quickly. Yeah,
Vincent, any closing thoughts on this series? Because my God, we have such an exciting semi now between Boss and PA, the two orgless teams of the 4 in that bottom quadrant. Will go head to head for a spot in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I'll herald back to something that we had mentioned coming into the day today, where round of 16 kind of went as expected. There was no really surprises in any way. And then today happens here in the quarters, and we get 2 huge surprises. 2 of the favorites. I mean, Nouns and NRG from this side of the bracket, they were the 2 teams that you would have said at least one of them, if not both, would be making it into the semis, and we get to see neither of them. That's just a massive credit to the changes that both Party Astronauts and that Boss have made here recently. And I think, just to give a little bit more credit to Boss, there's rarely a situation where I go from being like fully out and not excited about a team, which is what I was when Micro and Slight joined this Boss roster. I was like, yeah, I'm not excited at all. To being incredibly excited and thinking that this team, the sky's the limit. And that's what it was with that, with the change bringing Fruit Cup in here. And I think that this win just solidifies that fact in my mind even further.
You talk about the internationally, at least, the conversation around NA is that this region is dead, that there is no talent available, that there is no success coming out of this region. But series like this, tournaments like these, should speak volumes to you about the depth and breadth of the talent that this region has to offer. In that first series of the day, you have an unreal performance from Peeping, who has broken out of his team over at Timberman and has now found a new safe haven in Party Astronauts. And you look here in this series with Boss, and you see the kind of prowess and poise that Fruit Cup has when the chips are down, and you're impressed by the kind of poise he shows there. And And you see that there is a lot to like about some of these teams that are orgless and that have a lot to ask for when there's no pressure on them. There's no pressure on these guys to do anything, really. But they still come out here, they fight with so much passion, and to me, it creates this environment that we've got a lot of very exciting players within North America, and it's only a matter of time before they truly break out into the international stage. But that's my sappy little monologue over and done with, and that should be it for the broadcast as well. We'll have one more set of quarterfinals tomorrow between Legacy and Lag, Fluffy Ambers and Timberman. You don't want to miss those to see who will meet up with the eventual grand finalists between PA and Boss. So we'll see you guys. I hope you have a good night, and we'll see you shortly for some more CCT action.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom, instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.